So we should be clear for the rest of the stream.
Hello, everyone. Welcome.
Today our daily slurs like we do our prayers
Yes.
before each meal.
Oh my gosh. Welcome back to Under the
True.
Tea.
I
Number
open this on both sides.
22. Oh my goodness. Super duper exciting. We have
You're
a
going for way too long.
I'd say it's a success. The moment that you hit 22, that's a good one. We got a
We're
special
just
guest
past
today.
old enough to drink.
Yes, that's
Yes.
right. We are.
Wait, this is number 22?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Is this a bad time to mention that over on the Twitch side is 21?
Oh, do I need to change something?
On YouTube it says 21 as well.
No. Okay, hold on. I'll change it.
Man, it's typing everywhere.
I thought I changed it. It was changed. YouTube fucked it up. You fucked it up,
Blame
Twitch.
YouTube.
I blame YouTube. I had it the right way. I had it the right way, and now it is.
I know
Always
mine says
YouTube's
21
fault.
because it copy and pasted from Akko.
Please be patient. I have autism. I need
Well,
that
we all
hat.
have autism, it's not an excuse.
I need that
MizuhanaShibe,
hat.
Lumi, and special guest I don't know.
Yes.
Well, this
Oopsies.
is Ginny Mercury or
Would you
Rosa
like
Cole.
to introduce yourself and tell our people what you're about?
Hello, my name is Rosa Kodal, also sometimes known as Ginny Mercury, also sometimes known as Jade. I have many names. I am a Snake Devil VTuber currently, and I do the stream stuff. That's all I got.
Fun. I need to double
That's pretty much
check.
the extent. That's all you really need to know. Oh fuck.
Okay.
Actually, no, yeah, that's fine. You'll figure the rest out.
Rosa's awesome.
The one Marina was on Thanos. Wait, what?
What are we talking about, Marina, again?
Oh, Berserker
Oh
said.
no, back when the whole retard drama was going on and Marina was throwing a fit about it and it's like, hey, does Lucid really need to have this type of person in their
That was me. Hi.
It's all in this. That's the one thing I really like about VTubers. It's all somehow an interconnected universe. Everybody is in some way connected to everybody else. I almost want to make like a chart of it. I think Marina would have quite a few connections to her name.
Yeah.
Speaking of
He's
which,
about
I'm the
feet.
VTuber that chose to leave a company and make a song about the usage of the word retard, instead of staying in a company and just sucking it up and being quiet.
you went totally base, and I think a lot of people respected you for it.
I hope so.
We're all based around
It
here.
wasn't worth it. I miss them.
I regret everything.
I regret everything.
I regret-
Take me back.
I regret
Give me my
saying it.
job back, I swear.
Oh
I'll
my
be a good
goodness.
snake.
A good snack. Do you let people
Go
call
step
you
on
snack?
Snacky.
Please don't step on Stack. Actually, this is a great segue for my merch. Shameless plug.
Oh yeah, I seen your don't tread on me thing.
I love it. It's
I
great.
had I had an artist who now may or may not be dead. Let that value or devalue. And that was genuine, by the way. I have no idea. This man, I had him working on a different project. He fell off the face of the earth.
Damn.
I asked other friends that like regularly worked with him. Kibbs from the Pickering Bunch. I asked him, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's dead." I'm like 90%. I'm like, "Oh, okay." I didn't hear from him.
Wow.
That's
But
wild. That's
but I
wild.
had him basically take the Gadsden flag and make a Rosa-esque version of it, and it's glorious.
It's pretty based.
You know, we
Man.
can actually use that as a segue into the thing Lumi posted in our chat about the
gosh.
Funamusa artist.
So
I remember posting it, but I never actually looked at it.
Okay, so I actually remember the whole thing because I read all of it. So there is an exposed document on an artist called Funamusa, and people in my chat might know who that is because they made the MommaOcco Chronicle games, which are just, they are wild games, way out of left field.
Are they?
Yes, they're really good. I really enjoy them. So admittedly, I am a little biased in liking this artist,
Mm-hmm.
but I did read through all their complaints, and I do believe a lot of their complaints are legitimate. However, some of them come off as a little weird.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, apparently MommaOcco does not do their commissions, like, at all.
Really? Oh, they're one of those artists.
Yeah, but apparently they do just end up refunding everybody. Like, apparently they have this really bad habit of doing half a commission, getting depressed and not wanting to finish it, and then just refunding everything.
Do they do a full refund or at least a partial refund, depending on the work that they do?
Full refund.
Oh man, I'm gonna be honest with you. Then you get like, hell, even if it's a sketch, like how good is the art?
That was one issue. A lot of them were complaining because apparently she doesn't want to give up the artwork.
Oh, so she doesn't even give them the artwork. I see.
Well, they get like the sketches, but they don't get like the PSD files or anything.
Mm-hmm.
And she's always like, I don't want to give those up because like it's not finished or whatever.
Mm.
It's one of those things, like, I can sit here and kind of agree with y'all that they're being really stupid, and, like, obviously this is a really dumb way for them to try and do business, but you're all getting refunds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
You really have not much to really actually complain about. Like, you're getting your fucking money back. Shut up.
Yeah, a lot of them really seem to be complaining about wasted time, which I understand for sure. And you can complain about that, but you're including all this other stuff in your document, and you got your money back.
I would say also that even though there is some perceived wasted time, the one who really wasted their time was the artist. You really didn't. You probably, like, it would make more sense if you were the artist that was getting refunded on and saying you wasted your time. But because you're not actually putting anything into it other than just the excitement, because like I know the excitement of getting new art, but I don't really see that as a time waster there. It's kind of, I don't know.
I will say some of it's fair point on that side, because some of them are trying to get VTuber models from her, because she does like these really unique styled chibi models. She does everything. She does like the rigging and all.
Mm.
A lot of them were trying to say they were super expensive models, but from the prices they gave, the really high-end art and models she was doing was 2K, like depending on how much you asked for it, and that was like the highest number. And I'm like, that's kind of pretty standard actually. That's more like middle ground. I know like some people probably think that's wild to hear, but like cheap VTuber model is like 500 below, expensive is like 1K to 2K, or average is like 1K to 2K, expensive is getting up to 4K, and then there's professional HoloLive, which is like 20,000.
Yeah, because they get like shit tons of stuff. They get like a couple outfits, don't they?
Some of it I think is just like name brand recognition. Because I'm pretty sure Amelie has a very expensive model, and I don't think it looks that good.
Oh, she's the voice actor, right?
Yeah, she's the voice actor.
Yeah, her model is okay.
Oh, I've been muted. Teehee.
I'm
sitting
so
around again,
sorry.
put it all by myself. That's cool. I'm a fucking idiot.
Oh, what were you
But I was
saying?
saying, yeah, usually the Japanese corpos, they typically will go for well-known artists because they know that that'll give them like a boost. And this actually applies most when making male characters more so than female characters, just because typically male characters will cater to a female audience, vice versa, and men don't give a shit.
Very true.
Versus women will be like, oh my god, the art is by the same guy that did this guy, and oh my god, and like they care about all the interweb crap, and so like they'll eat that shit up and be like, oh my god, this character's made by the same artist as this other's character that I love, and I follow all of that person's art. I'm gonna go follow them, and that's how they function.
Is that why all male models look like they are pretty much exactly the same? Because they're all made by the one same artist?
Yeah.
It's like, what's sad with the male VTubers, which is still true to this day, is that they all look fucking stiff as a board.
Yep, I'm the hottest one out there.
You are.
Yes.
You know what? Yep, I agree.
But I
I
also had
fully
to like
concur.
shop. You will not believe how many artists I had to shop around for. Because when I got Mizu done, there wasn't a single corpo male VTuber. So just nobody was doing them.
Well, I will say, if you want to buy a model in the future, Ari, I know Ari likes to draw dudes as well. Not very many people ask him to do it, so, but I know he can, and he likes to do it, so.
Nico knows how to make men jiggle.
Amelie, I like her
No.
singing, but she's kind of unstable, isn't she? I don't know.
Wasn't she the one that
I
was
mean,
doing the?
remember the Shigo thing?
Yeah,
we were
she was
talking
doing the
about a couple
Shigo
weeks
thing.
ago?
Oh yeah, she had that whole breakdown about Shiga.
Oh my gosh, that was
Yeah.
What?
amazing.
Wait, I need context here.
Okay.
What happened?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
She was doing a stream, and she apparently she says Shigo from Kim Possible as Shago, and her fans were making fun of her for it.
Yeah.
And it was apparently it was fine at first, but then she put out a tweet that's like, okay, it was funny at first, but now like you guys are legitimately upsetting me and making me mad. And then like an hour later, she changed her profile picture on Twitter to Shigo, and changed her name to Shigo, and just started posting tons of Shigo art and saying Shago over and over again.
Yeah.
It's actually for it, though.
Like, I feel like she's a pretty nice girl, but like that just kind of came out of left field, and it's just like, ma'am, are you okay?
I mean, again, like what I initially said about her, she is not God's brightest bulb, because she fell for someone's Alt F4 bullshit when she was trying to do tech stuff herself.
Oh no,
And then
she
had to get
did.
Sayu to help her.
Oh no.
Yeah, she's not very smart.
Yeah, I have to admit I did not see that, but I believe Lumi.
That's funny.
Oh, I can get you the clip.
Oh, you don't have to. I believe you. It would
And
be
she
funny to
did a-
watch though.
She did a cover of Kim Possible's opening
I
theme.
can't criticize
she-
because I'm a boomer. I've fallen for the F4 thing before. Non-stream, just IRL.
No, she did this live on stream. And then her stream ended.
Oh, that reminds me. I have to look this up again. But you
It's funny
guys
as
know
fuck.
the YouTuber that's really taken off recently, called like Pirate Media or something.
Yeah, he's really
No.
cool.
No.
He's an ethical hacker that is making the
Yes.
game Heartbound.
And his dad was literally worked at Blizzard. But he did a stream the other day discussing like there are some cursed key bindings apparently. And I have to look it up again because I want to try them. But apparently there's so many key bindings that are made into your computer you probably don't know about that just do really random fucked up things.
I bet Temp knows about some of
Huh.
them.
Huh.
He wouldn't show them on stream. He just told people what they were. And then after he was done, he's like, yeah, that was fucked up, wasn't it? I
Temp,
want to see what they were.
Temp, what keybinds do you know? Tell us what different keybinds do. We won't try them, but our chat can try them for us.
There's a keybind to open your web browser directly to LinkedIn.
Wait, really?
That's what my chat said.
Huh.
There are a lot of them. That's interesting.
You know, that's what he was saying, was there was a lot of like really random fucked up keybinds that if you knew about them, you'd be like, who put this in?
It's like, why is it here?
Because a lot of people use LinkedIn. Oh, that's something we
This is
should do
true.
one day. We should just go through LinkedIn because I've found that boomers use LinkedIn like we use Twitter.
Well, you want to know
Yeah.
what's something that's really interesting? And this is not something I ever did. But when I was starting out streaming, and Paco and I were, it was just me and Paco, he told me that you could stream on LinkedIn. And he's like, if you stream on LinkedIn, he's like, this is a viable place to stream. You cannot have a long starting soon. It can only be like a minute because they will take your stream down if it's like longer than a minute. I was like, oh, okay.
LinkedIn podcast win.
Yeah, like legitimately, people stream on LinkedIn. I don't know how
Ooh.
much.
I've never heard of a single. I didn't know they
I-
had streaming.
Yeah, they do.
Now it's alright. I'm joining. I'm doing it.
I honestly,
I'm sold.
I don't know why
have a
you
slot to
would,
fill.
but like maybe it's worth doing. Maybe.
Oh, that's
My
hilarious.
community is like mostly boomers. I think it would help.
But it's for techie boomers. Do you have like techie boomers?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, maybe you
Okay.
should try it then. Oh my goodness. All right. I think we have a decent amount of the chat here. We've given them a moment to come in. What is that noise? Oh,
Did
there's
we
a
want
fan.
to get right into Nijisanji, or did we want to build up?
We can build up to it. How would you like to start?
I don't know. The Funamusa thing was like the thing I was interested in.
That
but
was
it
pretty
really is-
interesting. Did you want to talk about the black VTuber that was calling out that other VTuber over her hair?
The artist?
Yeah,
Palm,
that was an
Io,
interesting
and Palm.
situation.
The
She
what?
released a full
A
I
Google
don't know if you
Doc.
guys know about it, so we'll just start from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
There was
real
an
quick,
artist. Yep.
I'm gonna interject real quick. I decided to look on Restream on like all the platforms you can stream to, and LinkedIn is right on there.
Yes.
You can restream to it.
Yes, you
You
can. It
restream
is a
to LinkedIn.
direct link. It
That's
is
why.
I
supported.
have one slot I haven't used. That's the next one I'm going for.
Dang.
You gotta make a
Is there an
LinkedIn
audience there?
account.
We'll find out. Tell us.
Again, if
Report
you
back.
decide to do it, you
Fine,
cannot
but-
have a pre-stream for more than like a minute. So it's like one of those
Excellent.
things
I've been
where,
thinking about not even having them anymore, honestly.
Fair.
I mean, fair
Just
enough.
jumping right into it.
Yeah, some people just jump right into it. I only use it just so that my chat has time to get in there, but yeah. If you do it, you can't keep dead air for too long.
I have a massive ego. I can absolutely talk to myself for a minute straight.
Perfect. This is Ginny,
Oh,
yes.
She's back. She's back.
Huh? Who's back?
Your voice cut out.
It did?
Yeah, you were gone for a minute there.
Oh,
Yep.
I did not know that.
God
I
said
was
he had no
worried.
right.
Because you're the one that does the YouTube stream.
Are we still live?
Yes.
Yeah.
We were
It was
just
just
worried.
your audio.
But,
Alright,
is that all you had, Lemmy?
Yes.
Yeah, so we got this,
Oh, fuck, I forgot about my Tostitos.
go get
My fucking pizza rolls. I think I might have nuked them. Fuck.
Oh no! Not the
we'll wait for Jenny, chat. Because I don't know if Jenny knows about,
little Woomy.
this,
Yes.
this particular issue.
I'm back. They're just. I apparently didn't hit the go button. They're still cold.
Oh, thank God.
They've just been sitting there.
Yeah.
So there was a artist called Palm and a black VTuber called Kaio. And Kaio, for Black History Month, decided to make a post about how Palm had shafted them by not doing their hair right on their model. So they had to go to another artist to get the hair done
Oh,
right.
I have seen
You've
this.
seen this.
I think everybody
I
has
have
seen this.
Seen this.
So she tried to be like, people tried to say like, oh, well, they didn't mention each other. Palm didn't mention Kaio, but Kaio did, and Kaio didn't mention Palm. But Palm is credited on their thing, so when they say the person who did my model, it takes like literally 2 seconds to figure out who it was.
Mm-hmm.
So I think a lot of people have probably seen the art. I think Palm's art is genuinely better. She did like this kind of poofy braid looking thing.
Yeah.
And it seems like Kaio just doesn't understand how art works because she had like a lot of complaint with the way it was done behind the head and was like, that makes it look really lazy. And it's like, yeah, you're not going to see that.
Yeah.
It's literally behind the head. It's completely irrelevant to like what's going on.
Yeah. And so from what I understand, because I kind of followed it from its beginning to end, from what it seems, the Kaio person was like, oh, I don't like how this looks. And then they went to another artist to fix the hair after they received the model. And Palm was like, well, I'm kind of upset that you did that, but like, okay, whatever. And then this Kaio person was just like shitting on them about how they didn't fix the model. And the argument that I saw a lot of people would be like is, wait a minute, why did you accept this if you're saying it didn't
Yep.
look good? Because apparently, you know, Palm was like, oh, they didn't bring up a complaint until after everything was done, until after
Yep.
alterations would have been like impossible to make.
If memory serves, Palm actually shared like screenshots of her
They did.
saying, like, of her giving the thumbs up.
Yes,
Being
they
like,
did.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, the excuse she tried to make was that she did complain about the hair, but her complaint was, I want you to completely change the hair and start over from scratch. And Palm was like, I can do that, but you're gonna have to pay me because I have to start over from scratch.
Yeah. And then she
She
complained.
didn't want to do that.
And it's just like, yeah, like, the time, and because I have commissioned artists for many years, there is a lot of them follow a similar train of thought. When it gets to the sketch phase, you do not say okay and expect that it will look better once it's like actually hardlined and colored in.
Yeah.
You have to say, actually, can you change this to this? And I'm pretty good about communicating that. It's just like, if you don't speak up, then shut up.
My
Yeah.
favorite tweet that came afterwards was from Cozy, and I know Cozy doesn't like me if Cozy is watching on any of her streams. They did like their tweet about it, where they said like, this is an autistic's worst nightmare. You like literally just can't say what you want. You just are constantly hinting at it or being passive aggressive. Like, girl,
Exactly.
just say what you want her to do.
Exactly. No,
Yeah.
I agree. I agree.
Yeah.
As somebody with autism, I think that's why Cozy and I really vibe well with each other's. She talks about it a lot, and I talk about it a lot. But like, one thing that's like very pertinent, especially if like you don't know about the other person's temperament. If you're not, well, this should just be like a rule on the internet. Period. You have to be pretty black and white with what you want when you're talking to somebody, because not only can they not tell sometimes, like, I'm not supposed to be able to infer what you mean when you give vague hints. Like, we're not role-playing here. We're actually talking about a business transaction that exchanges currencies. You
Yeah.
have to be pretty straight across. That's how business works in real life. And if you can't do business transactions, you might want to be very careful how you move forward with your life, because it's very bad.
Yeah.
It's funny, like, I've had situations in the past, right, where, like, I've worked with, like, an artist or, like, a music producer, mainly a music producer, where it's, like, I've said straight up what I want, I've given examples, I've, like, recorded stuff, I'm like, I want it like this. And they just keep delivering something that isn't what I want, and there's a point where you just have to, like, cut your losses, accept whatever they give you, right? Because you don't want to keep wasting time, right? It's like, there's just something specific I want to get done. This person clearly just does not have the competence to understand what that is. So, I mean, fuck it, yeah, okay, yeah, it's good, I'll take it, and then you just don't use it.
Oh, I know exactly
Like,
what you mean.
I've done that before. I've yet to have to do that in, like, the VTuber space. But I've definitely done that before. But at that point, like, you're not gonna go back and complain about it. Like, you accepted the thing. You know, you made the executive decision of, like, oh, you know what, fuck it.
Yeah.
Right?
No, I agree.
Like, you're not gonna go back and be like, me.
I agree. I think in my experience, that's only happened when they don't speak English as a native language, or you're not speaking the language that is native, and then there can be barrier differences. I actually was working with an artist on something a long time ago, and they had an assistant that's like, I'm going to tell you exactly how to write this out so you get what you want. Because if you don't, the artist won't know how to get you what you want. I was like, oh, okay. And it was like a 3-page document outlining what I wanted. Basically writing the entire life story of the picture I wanted. So
I mean, that's like specific, but like if it works. No, I've worked with people that were just legitimately completely incompetent.
yeah, that does
and
exist.
It's like, yeah.
And I will say, because one of the big complaints was about her, going to another artist to get it done. For full transparency, I actually believe she's perfectly fine for doing that.
Yes.
I really hate this thing that artists are like, after I've sold you this and sold you all the rights to it, you still have to
still
obey this
partially own
list
it.
of rules.
Yeah,
I agree.
I don't
I
like
hate that
that.
as well.
It's like, no. And they're like, well, and then you have to like leave all these specific credits in your header on your Twitter so everybody knows that I own part of you. And it's
Yeah.
like, no, there's a reason that credits come at the end of the movie.
Exactly. No, I agree. I think that is a culture that has just been. I think it came from roleplay Twitter, honestly, because roleplay Twitter, which I used to be a part of, was very heavy on crediting the art. And if you didn't credit the art, some people would outright just not roleplay with you. And so I think that's a culture that just kind of developed into different parts of Twitter, where you had to put in your bio who did everything for you. And if you didn't do that, some people would just like blacklist you from ever talking to you. It was legit crazy. I feel like one day I need to talk about some of that, but I feel like that's a culture that partially came from there.
Sorry, I'm super distracted. Fucking Lumi's giving me the the like side eye, like
Bedroom eyes.
bedroom eyes. I'm just like Lumi. I don't know if your plan to turn me into a lolicon, but it's working. Thanks, off.
The tiny,
I don't know where you are on which screen because we have you on different positions.
the cute and funny lolly is looking at you.
You're just staring forward at everybody, you know.
Oh my god.
Oh man.
The
there was something I was
Lumicon.
gonna say, but I completely forgot. Fucking Lumi completely like took over my brain.
She's taking over the world, chat.
I'm just looking at my other screen. I'm not trying to convert anybody, at least not right now.
She's like, I'm not
That
hungry
comes
right
in the
now.
future.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, conversion therapy is the I've learned is the culmination of every ideology.
watch out for Lumicons.
Jesus created me, he's in my bio. Okay, you know what?
Oh man. Oh, I remember what I was gonna say. I was gonna say that's why I love like Rose's like 1.0 mama so much because like I'm pretty sure she doesn't like me. I'm pretty confident she does not like me. But I remember so I did a black hair version of my model. I did I had like a friend do like a recolor, just go into the files, completely recolor everything properly. Not the like VTube Studio thing, right? No one had a problem with this, right? The VTube Studio thing rolls around, and I start, you know, making Clown Rosa for fun, and like Grandpa Rosa and all these different things. And everyone's like, "Oh my god, no! You have to ask your mama." It's like, what? I've been using Goth Rosa for like months. No one's giving a shit. Why do I all of a sudden have to ask someone who does not own my character for the permission to do something with my character? Like, what? And so when I asked her, and she was like, "That's yours. I don't care. You can do whatever you want with it. It belongs to you." And I was like, "Okay, cool. That's what I thought." So you know, to this day, I still think she's base as fuck for that.
Yeah, I don't know where this, like, because like I understand where people want to make sure they get credited so people can find them later. I get that, 100% get that. However, I've just noticed like people are almost very hostile about like not giving credit or just like not putting it out in the open, and I don't understand it.
I've also seen people have rules where it's like, oh, if you have my art, you can't talk about these things. If you have like a model made with my art, and it's like, bitch, you're getting credited for the fucking art, not the fucking human being behind it. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
I agree. I am waiting.
Fucking...
I am waiting
I've tried to
for
explain to
a
people
lawsuit on
before,
that.
because I've like said it to multiple artists before. Your clients are not your portfolio. Your portfolio is your portfolio.
Yeah,
Stop
yeah.
asking your clients to represent you.
In a recent podcast episode, I kind of went off the rails a little bit, and I was like, artists, I need you guys to know something. That is that I think that most of you are fucking stupid, and you should stick to art. I love you, but you guys are dumb.
Oh, you're talking about my $1 million Twitter Blue idea that would get everybody to pay for Twitter Blue. To have an option to turn off somebody's tweets that don't include a picture.
What?
You could follow all the artists you wanted, and you would never see any of their normal tweets, only ones that included pictures of their art.
Oh my god, you're right. That would be fucking awesome.
It would too. It would. I would hunt. I mean, I already have Blue, but that would be absolutely amazing. I already turn, like, whenever I follow an artist, because I very seldomly do it on my main account, because I hate a lot of the opinions of artists, but I will turn off their retweets. The first thing I do, because like, I don't want to see whatever you're into, because chances are I don't like it. I don't care.
I sometimes keep them on because I'm like, well, this is a good way for me to see porn without having to follow porn.
I agree.
think that's one way to do it, yeah.
I agree. No.
But,
But yeah, that's
but
my $1 million Twitter Blue idea. I think that would
I
convince
fully
everybody to
agree.
pay for it.
I fully agree, yeah. I would pay for it again.
I thought about it because I follow this artist called Nort who just does like a comic about these two lesbians that are in a relationship together. And some of the shit he says, it's just like, bro, you're making a comic about lesbians, then half the time they're naked, and then you talk about how you don't like sexualizing gay relationships or whatever. Like, shut the fuck up.
That is okay. Wait a minute. That's the first time my brain stopped working for the night. That doesn't make no lick of sense.
And he tries to do this thing where it's like, well, no, because it's casual nudity, so it's not sexual. It's like, anybody who says that is lying through their teeth.
That's like the
artists are really good at using the left side of their brain, not so much at using the right side of their brain.
Yeah.
That's what I've learned about like people just kind of in general.
my headache just got worse hearing that.
You're welcome.
I hate that so much.
I live to make Oka's life worse.
You know that one meme where it's like what I want, like what you're doing right now, and it's like the pop cat like opening its mouth over and over again,
Yeah.
and then it's like what I want you to be doing is the pop cat with its mouth closed, like shut. That's me with artists, except I just want them to just draw, just do your job.
Just draw pretty things.
Just do your job. Just do your job.
Make me a pretty picture and shut up.
Just do
Yeah,
your
it's like-
job. Please don't talk about things you don't understand.
It's like
Please stop telling your you are. Can you imagine going to Walmart and the person at Walmart's like, "Hey, you have to buy this, otherwise you're not respecting the person that made it." It's like, I don't give a fuck about China. What the fuck are you talking about? Like that's how it feels. It's like they keep trying to like control their like consumer. It's like, fuck off.
no, I agree. 100% agree. It's one of those things where I would be interested to see a lawsuit where an artist tries to DMCA something and then somebody who is actually like rich enough or knows enough about the law sues that artist, and the artist is like, "Why are you suing me?" And it's just like, because you broke the fucking law. I don't know.
The one I'm waiting
Yeah.
for is for artists to finally learn that fan art is technically theft, legally speaking.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Right.
one that's always funny to watch.
Then they have to be faced with the fact of like, wait, I don't actually own all these pictures of Pikachu. Pokemon owns them.
I mean, okay. I know Sanrio has loves pulling down people's fan works and stuff off a shop. It's
Mhm.
one
Is
of
that
their
why the
favorite
Sanrio
pastimes.
people are like so unhinged?
Yes. They will literally go around to like Etsy or other sites that people host their like merch on,
Mm-hmm.
and they will personally take it down. That's why whenever I see VTubers that have like Sanrio assets and stuff drawn onto their models, or as like assets and everything, it's
Yeah,
like you're gonna get.
I've never understood people that put assets of things that they don't own on something that they claim to own. Like you're setting yourself up for failure. There's
Oh,
gonna come
yeah.
a time, right, somewhere down the road, where you're gonna make a lot of money, and whoever is pinned on your fucking shirt is gonna want a piece of that.
I agree.
Like,
Yeah.
Oh, well, it's just like
how
so.
dumb do you have to be?
It's just like so, because like for me, I feel like I did a pretty tasteful impression. So like on my jacket for my model, I have a couple of different pins, and one of them is actually a reference to Destiny. But you wouldn't know it because the pin is actually just a white circle with a small triangle in it. And that's supposed to represent the
Yeah.
traveler in the pyramid. But you wouldn't know
Yeah,
that,
yeah,
and it's
yeah.
so distinct that the only people that would know what that means are diehard Destiny fans.
Yeah, diehard fans. Yeah.
Uh,
My tattoo is a reference to the tattoo I have IRL.
Uh-huh.
Which is the Medusa from Soul Eater, like snake tattoo,
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
right? And so it's like obviously I'm not gonna put a fucking like someone else's character's like defining features onto myself,
Mm-hmm.
you know, where I could possibly open myself up to people being like, "Oh my god, is this a thing?"
No. No. No.
Leave me alone. And yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. Like the way I see people do things like that, where it's just like, you don't own that. You really, are you sure you want to fuck with that?
Well, what's funny is a lot of people, and I feel like I've covered my bases pretty well. A lot of
This is
people
not
joke.
Facts.
A lot of people joke about the Splatoon thing.
Lollydusa was better.
Huh?
Who?
Lollydusa.
Lollydusa.
No, I prefer the adult one, but that's just the difference in preferences there. God, I want her to step on me. Sorry. What were you saying?
Oh, I was saying, when it comes to like potential legal issues, like I know that like a lot of people joke about the Splatoon thing. However, I have like done really careful care to not have any hairstyle that is like any way similar to a Splatoon character. Like, my hairstyle is 100% like genuine and special. So that, like, if anybody wants to say anything, it's like, no, this hairstyle not only doesn't exist in the game, but it was handcrafted by my artist. So, and I feel like I am so legally distinct that there should be no issue, in my opinion.
Well, they'd have to like try and claim a general ownership over anthropomorphic octopuses, which would be very difficult to pull off.
It's like the Pokemon thing.
I hear about stuff like that. I'm always like, I always recall the Fine Bros trying to fucking
yes.
the word react.
Oh my gosh.
And it's just like, because I keep seeing it happen every now and again through the years. Where it's like a corporation's like really, it's like oh, everyone's like, oh my god, this person should just sue this person for this. It's like, I don't think they can. If they can, that's such a really bad precedent.
It's like, I don't think you want them to. Are you stupid?
Yeah, I really don't think you want them to, you fucking moron.
Yeah, it's like the whole power. Yeah.
Yeah, Power was one of the recent ones.
Huh?
Look at shooting the shit.
Oh dear. What'd you do? No, that's very different. That's very, very, very different. You see the bits in my mouth in the back.
Take the bangs of that one. I mean, not take the bangs. Take like the side of that one, and then use the bangs.
I guess maybe.
Of this one.
Maybe, but I don't think that that's like a good argument.
Yeah.
Again, I think that I would just go to the Power World argument where maybe you could say that a lot of the pals look a little bit distinct, but I feel like they are different enough to avoid issue.
The thing with Power World, right, so that people are like, oh my god, all these are like the same models, or like they look almost the same. It's like, or oh my god, like this character literally has the eyes and mouth of this other character. It's like, yes, but does Nintendo, does the Pokemon Company own that type of mouth? Because I remember drawing that type of mouth a lot when I was a kid. I didn't know how to draw mouths.
And the answer is absolutely not, because
no,
you would have.
And if they do, that's worrisome.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's like the entire and Mizu made this argument a lot. You would have to have issue with Digimon and a lot of the other different like pocket monster like games that are like that in order for it to actually be an issue.
Do they own literal sheep?
The big one I had an issue with was, and I even bring this up with artists sometimes, is at what point is it something that can be stolen?
Mm-hmm.
Because people kept bringing up the MALs, and I was like, okay, well, what about games that use like the Pokemon gameplay? Like the 6 battle teams of all the Pokemon on it, each one have 4 moves. Because that's actually very common in like Monster Battler games. Specifically only 4 moves. Specifically only teams of 6. Like it's really, those specific numbers are very common. Does Pokemon own that?
No. Absolutely not.
Those are actually way more specific than even some of like the design conventions of some of the Pokemon. And then you have to explain why don't they own that if they do own this other stuff.
I agree.
And nobody ever like has a very good answer for it. They're just like, oh well, you know, it's the reason.
You gotta love that people don't have an answer for something, and then they just start just not functioning anymore.
It's like the NPC where you tell an NPC something and then they suddenly have the angry brows and this frowny face, and it's just like, I'm sorry to break the illusion for you, but you're not gonna get what you want. The Fine Bros lost so much. Dude, you can graph the day that the Fine Bros went downhill is right after that. Like, everybody realized what they were trying to do is like, okay, fuck the Fine Bros. And then, like, years later, they had a whole bunch of their talents come out and say, yeah, the Fine Bros really kind of sucked to work with, and we're glad we don't work with them anymore.
Yeah, they a lot of goodwill just down the fucking trash instantaneously.
Yeah, it was
my
kind of crazy.
favorite part of that, like of all time, is they tried to sue a YouTube channel for like the React genre, and it turned out they were doing the specific React with the names and everything before the Fine Bros by like 3 years.
That's funny.
That is funny.
That is crazy. I can't believe that. That's so dumb. Excuse me.
But yeah, that's always my big thing with people is like you have to explain why something would be copyright protected, but why something else wouldn't.
And they never
Because
can.
people forget that it gets really specific when you get down to it. Like you can't just do anything. But nobody wants to admit that because then they might have to admit they're wrong.
People just don't understand like the way that like copyright law works and like the way that sort of stuff works. They just like they never think about like the logistics of like if it did work the way that you think it does. How many artists that you follow can no longer produce art?
Exactly.
Yeah.
All of the, you know what's funny? All of the artists that I saw defending Pokemon 2, and I was just like, I thought you liked making art and doing things. Are you sure that this is the route you want to? Is this the hill you really want to die on? Are you really sure about that? Okay.
Again, they're really, really good at drawing, not really good at thinking.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And that's why they don't have a lot of money, and how they have to,
No.
because they have to beg.
I really do.
Some of
My
them.
really big one was the people that were saying that knew that that's not how it worked, but were saying it should work that way. And I had to point out to them, like, okay, let's go with that. Are you really fine with every single major corporation having that power?
And obviously, the answer is no. No.
If you're gonna let people take stuff that's like that generic, okay, you're all getting sued by the House of Mouse. Trust me, they've got something that you've made before in their vault that they claim ownership over.
All the people that
And they
draw all
have
the
way
Disney
more money
characters.
than you.
Oh yeah.
Always wild to me.
I haven't seen a single video against Power World. I haven't either. It's mostly just Twitter astroturfing because that's all it is. It's just whiny,
I really
and
liked
thankfully
it.
it
It was a fun
stopped.
game.
And it's stopped now. And what's fun, I'm waiting to see all of the people that were whining about the AI stuff that was debunked, pretty much. I'm waiting to see them start playing. I'm like keeping up on a few people that I saw actively saying, "I will not touch this game." I'm waiting for them to see them play the game because it'll be
You wait for them to come around.
exactly. And then I'm just,
you.
and I'm not gonna say anything to them. I'm not gonna say anything to them because like I really just don't care. But I'm just gonna
Oh, yeah,
laugh at
just
One of
them.
those
Just
videos.
personal. Okay.
I'm just gonna laugh and say, "My gosh, what a retard."
They're gonna have one of those videos that's like Power World 3 years later. Was the hate justified?
Yeah. Oh man.
It's like you were one of the people doing the hate. I didn't
Man,
play
I
it
hope
because
they
I think
open
it
up.
looks ugly. See, that's a fair reason. If you don't like the graphics of it, don't play it.
Exactly. That's an
open up
okay
Twitter.
reason. Like if that's your reason, all right, fine. But if you want to do it because you want to shill for a game company that never makes anything for its fans anyway, I think you're pretty stupid. Okay, I think you're pretty stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really like how the devs responded to the morons who called Power World a dead game. How did they respond? I'm really curious.
Oh, so people were saying it today because the players dropped off really bad, and the devs just said it's okay for people to stop playing a game and taking a break.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
Dude, God, we were talking about it on the podcast yesterday. Like about like how the players dropped off, right? And it's like, yeah, that's kind of the way it is for like single player games or like especially games that are like in early access and they don't have all of the content that's supposed to be in them just yet.
Yeah.
And
Survival
another
games
big game
especially.
just came out.
Yeah, it's in early access, and so it's just like survival games specifically tend to have these cycles, these like content cycles, because they tend to be games that get continuously like Ark still exists.
Yeah.
People still play Ark, right?
No, I agree.
And so we were talking about this, and then I can't remember how it came to conversation, but we decided to go take a peek at the numbers for the fucking the Suicide Squad game, right?
Oh no.
The one that never took off.
Yeah, so Jazz was looking into the numbers for that, and I was mentioning how like I still have single player games that I go back and play, right? Like people were saying, Dad mentioned that people when Elden Ring, a few months after Elden Ring came out, people were saying that it was a dead game because people stopped playing it. Like, not every game is a constant, like take over your life.
No.
Game,
And they're not supposed to
right?
be. That's the thing. And the thing with
Yeah,
Power World is it is a game with a beginning and an end. And games with beginnings and ends are fine, and those are typically the ones that will start strong and then decline because they have an end, and
You're
once
done.
people play
You
them,
played
they're
it.
gonna stop.
Yeah, but some people do go and replay them, right? And so I was talking about how like I still go back and play Dark Souls 2. It's my favorite Dark Souls. I take any excuse to play it. And Jazz, just for shits and giggles, looked up what the like what the current like player base is for Dark Souls 2 on Steam,
Mm-hmm.
and it's bigger than Suicide Squad by like
Is
a
it-
mile.
Is it really?
This game's
Oh,
like
no.
10 years old, and it's so funny.
Well, that's just
This is
proof.
a 10-year-old single-player game,
That's just
right?
proof.
This is the least like this is the dark horse of the Souls games, right?
That's
And it's still outdoing
That's
fucking
great.
Suicide Squad by like a mile. It's
Well,
just so funny.
I mean, that's just
Very
proof that good
controversial
games get
opinion,
good.
I think Dark Souls 2 is the best one.
I agree. Yes, sir.
I need to play
Handshake.
it. I need to play 1, 2, and 3 still. Apparently they're on sale right now, so maybe I'll take advantage of it.
I get it.
Ooh. Ooh, time for me to buy it for people and force them to play it. Something I like to do sometimes is I like to like watch people play games that I love, so that I can basically enjoy. Only if it's their first time playing it, but so
Mhm.
I can enjoy basically the like
Struggle.
experience of playing it for the first time.
I know that
Right?
feeling.
Like vicariously through them.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Experiencing the dopamine again for the first time, but through somebody else's
Mhm.
eyes. No, I get it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I recently learned that playing the games one hand is a really good way to like get that experience again for yourself as well.
There's a lot of reasons somebody would play games one-handed, and that isn't generally one of them.
You know,
Are you going
honestly-
for a foot
honestly, I've never
gameplay
played-
next?
Oh,
I have never played Dark Souls 2 or 3 yet.
You have to, those are the best ones. You have to play them.
Well, I am a Bloodborne whore. And
That's
absolute
right.
I know that.
addict.
And that's actually, you know what, that's super valid. Bloodborne is like
Actually, in
like,
that case,
undenied
you might
now.
like Dark Souls 2 a bit more, because one of the big complaints was that it got a little quicker
mm-hmm.
than Dark
Yeah.
Souls 1, and that's why Dark Souls 3 ended up kind of being a mix of both.
I see.
Yeah.
People can
Uh,
complain, but a lot of the best parts of Dark Souls 3 came from Dark Souls 2. They just need to be refined and touched up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Yeah. Oh man, but God, I platinum Bloodborne right before I got into Dark Souls 2.
Mm-hmm.
A friend of mine was like, "Oh, you think you're hot shit? Go platinum this one." And I was like, "Okay."
And then you did.
And then I played the entire first half of the game in the Covenant of Champions by accident. Because I kind of like I just spammed X through like all of the fucking like dialogue. I was like, I don't care about any of this shit. I just want to go kill things. And my friend couldn't figure out for the longest time why we couldn't play together because he intended to play with me.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, "Yeah, I just can't join you because the servers are just having issues. Like we just can't play together." I got through half of the fucking game playing on like basically New Game Plus difficulty before I sent
That's
him a
funny.
screenshot because I'd gotten down to like 1 HP and lived. So I sent him a screenshot and the Covenant thing is right next to your health bar. And he was like, "You little shit." I was like, "What?" And they're like, "You piece of fucking shit." I was like, "What?"
You're playing on hard mode.
So they sent me the Covenant thing, and for anyone that doesn't know, the Covenant of Champions, what it does is that basically it makes it so that, first off, it makes your game New Game Plus difficulty with no actual benefits other than the fact that enemies don't despawn after a while,
Mm.
which they normally do. But it also doesn't allow you to play multiplayer like co-op.
Oh, I see.
And so he was very angry at me. He was like, "How long have you been there, like in this Covenant?" And I was like, "That's like a Covenant." I
That's
haven't joined
funny.
any Covenants.
Oh,
Plead the
that's
fifth,
really good.
sir.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know what the fuck this is. I just pressed X on a tree and I got it.
See, I never got to play Bloodborne, but I did get to feel... People like platinuming it did get to make me feel old, because my brother bought it day one and got platinum before that night was over.
What a fucking Giga Chan.
Wow.
Absolute Giga Chan.
And he sent me the picture of like his PlayStation thing, and I was like, God, you make me feel really old, because I genuinely don't think I could do that anymore.
Yeah, the closest I've ever gotten to doing that was when Sekiro came out.
Mhm.
That was in between my like last like official job and the one before that.
Mm.
And so I had all the time in the world and just kind of playing at my own pace. Like I had a friend who was like really gunning for like a really like early spot in like the platinum leaderboards. So he was playing like save scumming and all this stuff. And so he like save scummed like one of the endings so he can, doesn't have to do the whole game again. I just kind of playing it at my own pace, and I ended up getting like top 50 in the world to like platinum it. I platinumed it within 68 hours.
Jeez.
Yeah, I just breezed through the game, and I didn't save scum or anything. I ended up beating it before him, and he was like, how did you like grind all of? Because you have, like, one of the things you have to grind all of the like all of the abilities, which takes a lot of fucking points, right? And he was like,
Yeah.
how'd you grind that so fast? And I was like, I don't know, maybe because I'm in New Game +3 and not in New Game +2, you fucking retard. Like, it's a fucking rhythm game. The game is not hard to get through. Just fucking run through it.
Oh, that's amazing.
I'm gonna be honest, that's their one game I have not finished because I just didn't enjoy it as much.
That's valid. It's a different game. I really liked it. My main complaint with it is the fact that there isn't more of it. It's not a Souls game. Like, I've had people try to argue with me, like, oh, like the game is so much more complex. Like, motherfucker, it is as complex as fucking Osu. All right, like it is a fucking rhythm game. That's all it fucking is.
I don't say that. I can't play Osu anymore either. I used to be so good at it, and I tried to play it on easy the other day and got bodied.
Yeah, that
Oh,
happens. It's all the
man.
muscle memory.
Since we are on the topic of Souls games, did you guys hear that From Software is now the sole owner of the Elden Ring IP? Bandai
I did see that.
Namco, gave up their portion of the IP.
Yeah, I did see that.
Wow.
I don't know. I'm not sure if it's because they want to do more with the game that Bandai Namco was like, you know what, just you can do it, and all that, which may be the main reason why we haven't gotten the DLC yet.
Yeah.
I just don't understand why Bamco would give it up. It's very profitable.
Maybe,
But-
like, this is my boyfriend's theory on it, because Bandai Namco doesn't want to be known as, oh yeah, just the extension of From Software. They want to be,
Yeah.
I guess, have their own identity, you know?
Well, then they should probably work on their shit.
Yeah. Give us a fucking Code Vein 2 and make it better.
Dude,
Give me
I
Bloodborne remaster or a 60 FPS patch, please. I'm begging you.
But that
Code Vein
was just
actually
that was just
good.
Sony. Yeah, Code Vein was good. I just okay.
They needed to understand Code Vein could have been their Demon Souls, and that it
Yeah.
probably did do as well as you thought it would, but you just needed more time and you needed to expand on it.
Yep.
But instead, they just fucking dropped it and said, "Oh well."
so that was my first
Code Vein
Soulsborne.
was really, really good.
I haven't finished the game yet.
It has its issues, right? Like I have a hard time playing Souls likes that aren't by FromSoft because I'm a very like detail oriented person. There's a lot of detail stuff that always bothers me, right? Like I did the demo for like Lies of P and everyone was like, oh my god, this game is so good, don't you love it? And I was like, not really. The running animation is desynced with the running speed, and they were like, what do you mean? And I was like, well look. And they're like, I don't see it. I'm like, I see it. I can't unsee it.
I
Every
see
time I walk,
everything.
it bothers me. But like it's like little things like that will like bother me. And Code Vein had a lot of that little stuff. But
Oh,
something
yeah.
I remember it had more of that in earlier builds, and I remember they showcased the game a few months before the initial release. People talked about it.
Oh yeah, I have
And
pictures of it. I played it at Anime Expo.
Yeah. I remember they were like, hey, we got a lot of feedback. We decided we're gonna push the game back. And I was like, you know what? Massive respect for that. Like that's huge. Game devs don't really do that. It was just like, shut up. It's good. Play it. You know. But yeah, they were like, hey, we got some feedback on this. You know, we're gonna look into it. We're gonna change it. And like a lot of like the floatiness that the game had in like earlier builds is gone. Right. And I don't know, man. Like it's like you were saying, like that could have been their Demon Souls because it was a really good idea. There was a lot to it. It builds into the actual game lore-wise is in the same universe as the God Eater stuff.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
And so like there's a lot of like really cool stuff they could have done with that, right? Like going into like future games, or they could have done like prequels. There's so much they could have done with it. But alas, the game is nothing but a character creator for me.
It
I
is a
have
pretty
more
good character
games-
creator.
I have more hours on the Code Vein character creator than I do on Dark Souls 2.
Oh man,
And I don't mean on Code Vein in general. I mean specifically like I'm subtracting the like 70 hours that I have on like a save file from that.
Yeah.
I have I have like I think it's like close to like 2,000 hours on the Code Vein character creator.
Jeez. I will say,
Because you can make a lot of cool stuff with it.
Yeah.
One of my characters is a Gyaru with like leopard print, I found all the stuff you could make that.
Yes.
And I love her. She's amazing.
So I will say it
I
was.
haven't even added mods yet. I refuse to, because then it'll take over my life.
Oh dear. So I will say that Code Vein was my first Soulsborne, and everybody said that that was
Okay.
the worst idea for a very first Soulsborne. Because then I go from
disagree.
that
Yeah, I don't think it's a
into
bad idea.
Elden Ring, and then I jump from Elden Ring to Bloodborne, and I feel like I've gone in the wrong direction because I go from two good experiences.
You're gonna have a really hard time getting into like the
have.
older Dark Souls games.
I am expecting when I finally play Dark Souls 1, I'm gonna struggle a lot. Everybody's like
Yeah.
told me they're very excited for that day, and I'm like, well, I guess it'll happen eventually.
Man,
Yeah, I
when I
remember-
first played Dark Souls 1, I was at Blighttown, everyone's favorite part of the game.
Hmm.
And I was scared, I was dying a lot, and I'm like, you know what, I am going to summon somebody. And I had this really nice Japanese person just lead me around, bring me to all the nice stuff. Then they got hit by something, died, and I was just alone and scared in the middle of Blighttown.
No. Oh
that is a fucking war
no.
story.
I
I never
managed
had
to
issues
find
with
the
Blighttown.
bonfire though, so yay.
My first time playing, so I played Demon Souls like when that came out, and I was really young, and I could not figure out how to like I was dumb as a kid. I just could not figure out how the fuck RPGs worked. I couldn't. I got through the tutorial, couldn't figure out how the fuck to get out of the Nexus, quit the game. Dark Souls 1 came around, and I played that, and I didn't understand how leveling works. I don't know why I struggled so much with this, but I just didn't understand the premise of like, oh, just put more stats and get more, like, you know, get more stats. So
Mhm.
I only leveled, I got really lucky. I killed the first Black Knight, got the Black Knight sword from him. And then I leveled myself exactly enough to use it. Not a single point more. And then I played the rest of the game like that. And I had no problems with Blighttown. I got as far as I beat Ornstein and Smo, and then from there I just couldn't handle anything else.
Mm-hmm.
And so I quit the game. And then Bloodborne was basically like my my come to Jesus moment where I was just like, okay, I love games now. And then I went back and platinum Dark Souls 2. I platinum Dark Souls 3. Went back and platinum Dark Souls 1 when the remaster came out.
So I've always kind of had this opinion, right? Because this came up a lot when Altair Riza came out, because they made the game like more casuals, and the idea was to get more people into it.
Mm-hmm.
And I've always, because people always say, well, just start with like the newest one because it's easier, and then you can work backwards from there. But I've always wondered how well that actually ends up working for people, because they get so used to like the easier version that
Yep.
as they go back, they just don't enjoy it as much. And it also doesn't help that you're losing out on probably a lot of quality of life stuff or changes that got made because they just weren't very good ideas at the time.
Yeah, I remember I was watching someone that I was following on Twitch. They had just finished their like second or third playthrough of Elden Ring, and they were gonna play Dark Souls 3 for the first time. Elden Ring was their first Souls game. And I was like, oh, like you'll love it. It won't be too bad because the game is pretty fast paced. And they were going through the first area, and they were like, you lied to me. This game is super slow, and it's so clunky, I think is what they called it. And the idea of calling Dark Souls 3 clunky was mind-blowing to me, and that's when I realized, I was like, okay, there's an order to this. You
Yeah.
cannot start with the newer ones.
Yeah, no, I agree. I
Yeah.
think if you start with the newer ones, you're setting yourself up to fail. Which is why I'm so excited
Yeah.
to go play the old stuff.
If you ever need someone, just let me know.
You know what? That I might actually bring you on to talk while we do that, because I think those are games where having somebody to talk with while you suffer is a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
Did I ever
Yeah.
tell you the first NPC I ever killed? Really quickly, and then we'll move on. For Elden Ring, the first NPC I killed was the Rose guy, the guy that calls you maidenless. I was like, I wonder if I can kill him.
Masfare.
Yeah, I spent 2 hours killing him because I sucked so bad. And because you kill or attempt to kill an NPC, when you revive, they're still angry at you. So he would spawn camp me, and so half the time I was getting spawn camped, and the other time I was just like doing a bad job. It was great.
You
Yeah,
could have just
that-
started the game over.
That
Thought about
happened to
it.
me with the guy in Firelink Shrine when I first played Dark Souls 1.
Yeah.
When I was a kid. That happened to me with him. I kept spawning and getting murdered. I was like, I just wanna go home.
It was great.
I was one of those people because I'd played every Dark Souls before. I immediately went up to the Guardian Tree Sentinel or whatever, and I'm like, I'm gonna fight him until he's dead. And sat there for like 4 hours, and it's like, all right, I killed him, and I got a shield I can't wield. Let's go. This is real Dark Souls gaming.
Yes.
Yeah.
I need to do my second playthrough of Elden Ring because I am not sitting on that goddamn fucking throne in my first playthrough because I beat every single fucking boss on that playthrough and I'm just gonna go straight to the fucking see.
You need to get
You
the
gotta get that Dalacy.
yes. You gotta get the doll ending. You gotta get the pale moon.
I did.
Yeah.
I did. I married my wife. I just need to sit on the throne to move on to New Game Plus.
Yes.
Yeah, I have I think the character I'm doing, I'm saving for the DLCs and like New Game Plus 2, and I did the same thing. I just beat it like a couple times over, and then that was that.
Yeah.
I think my second playthrough, I'm gonna get the Frenzied Flame ending.
Okay, valid.
Everybody's favorite.
My
I
favorite.
haven't seen it yet, so I'm saving it. I'm saving for the surprise.
Mm.
The only
Okay.
thing people don't the Dung Eater ending.
Dung Eater. Oh, so,
Yeah.
okay. Here's the thing about Dung Eater. It's not an official ending. It's just kind of like an add-on to the normal ending. Because like there's 4 endings, and then the normal ending, which is just the Elden Ring, has sub endings that go along with it, and the Dung Eater ending is a sub ending of that.
I didn't know about the Dung Eater ending.
Like it's
Oh,
not an
well, the endings
achievement.
get
I don't
defined in my
think.
game. Yeah.
It's not an
That's definitely not one of
achievement. Yeah. Yeah. It's like not an achievement, but it's like one of the normal endings, which is why it doesn't really count.
them.
You just gotta kind of go through his like side quest and side with him.
His side quest is pretty
Mhm.
depressing. I mean, they're
Yeah,
all
he's kinda a
depressing.
shit person.
No, really.
Well, no, it's
Poor
funny
Dung.
because like everybody else is kind of either somewhat negative or kind of more middle of the road.
Hmm.
And then Dung Eater is just legitimately from the start like, you are the biggest piece of shit in this entire world. How did you manage that?
Yeah.
Pretty much. I would say that the worst ending though is the flame ending.
He eat a poo poo.
Frenzied Flame?
Yeah, Frenzied Flame, worst
I mean, it
ending.
depends on your perspective.
It does.
Yeah.
It
'Cause
does.
It's always debatable in Dark Souls, like, whether getting rid of or keeping the flame is a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, but I know I keep looping back to Bloodborne because I'm a slut for that game.
Yes.
What's your favorite Bloodborne ending?
I cannot
I never
answer.
played Bloodborne.
I'm trying to recall them. It's been a minute. I've been avoiding playing it because I have to do a one-handed playthrough of it.
Okay, it's either you
There's the moon presence, and then there's German killing you, and then there's you killing German, but no moon presence, so you just kind of take over the nightmare. Those 3, right?
Yeah, you
Is that it?
yeah, you let him kill you, you kill him, take his spot, or you get
Oh.
reborn into new Great One.
Yeah. Okay. So this depends on whether that day I'm feeling I just want to be a like celestial like body and get cuddled by a doll
Yeah.
fetish, or if that day I'm feeling I just want to be a geriatric and be taken care of fetish. So it's one or the other. And then
It depends on
occasionally-
how many.
Occasionally, if I'm really, really depressed, the German killing me ending might do it for me.
Well, you just gotta make sure that you consume the correct amount of umbilical cords.
Yeah, I think my favorite is definitely the geriatric ending. You just
Yeah.
take over, become the new German.
You just reminded me that FromSoft did experiment with the Dalacy before we got to Elden Ring. I
Yes.
completely
Yep.
forgot.
They
Yep,
did.
it's
That girl was a
recreation of
doll.
Lady Maria.
God, I love Lady Maria. She's my all-time favorite boss. She's so good.
The
She's
fight
so
is
good. I
so
love her.
good. The music is
I-
so good.
Every time that I fight her with friends, I'm like, okay, is this your first time fighting her? And they're like, no. And I'm like, alright, cool. You're gonna sit in the corner. Let me solo her.
It's like if we ever get a remake of Bloodborne, I want more body horror. I want to see Vicar Amelia turning into that fucking beast.
Same! God, she's so hot.
I know. And then I want to see Father Gascoigne turn into that fucking beast instead of just puffing up in a thing of smoke and be like, hey, look it's a dog. No, I want body horror.
Oh my
I agree.
goodness.
I think body horror would really do it.
Anyway.
You guys just want all the grisly details.
I mean,
Mhm.
Ludwig is already body horror enough, but like, that's the most we got. Okay, I'm done talking about
I'm gonna
Bloodborne
recall.
for now.
I don't think Ludwig is the most body horror we got. I'm gonna remind you that the One Reborn exists.
You know what? Fair. The One Reborn does exist. But that's just an amalgamation of body parts. Ludwig is an amalgamation of man and horse.
Wow.
Chat.
Voss is Voss is
Chat.
Oh
green.
yeah, Bosch would be into that.
Chat, you can't
Oh, I
really
was
get
gonna say, I
mad.
thought you were. I was about to say I thought he was a Mori fan.
Chat, you can't really get mad at spoilers. This game is old enough that, like, even I can't really get mad at spoilers because it's been long enough that you really
It's
you should just play it.
Bloodborne, guys.
Yeah, that and how much information do you really get from me saying the One Reborn and body horror?
Yeah.
What do you picture in your brain?
Also,
Exactly.
Gascoigne is pretty like early on.
Yeah.
Anyway, do you want to talk about Ninja now? It's been about an hour. And I feel
Yeah.
like, you know, we've got quite a few people in the chat right now. And I feel like they're all hungry for the drama.
The tea?
The hot tea.
Wait, okay, hold on. I am gonna get some water before we.
Alright, go right ahead. You do
Oh,
that.
I don't have to leave midway. Be right back.
Thirsty girl.
Thirsty snack. Finally? Yes. No, we just had to... Listen, chat, we had to... This is kind of like the pre-stream. We gotta let everybody filter in here. We got onto a
Oh man,
tangent.
I forgot Rune graduated today.
Oh, that's right, she
I'll miss
did.
Rune.
So
I'll
she's
miss her.
gone then. Unless
Yeah.
she does actually come back.
She said it's not the end. I'll look for her in the future. I'll miss Rune. She was my friend. She was my oomphy.
Wait, she said she's coming back in some way in the future?
I'm pretty sure she said that before.
Okay, she's
Yeah,
definitely
she said,
joining
this
an
isn't
org
goodbye,
then.
Look for me in the future. Look for me. Okay, you have to promise.
She's definitely coming back in some other way.
I think a lot of the cute and funny tubers have been abandoning their cute and funny models and coming back as something else.
I think she might have joined something.
Oh, I think
That's
so.
just
That's a possibility.
I don't think she can escape the cute and funny.
Hopefully
Plus,
she didn't
loves
join the
her cute and
yacht.
funny.
I don't know. Other people have been trying to do it. I feel like Alice is trying to do it.
Alice can't make up her mind for shit.
Yeah, she's been streaming on Pomf again.
I thought she said she quit.
No, I saw her on there the other day when somebody who had done a Pomp stream with me before asked me if I could go back and make sure it was deleted. Because it had
Mhm.
some private information in it.
Mm.
Nice.
And she was top on the site, obviously.
Confident she'll reincarnate. It's still sad. Well, yeah, well, obviously it's sad. She's a great... Any VTuber that's got enough controversy to be covered by Rev is a good one. And so it'll be sad that she's gone. But, we'll see her again. 110%. She's getting into Hololive. Hey, if that happens, absolutely mad love for that.
I will hunt her down myself and be like, "Where are you? Where's my little rat?"
Why
Mad
don't you
love.
share the fame with us?
I don't know. It might be too spicy for her to talk to.
No.
Look, I am not like a clout chaser. Like, if my friend is successful, I'm not expecting them to share that with me.
No.
But
I'm back.
if I had a friend that like
back.
hit the 100 billion lottery or like hit Hololive or something, I'd be like, "Hey, bro, you gonna help out your homie?" Like,
I would at at least be like, do you still want to be mutuals? Just follow me.
Just
at
follow
least,
me, please. We're friends, right? Please, we can still be friends.
I feel like there's a certain size where I'm still allowed to be a beggar. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I agree. Okay.
I don't know. I have the weirdest, like, so I have friends that have kind of like blown up, and I have like the weirdest time like trying to like reach out to them if they don't like talk to me regularly.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna assume this person's busy, because like I don't know, I never want to come across as like a beggar, I guess, or like, you know, and it's like a lot of people like I was like friends with like before, right? And then like they just kind of, you know, like you kind of notice like they don't reply as much as they used to or stuff like that, and it's just like, well, I'm just not gonna message them, I guess. If they want to do something, I guess like they'll let me know. But until then, I'm just gonna like I don't know. I don't like to bother people.
I mean, same. Because for the longest time, I'm like, man, I need to ask Rune again if she wants to play games.
Oh, I forgot about the things.
And then I'm just like, man, she's busy. She's popular. She's busy. I'll ask her some other time.
And now she's
then
gone.
I see her graduation. I'm like, shit.
And now she's gone.
But yeah, I feel like there's a certain size where your friend gets to there, you're allowed to ask and not be an asshole.
Yeah.
I think she went
guess,
to
I
Idol
don't know.
or Phase. If she went to Phase, you know what? I could see definitely Phase.
Yeah, I would think
Who?
Phase Connect.
Rune, the rap lolly VTuber,
Oh, yeah.
because she just graduated today.
Oh, damn, I didn't even know.
Yeah, I miss her already.
Anyone
I still
see
have her
the
mod playing.
4chan posts regarding Ilara? No, but maybe we should take a look at it, because we are definitely talking about that VTuber today.
It's
Then go to the
a
Niji
lot of
update channel.
schizo, but people believe it.
Yeah.
We can go over
What
it.
the fuck? White is actually talking about Nijisanji?
Yeah, Quite made a video about Ninja. This has been such a shitstorm, just shifting to this now. It's been such a shitstorm. All of the mainstream people, I know that Critical has made a video about it. Now Quite has made a video about it. There have been quite a few people that have just been like, look at this, let's laugh. And it's making me wonder how many of these people that never talk about VTubers are secretly a lot of VTuber enjoyers. It's really crazy. If she joined Phase, she'll debut in about 9 months. Oh, that's good to know.
Don't just take chat like at their word. You know our chat's a liar.
Well, that's Azahara. I have a feeling that because they clip
If I
Pippa,
was
they
to
know a
trust
little bit.
anyone, it'd be Azahara.
Yeah, they know a thing or two, I feel like. It's gone mainstream. Oh yeah, the Nijisanji stuff is way mainstream now. Which is why I feel like it's especially bad for them. Like, because once you crack out of the VTuber sphere, that's when it's actually bad. Or good, depending on what it is. Excuse me.
How long till Legal Eagle starts talking about it?
Fuck Legal. That guy's so fucking annoying.
Listen, I have almost come to the conclusion that all lawyer people on YouTube are just stupid. It used to be that I trusted one or two people, but now I'm almost down to all lawyers on YouTube are horrible people.
I trust that one guy that has the lazy eye.
Which one?
I have to look up his name again.
Oh, dude.
But...
People with lazy eyes never lie.
Yeah,
They're
there's a lawyer on YouTube who he wears an eye patch because he has a lazy eye and he's kind of self-conscious about it.
Yeah, people with like lazy eyes or like visual like defects, those people will never fucking lie to you. Never.
Because they know it's too hard to like get away with it. Like everybody already suspects them of something wrong.
It's like I already have enough like, you know, like self-hatred for like not hatred, but like self fuck, you said the word earlier. I suck at remembering words. But it's just like you know, like yeah, like self-consciousness over like, you know, things that are out of my control. I'm not gonna like you know, give myself more shit to fucking worry about by like lying to people. Like those people will always be the most genuine folks in the fucking world. I love them to death.
But yeah, he's pretty good. I'll have to send you him one day. He also doesn't get involved in like drama stuff.
Murray says that King Cobra JFS is very trustworthy, and I do have to agree that King Cobra, who also has a lazy eye, interesting individual. Do you know who he is, Rosa?
I don't know.
King Cobra. Okay, so
See,
he's a
we're telling
lolcow.
you, the lazy eye people are good.
King Cobra is a lolcow, who recently has been making his own beer and wine, and has been very unhealthy. He recently lost a bearded dragon that ran away from him. He's
That's
just,
unfortunate.
yeah, he's one of those more soft lolcows that everybody just kind of is okay
He
with.
didn't put it on his dick like Vaush.
Oh gosh.
What?
No, Vaush would have been okay. No, see, you don't understand. Vaush wants to be the horse, and he only wants to fuck girls. All right, he has said that directly.
So, this came out like with a lot of the Vaush stuff, is people just finding his old tweets, which by the way, we've all told people about before, and they all ignored it. But there was one in his Discord where he says, I put my gecko on my dick for a picture, and he licked my dick, mlem.
Oh, I didn't know about that one.
Vosh has a lot of really weird shit on his fucking Discord. Vosh is just a really strange human being.
Oh,
we were
it's
talking
so
about him yesterday
bad.
because I had Dev on the podcast, and he was saying how he thinks Vosh is legitimately like over.
Also, somebody in chat said it. No, it's not Nate the lawyer.
I think Nate the lawyer's okay.
But yeah, like people that have like birth defects or like some sort of like disability, physical disability, those people will almost always be like pretty reliable.
Oh, who was?
Yeah.
There was a lawyer that was that gave Nick Rekieta an F rating for his look at a case. Oh, what was his name? Hold on.
Bruce Rivers isn't too bad, but I also
Legal
don't know much about
Mindset.
him.
Legal Mindset gave Nick Rekieta an F rating for how bad he looked at the Gina Carano case. So, I think that guy's good because he gave Nick Rekieta an F rating.
When are they gonna let you like block somebody on YouTube so you don't see any of their videos anymore? So I can just like remove Legal Eagle from my feed
No. So the way
completely?
that it works is you tell YouTube to stop recommending the channel, and eventually they'll get the message.
I don't know. About
Eventually.
I mean, I've been trying to do that with false shit for months at this point, but he still keeps coming back like a bad case of fucking
that. Gonorrhea-syphilitis.
gonorrhea-syphilitis, yes.
Yes. But no.
Let me know if you remember who I'm talking about, chat. He's just a lawyer that has a lazy eye.
And it's
He's a very
definitely
upbeat guy.
it's definitely not the wet-brained false lawyer that is just sitting on his computer all day while his wife gets piped by his best friend.
God, that is so weird.
Hot.
While he's
Only
having sex with
hentai.
another man. Anyway, Nijisanji. They've
For those
been...
of you who don't know, this all started because of Celine.
Yes. This, so to kind of give a recap, because we talked about this last week, she put out a video, like, I think it was on Christmas Day that this happened. She puts out a music video that she paid $20,000 for.
A lot of fucking
And
money.
yes, and she paid all of the money for it. And she was given the go-ahead by the person who made the song that it was okay, and yet Nijisanji still took it down. And
So she got the go-ahead. It's important to say because there's a lot of people in the video, and Nijisanji tried to say that she did not get proper permissions.
yeah,
She got permissions from literally every single person in the video. The only people she did not have permission from was management. And we can talk about that, why that happened later.
Yes.
But there actually is an unironic reason why she didn't have permission from management
yes, it's
that we didn't
kind of
find out until
important.
recently.
Kind of important to talk about later, but yes.
Wait, so is this like the like confirmed reason, or is what like they said is the reason, or like, or what people like?
That's what management said was the reason, was they didn't get permission from them. And that might unironically be their reason based on information we now have as of like today and yesterday.
Pretty much,
Okay.
pretty much. But yeah.
I'm curious what it is, because I actually had a speculative reason, just from, like, experience, of why I think they didn't allow it, but I'll save it.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So, video gets taken down, and she kind of disappears from the internet. Nobody really knows what happens. And then, like, later down the line, you know, she comes back on her Doki Bird account, and is basically like, I'm gone, I will not be silenced. And, basically, Ninji fires her, basically saying, we're terminating her for a breach of contract and all this other random crap. And, you know, she comes on, she's like, hey, you know, this really sucks, but I would like to rebuild. I have lawyers taking care of things behind the scenes, but I would like to just move on from this. I want you guys to just, like, leave Ninji alone. I hope they leave me alone, and we'll let everything that needs to be sorted behind the scenes be sorted. And as of last week, we were kind of hoping that was it. At least in my personal opinion, I was just like, I hope this situation just stops, because I don't think it can get any worse. And then it did. And then it did.
So it's important to have the context moving forward that what happened was she sent legal documents to Nijisanji. I'm not 100% sure like what they were about, or exactly like if she's suing for something specific, how all that's working. But important context from her original thing is she claimed that there was one of the reasons she was leaving was there were bullies in Nijisanji.
Yes.
That were like kind of bullying her. Which came out with this newest issue, courtesy of Nijisanji, where they had 3 of their talents. It's unsure whether Nijisanji had them do it or whether they decided to do it on their own. I am tempted to believe Nijisanji forced them to do it.
Oh, I absolutely think this was them of their own free will.
There's also a possibility, given the other context we know, because they mention that they're talking about this because they were mentioned in the legal documents, and they only know that because Nijisanji leaked it to them, which they're not supposed to do, by the way. That's supposed to be privileged information. Lumi died.
Uh-oh.
Lumi's gone.
Oh no. Where'd she go?
This, so we'll keep going chat until Lumi gets back. But they weren't supposed to leak the legal documents to them, but they did. And the fact that they were mentioned in the legal documents and then did a stream talking about the fact they were mentioned means it's highly probable that they are the bullies that were mentioned by her earlier on.
Now, do we want to mention the names of these 3 people? Because these 3 people were already kind of suspected by a lot of people to be the bullies.
Well, one of them wasn't.
One of them wasn't? Okay, so...
It was... The suspected bullies were Alira, I believe.
Alira Pandora. Vox.
And Minnie.
Yes.
Those were the 2 major suspects, but then the stream also included Vox, who is a known shit stirrer, so I don't necessarily doubt that he was one of the bullies.
Isn't he also a Nepo baby?
Yes.
Yeah, so he's the Nepo baby.
He also only streams when he wants money for shit. He's open about it, too, with his fans.
What a fucking asshole.
Wait, he does what?
He's very open about how he only returns to streaming when he wants money to buy something.
What?
Yeah, so, I don't know, do you know much about him?
No, but
all that I know about him is that he once basically told people like oh, like I'm not your boyfriend or your husband or whatever the fuck, because like people were bullying some girl like he collabed with. His fans are bullying some girl he collabed with, and the next day he did a fucking like fucking you in the office.
Fucking is gone. There is an outage in the area
because
I
sneeze.
I'm on my phone right now.
Fun.
Okay. So I would say continue on without me. I think it's Nijisanji trying to take me out. My shit went out.
Niji Ninja's got her. Pray for her, chat.
No.
If you don't hear from me in the next 24 hours, assume that I've been taken to Japan.
They got the lolly mermaid. No.
But I will watch the stream from my phone and continue to chat.
Okay.
But as of right now, I'm out of commission.
Alright, sounds good. I can put a picture of you up.
I don't know what she was saying. He tried to do this thing where I'm like, I'm not your boyfriend, but he literally
Oh,
provides
yeah.
the boyfriend experience.
Yeah. So like the day after that, he did that like big statement, right, about like, oh, like you guys can't bully this person. I'm not your boyfriend. Blah 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 blah. The day after that, he does like a member stream where he's doing like he's your boss and you're like the secretary, and he's like doing workplace harassment to you, I guess. Like fucking RP, and it's just like, what?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He's weird because if there ever was somebody in VTubing that was a mean girl, it would be him, and he's not even a girl.
Yeah. She got to her
Yeah.
ass. No. No. I mean, it is up Vouch's alley, so maybe.
Man, but
Oh.
if memory serves, like Doki didn't even mention being like bullied until after Niji mentioned it.
So from what I remember, she just mentioned that she was like unhappy with the people there, and she felt bullied. But like that's why part of the reason why she wanted to leave on admirable terms, I guess you could say.
Yeah, she mentioned feeling bullied. She didn't say names. She didn't say when or anything like that. She was very vague about it. But she did mention being bullied.
And I
Yeah,
that was very
that
intentional.
Before or after
Before.
Niji was like, oh yes,
Yeah.
you know, she's suing us and all,
Yeah, it
like,
was
where she's
before.
terminated. It was before Oka.
Mm-hmm.
Which, I mean, it still doesn't say anything about like,
Yeah,
who did it. And so they all
yeah,
immediately just told on themselves.
Yeah, so when this whole thing comes out, like I think I listened to most of it. I'll be honest, so some of it was so cringe that I had to stop because they are really bad at
It's all scripted.
It is
It's
all
all
scripted, yes,
scripted.
but it like the entire thing is them saying, "Hey, that here is all of the messages that was sent between her and them. Here's some very private legal documents that technically shouldn't be shared to the public right now." And the thing that's like really bothering to me is like they're like, yeah, we were afraid that she was gonna dox us. All of this information is super sensitive, and we don't know why she would put it in there. But the problem is, none of that information was probably going to be given to the public anyway. I mean, here's the thing: if 4chan wants to know who you are, they're gonna figure out who you are. That's just a fact of life. But these people, like, literally put on a silver platter who was mentioned and have made it very easy for some people to figure out why they were mentioned. Because if you're mentioned in a lawsuit, oftentimes it's because you are a contributor to the claims that are going inside that lawsuit. So
Yeah.
I was really
They
smart
were
on their
hella
part.
stupid just for the stream on its face.
Really smart on their part, man.
Which is that's the only reason I'm not sure if Niji asked them to do it or not. I do think Niji wanted them to do it. So
Mhm.
that is one thing I will say. Because there was no reason for Niji to give them the information otherwise.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. The like the whole thing, right? So like I was talking about with someone on Twitter earlier today how like what I've gotten from all of this, right? Because like none of the actions that Niji has taken are good, right? From like a PR perspective.
Mm-hmm.
And so either they have a really bad PR team, or they have a play. They're doing this shit on purpose, and they're just
I
just
think
like,
they're just dumb.
you think so?
Well, because I
I can
said
see
this on
that.
Twitter when it was a VTuber called Aurora tried to say, like, no, Niji's actually really smart, and, like, we need to be careful because they're
Ugh.
playing 25D chess with everybody right now.
Yeah.
And I was like, no, they're not. They're idiots. In releasing these documents, they've probably broken multiple laws. They've, like, shot themselves in the foot 20 times over trying this. They've ruined their public perception. They've ruined their stock prices. Their investors are pulling out faster than my ex. And somebody was like, well, this will look good for the judge. No, this will look even worse for the judge. When they go to the judge, it's like, yeah, we shared opposition's legal paperwork with multiple people who didn't need to be involved.
Mm.
What judge is gonna look at that and says, yeah, that was a good idea?
Yeah.
I don't think they've made a single good decision, which makes me think that just in general the company is not very intelligent.
It's.
I mean, I can see that being the case.
It's very mind-boggling to me because, like, Cover itself, Hololive is no stranger to some controversy, but having the different look at it, both of them handle things very differently. And I would say that I don't understand why, like, Niji feels like they have to do everything that they're doing. Like, every single step they've taken has negatively affected them in the worst possible way. Even the CEO coming out and saying, yeah, we did a bad. We did a very big bad. Sorry, investors. We're sorry for saying this. Like, was a stupid, absolutely dumb idea. Even though, like, he probably had to do that for the investors, it still was a stupid idea for him to do that. Because it just shows that when the CEO has to come out and stand on stage, that is bad. Because the only thing that the CEO is supposed to do is to look bad and get fired when things are bad and appeal to the investors. If he is out on the battlefield, it is very, very bad.
Yeah.
Very bad. And I don't think that they recognize that.
Yeah, it makes them look not so great.
Niji doesn't seem to have a PR, at least on the EN side. JP seems to have one, and it's not a good one either. See, how many people complain about the Japanese side? Because I haven't really seen much of the Japanese side.
See, I'm confused with what Niji has. Because if you asked me, like, who do you think they have working for them in this? I would say, well, clearly they don't have a PR person or a lawyer on, like, retainer. Or they wouldn't have done any of this. But, like, certainly they have at least a lawyer.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, right? So
It would be career suicide if they didn't have at least a lawyer.
Yeah,
but then they
like,
make all these mistakes, so I don't understand.
It's fucking wild to me. It's genuinely wild to me. Like, even fucking Haven X, for all of it's like... Because we didn't have a fucking PR team or anything like that for Haven X, and... Like, even they were like, oh, this is a legal thing. We gotta go talk to a lawyer. So it's just like, okay, you have fun with that.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like... How dumb do you have to be to, like, make all these fucking, like, public statements? And, like, that's why it's just, like, part of me is like, dude, are they just, like, is there a reason for this? Is there something happening behind the scenes that we just don't know about? Because, like, this is just too stupid.
Most outrageous thing I can remember is the liver who got terminated over a baseball joke. So, look, guys, I will say I severely disagree with them doing that, but you have to understand how the Japanese people view baseball.
Yeah, baseball
They
is
view
like
baseball
football.
like Americans view football, except even more people are invested in it.
Yeah.
So her doing that genuinely cost them a bunch of sponsors and investors because of how big baseball is.
And what did she even say? That she didn't like baseball or something?
She cracked a joke about not understanding baseball, which I agree was a very mild joke, and the baseball people shouldn't have been mad about it.
Huh?
But it did make them mad, and it cost them a ton of investors.
Mm-hmm.
Because she was partnered directly with the Japan's version of the MLB.
Mm-hmm.
Like she had gotten a huge sponsorship off that. So even though it was like a joke, no, it was a joke. She kind of cracked a joke about not understanding baseball. I think she literally pulled the Japanese version of, oh yeah, you know, when you get the touchdown and the goal at the with the hockey puck. She did that kind of joke.
Yeah. It's like, for Japan, it's kind of sacred to them. A lot of things in Japan are a lot different
I didn't know
taken.
they had baseball. It's huge in Japan, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, I did. Like, Japan loves baseball so much. There's so many mangas that you can get just on baseball.
You know, don't make fun of the Japanese baseball, dude. They will come after you. Trust me.
Exactly. By the way, Japan, I like baseball too.
Look good. That's wild.
I considered playing baseball when I was a kid, so Japan, I love baseball.
Come sponsor us.
Exactly.
We know tons of stuff about the baseballs.
Exactly. I know the first base and the outfield. I know what it's like to hit it out of the park.
The first base is where they kiss. The outfield is where they have the orgies. Out of the park is when they get married, I think.
this is a complete side tangent, but I have to bring it up for chat because I still think it's funny. Is I learned the other day that the more overtimes you go into in hockey, the more hockey pucks they drop on the field.
Wait, really?
Yeah, and I think if you go into 5 overtimes in hockey, they have like 7 pucks on the field to try and get you guys to fucking score.
That's awesome.
And then if you go into it's 7 or 8 overtimes, nobody knows what you're supposed to do because it's in a red envelope that's been sealed since like the 60s.
That's fucking awesome.
The games have just been ended. Dude, if I played
I like
hockey,
the joke that I feel like they're gonna open the envelope and there's just gonna be a gun in it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking
it's
too.
like a picture of a gun. Dude, I personally would learn how to train in hockey long enough so that I could do that intentionally. That would be amazing.
You know,
Yeah.
one of the jokes is that they want hockey teams to collude together in order to intentionally go into 9 overtimes so we can open the envelope.
Oh,
yeah, I
man.
want that. I want that now. I hope
Yeah.
that happens within my lifetime. I don't even care about hockey. I'm just curious about what's in that envelope. My inner Luke Goblin is like, what is it? What is it?
There have been enough
No.
once in my lifetimes that have happened in my lifetime that I just feel like the last 2 decades have been nothing but solving the mysteries of the universe. and that's
this is
one of them. That is one of them. Anyway.
Man, I just found a fucking new reason to live. Jesus. I need to
Find
know.
out what's in the envelope.
I need to know. Thanks, hockey.
Kyo's
Here's my
now
impression.
graduating? Really?
What?
Who's graduating?
Kyos. Kios. Is that Kyo?
Who's that?
I have
I think
no
that's
idea.
One of the Niji people.
It might be.
Yeah, by the way, more Niji people are graduating, guys.
Yeah.
They are jumping off the sinking ship.
Ever since this started, a couple of livers have taken breaks. And one of the livers who has admittedly been very, because here's the thing, whenever Ninja does something, all of the livers have to come out and show their support. And by showing their support, they either make a post saying pay attention to this, which is what Vox did when the stream came out, or they just retweet it. One of the few livers that didn't do this was one named Scarlet, I believe. Her name is Scarlet. Huh?
It's like
I love
Scarl or something.
Scar. I don't know.
She's completely disappeared.
Yeah, she
I
is
think that's how you
also
pronounce it.
she has pulled a Selene basically and disappeared from the internet. And a lot of people are worried about her now too because she's
Well-
just no longer there.
So a source that seemed pretty credible mentioned that she's staying with her mom. Or
Oh
something
really?
Like that. Yeah.
okay,
and
that's
so,
good.
Yeah. So they were saying that they had a message basically between themselves and Scarlet, where they're basically saying how Scarlet's just she's with her mom, she's taking some time off.
Good.
Well,
I'm
and,
glad
she's
that-
okay.
I'm glad that's the
But
case.
has she streamed since? Because I think
No.
that message included some of the lines of "I'm gonna stream tomorrow."
No, so that was the thing. There was a stream yesterday. We were talking about it while we were streaming, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And about an hour and a half in, it was still on starting soon, and she just never showed up.
Yeah, pretty much. And the thing that was really bizarre is the when you have a starting soon on YouTube, and you know this, everybody can start commenting and filling the comments in
they
and
turn off the
talking and
comments.
stuff.
Well, she's live right now.
Is she live right now?
She's live right the fuck now.
Oh hell yeah! There we go. The mystery solved. Mystery solved,
There you
guys.
go.
She has
Wow,
streamed.
crazy.
Awesome.
She said she was in a stream.
Perfect. I'm glad we solved that mystery. I hope she's doing okay. But she was gone
Yeah,
for a
we
while
She was
too.
dead or anything. It's just she disappeared.
No, yeah, I didn't think that at all. I was more just like, nobody's seen her, so we don't know what happened to her. But I'm glad that this situation is good. But all of this to basically say, Ninja's been doing real bad lately.
She
I don't know how it can get worse. I literally don't.
Yeah, it is. We are unsure where down is from here.
Like,
I have a feeling that she did get punished, even if they're saying otherwise, just because she did that one comment, the Kurosanji comment, which then was unhearted by Niji presumably, and then after that she missed 2 streams in one day without saying
I remember
anything.
that. Yeah, she
Did they have
hearted a
AEG
comment.
comment?
And yeah, and then Yeah, because so what happened was basically on one of her streams, someone like commented Kurosanji, and she hearted it. And then after that, like they removed it, and then she was gone for the for the day. No one knew who the fuck she was. She never like privates the comment section of like her waiting rooms or anything like that.
No.
So like that was also new. She missed a member stream, as well, like before the regular stream as well.
Mm-hmm.
So she's saying she's fine, but I'm pretty confident.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty confident she got punished. Also, the members message, I didn't see whatever the members message was.
Mm-hmm.
But did it have the
I just-
Niji apostrophe in it?
Yeah, because whenever there's a Japanese apostrophe in there, it is probably not from her, is what people say. Can I bring
Did
up?
you see that, Jenny?
No, I don't know the context behind the Japanese apostrophe. I don't know the different
So-
apostrophe.
This was originally a 4chan schizo idea, where they noticed that on Celine's messages after she had supposedly left for health reasons, the apostrophes suddenly had a squiggle on them, which her apostrophes before then didn't. And they found out that if you change your language to Japanese, it just natively adds a squiggle to the apostrophes on your keyboard.
And Selena's Canadian, so she obviously wouldn't have a need for the Japanese keyboard. So the schizo post was, well, if that's the case, what if they're in her account making posts for her to avoid PR problems? Which it didn't help, by the way.
Yeah. Which then came out again after another one of their livers went missing, and their post started showing up with the Niji apostrophe too.
Yup. Murray
So
dying.
it's now like a
Okay.
calling card of Niji that when they take over a liver's account, it has an apostrophe with a squiggle on it.
Yep, pretty much.
Interesting.
Can we bring up the incident between her and Aster? I don't know what incident that is. You will have to elucidate us, Berserker.
Yeah, chat, you gotta keep in mind, we are kind of informed on the issues with Nijisanji. We're not informed on like all the random stuff going on with them.
Mm-hmm. Please get my boy on. Which boy? Who needs to be brought on? We'll consider it. We lost a member, so...
Oh, is it possible?
Depends, are they cute?
7 days later.
Yeah,
Yeah,
incident with her is a
I-
nothing burger? Oh, okay.
Can I put them in a maid dress? Are they gonna look cute?
Is that the Scarlet who they killed and replaced her with whoever that is?
Me, I want to explain the apostrophe thing. Oh, Murray wants to explain the apostrophe thing.
Explained it. I think I did pretty good.
Are we wrong,
Yeah.
Murray? Are we, are we actually schizo posting right now?
I think I remember seeing like a tweet or someone was saying how like the apostrophe thing is just like a PC to mobile thing. But even on mobile, like I don't know, like my apostrophe looks fine. It's got no
Okay.
squiggles.
Murray says we're wrong.
I think I'm right, and I'm gonna stick with it. I'm allowed my schizo post.
Murray, if you think we're wrong, Murray's gonna tip his fedora all over. Do we want to let him on so that he can explain it?
Enlighten me. Give me knowledge.
The difference between a schizo and someone with real concerns is 30 days.
You're not that wrong.
You know, like jet fuel and steel beams.
Yeah, and you know the the like belt fire from the fucking oh my god, my brain. Las Vegas shooter.
Get educated.
I fell into like a fucking like hole earlier today where I was like I felt sick and so I was just kind of like laying down and I guess since I was like playing Ready or Not,
Mm.
my fucking feed was feeding me a bunch of like military stuff and then randomly it was like, hey, look at this video from like the Las Vegas shooting. Doesn't that gun sound like a belt fire and not a fucking what was it? Something stock? I can't remember what the fuck it was. And I was like, yeah, that is true. And I started looking into fucking stuff on the Las Vegas shooting. I'm like, wow, I'm a conspiracy theorist now. Thanks.
So
Fun
like
stuff, yeah.
I like saying this just because it's like my one complaint is I always hate how conspiracy theories are suddenly a problem when people don't want you talking bad about the government anymore.
Mm-hmm.
It's like,
Yeah.
have you seen the stuff the government has done? Is it really that much of a conspiracy theory?
Yeah, I was looking at it and I was like, no, I totally believe this. The one about the concert today. Yeah, I saw that and I was like, bro, like, homeboy is not waffling. First off, it sounds like multiple fucking different guns. Second off, the main gun definitely sounds like a fucking belt, like yeah, like a fucking like ammo belt. Like there was no stopping on that. It's just too consistent to be a fucking bump stock.
I also saw one day
Sorry.
about a concert in 2017. Is that not the Vegas shooting?
Yeah, that is the Vegas shooting. Yeah.
I don't remember the year it was.
I think the gun sounded was from a MT49. Yeah, it sounds exactly like that.
I think most people by now are aware that it's extremely suspicious, but nobody wants to really talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
Which is wild to me, right? Like, how do you just be like, oh, guys, so we looked into it and we found evidence that doesn't align with any of the public knowledge or footage, and also we didn't find a motive. Hee hee. Under the rug it goes. Like, what?
I don't know if this is like a podcast thing, but I wonder if we can just bring on Jenny one day and just have conspiracy talk.
We can do that. I'm fine with that.
I
Give her
don't
like a
really
week in
do,
advance.
Like, conspiracies. That's not like a thing I do. I just kind of like I see things and I'm like, let me look into this thing because like this seems kind of sus. And I look
That's
into it, I'm like,
something you
wow,
do
that's
now.
totally sus.
Listen, based on the state you come from, I feel like you'd be perfect talking about it. I feel like it would fit very well.
I think it'd be fun. It doesn't have to be ones we believe in. It can just be ones that we think are fun.
Yeah, we're not monetized yet, so
I'd
it's
be
totally
down.
fine.
Conspiracy, that's a good name.
Conspiracy. Oh my gosh. Who came out
Our
with that?
conspiracy section.
Did you just make that up?
No, it's in chat.
Oh, who
Hex
said
Rabbit.
it? Who said
It's
that?
in Mizu's chat. Hex
Oh
Rabbit said
my
it.
gosh,
Conspiracy,
yes!
It's very good.
I love
Oh,
it.
man.
That's
Alright.
why we love you guys.
I'm gonna start lining the inside of my Please Be Patient, I'm Floridian hats with tinfoil.
You should have already been doing that. How can you call yourself a true Florida woman without it?
I don't know, I've never been like a conspiracy nut.
You gotta get a firearm and start
Sometimes
shooting,
conspiracies are just fun.
you gotta get a firearm and start shooting the tornadoes you see. I remember when I saw that. I saw that story. Just a man just like shooting the hurricane. It's just like, good try, buddy. Good try.
You know what?
Do you remember the Florida woman that was trying to shoot 5G towers?
Yes, I remember that because she believed that it would make her sick.
Bro,
Oh, so
I had a British friend who legitimately was all in on like the 5G thing
Mm-hmm.
because they were installing them where he lives,
Mm-hmm.
and the birds started dying, and he was like, it's real, the 5G's a problem, the government, they're in our brains, they're killing the birds.
They're making the frogs gay.
It was a fucking cold front in the air.
The fact
They
that
died of-
frogs gay is like a real phenomenon blew my mind.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you've heard Alex Jones saying about turning the frogs gay?
Yeah, everyone has.
So apparently there are actually well-established scientific studies that show that fluoride in the water turn frogs homosexual and make them swap genders in vitro.
I wonder if that's how my,
Holy shit.
I need to ask Kara about that because Kara was a frog.
Sorry, not fluoride. It's something that's been put into the water that
Artificial
Um,
estrogen, that makes sense.
Yeah.
and the government refuses to do anything because they keep passing the buck to the company that puts it in the water, and every time they do, the company that puts it in the water says, actually, our studies say it's fine. And it's like, yeah, of course your studies do. You're the one that make it.
We absolve ourselves of all wrongdoing. The meme song is hilarious. You know what? I'll
Doesn't
play.
get caught by contemporary water filtration systems.
I'll make that
industrial waste.
the secondary
wild.
outro song, chat.
That's wild.
I'll
I'll have
tweet
to
it
send
out.
you the video because a guy
So
actually
this is why
sat
we have
down
so many femboys these days.
Yeah. I was
Makes
gonna
sense.
send you the video because somebody actually went and messaged all the scientists that were looking into it, and they're like, "We're so fucking annoyed because our research is right, and the government just doesn't give a shit." And then they're like, and then Alex Jones turned us into a meme, and now everybody thinks we're lying, even though we're totally telling the truth.
Wait, he turned femboys into a meme?
No, the frog's gay thing. That's
Oh,
so funny.
yeah.
The experts should be forced to drink that water.
Oh,
Are we all
goodness.
forced to drink that water?
Yeah, I mean, I don't drink water. I only drink Mountain Dew.
You're the
That's
gamer femboy.
Yeah.
I drink Dasani.
See, that is a woman of culture. I had people chew me out for that on my meme.
That was
Did
Caro.
you see that meme of
For
like
what?
how the VTuber smells?
Yeah, and you put Dasani on there. Caro hates Dasani water.
Yeah,
Caro
I did like a
despises
bunch
that.
of water on mine, and one of them was Dasani, and I had multiple people message me and says, "What the fuck, you drink Dasani?"
No, yeah, like unironically, I don't know why with just Caro, but he says that Dasani water is like dog shit, and I'm like,
I
Yeah,
think it tastes good.
So okay. So here's my thoughts on water and Dasani specifically. So water in general, the cheaper the better. All right, the less I have to pay for fucking water, the better it is. And as for Dasani, I just like it because it reminds me of my childhood. It tastes like manguera. It tastes like it's coming out of the hose.
oh, hose water. See, so I'm taking a plumbing class right now, and I actually learned that like, for the most part, water that comes out of the hose is mostly okay because of the point-to-point contact of it. It's just sometimes you might get a spider on the end of it, which is why you might want to be careful.
I mean,
Well,
that's
that's
why
why
you
you
like
just
have
let
it
it
run
run
for a
for a
little bit.
minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, most hose water depend like
Same brain cell.
like because the way that water works is it comes in on a central line that is all clean, and it only leaves on the dirty line once it all leaves the house with the waste and all that stuff. So for the
What is
most
that one
part,
super itchy brand of water? It's called Liquid Death.
Liquid Death. I actually don't like their water very much.
basically
So-
Dr. Pepper.
Canned
Liquid
water doesn't taste good.
Chat, Liquid
Ew.
Death is not technically super edgy. Liquid Death is trying to cash in on teenagers that want to look like they're drinking beer. So they're actually just trying to like cash in on like this really boring
Hose
Zoomer
water.
market.
Yeah.
Also, I had somebody at my work buy Liquid Death, and I was like, "Hey, how's it taste?" And they're like, "It tastes like water in an aluminum can that I paid $5 for."
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it's not good. It's like,
Oh man, that reminds me. Like,
it's some of like the worst tasting water, just because like it's bland, right? Like it's just fucking water, and it's like well filtered water because of like where they get it from, right?
yeah.
But also it has like that like light tinge of aluminum every time you drink, and it's not from the water; it's just from the fact that you're putting your mouth to aluminum every time you're fucking drinking. And
Yeah.
so it's just like
Which is weird because like other sodas don't really feel like they have that aluminum taste.
well,
I
that's
feel like
'cause
they just
have
have
that
really
actual
shitty
fucking
cans.
taste.
Yeah, water doesn't have a taste.
You
That's
know?
the thing.
Yeah, it doesn't have a taste to mask any of that, right? Typically, and also like the aluminum tastes kind of like this is why I like Pepsi boys in chat. All right, the real ones, the best Pepsi's in a can, 100%. You don't drink Pepsi out of a bottle. That's for Coke.
See, I think
That's
this is where me and Jitty might disagree. I actually am at
Oh,
the point
no.
where I don't really like Pepsi and Mountain Dew anymore.
Oh, I've never
Mostly
liked
because
Mountain
I
Dew.
think Mellow Yellow is the superior citrusy drink.
I've never had Mellow Yellow,
Oh, it's so good.
so I can't really argue with you on that.
Fact
But
check true.
Recommend.
I also just generally don't like Mountain Dew, so I can't agree with you on that. It's just between Pepsi and Coke. I just prefer Pepsi, unless I'm mixing. I think so. The thing with like, this is my genuine thoughts on this. Because I don't hate either. I think Pepsi is a superior like standalone drink, while Coke is a better mixer because it's softer.
Fair. I don't know. Pepsi just makes my stomach hurt for some reason. I think there's
Lamau,
something in it.
I sense weakness. I think so. When I was in middle school, I had me and my best friend were obsessed with Pepsi. and they released a line of Pepsi back then that was called Pepsi Max, I think.
Oh god, that
can't
stuff
remember what
tastes so bad.
I can't remember what the fuck it was called, but we were so obsessed with Pepsi for no good reason, by the way, that we would just like buy boxes of this and drink it while we hang out. And that was all we would do for like a day. We were like, all right, is today a Pepsi day? I was like, yeah. We go to the store and get a box of Pepsi Max and have like 5 cans each like within like a day.
Damn.
We reminded you Dr.
I-
Perky is a thing? What the fuck is Dr. Perky?
That sounds like some
Dr.
off-brand
Perky?
Walmart crap.
I don't know, that sounds like a sex toy.
That does sound like a sex toy.
It is
Not
a
gonna
real
lie.
thing.
It's a real
There's raps about it. I'm so
brand of Dr.
confused.
Pepper.
Oh, it's the Coke brand that comes along with Mountain Lion. I never pay attention because I
Mountain
only...
Lion.
Yeah, you know what Mountain Lion is, right?
No.
No.
It's Walmart brand Mountain Dew, and it doesn't taste anything like Mountain Dew. It tastes like Sprite.
Okay.
Because they're fucking liars.
Dude, fuck yeah, I love Sprite.
Yeah, but they advertise it as Mountain Dew.
Okay, so speaking of Sprite, which restaurant gives the best Sprite? I'm gonna say McDonald's.
Bro, there is I don't know if you guys like whatever state you guys happen to be in. I don't know if you guys have ale house, but the ale house in my area, I don't know if they spike it or what, but that is the best fountain Sprite I've ever fucking had consistently.
Mm.
I just don't like Sprite.
That's valid.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's very boring. Also, chat, no, I'm not coming to Mexico. I might get real sugar, but I'm also gonna come away with Montezuma's Revenge, and I'm not about that life.
Okay, people like to talk about real Sprite. Do you wanna know the problem with real Sprite? It has become so commercialized that even that stuff isn't real anymore. I watched a video on that. Like, the quote-unquote cane sugar stuff is not, like, as real as they say they are anymore because it's become such a popular thing. It's been commercialized and you're just drinking real Sprite again.
If they tell you it's real sugar, so you go along with it.
Yeah. I think at this point it's a placebo effect for some people. I don't think it's actually real.
Are you talking about the whatchamacallit, the like Mexican Coke and Sprite?
Yes.
Like those?
Yes. It has become such a big thing that it's
Are they
not
allowed
real.
to lie on the side of the bottle?
Well, that's the thing. A lot of them don't even have to lie on the bottles anymore. They just have the name.
And you assume it
remember,
is.
they call it something different. They call it like everybody uses something different, zero, and stuff like that. So then they just change the ingredients back. Yeah, well, they'll change the ingredients back to normal, and then they'll just assume you don't read it.
Mm. So take a special look, chat. Next time you want that real shit, you gotta go actually down to Tijuana.
And hope you don't get sex trafficked.
Oh, don't worry. As long as you go with a friend, you won't. Just look hyper masculine and look like you want to hurt people, and typically those people will leave you alone.
Man, I don't have either of those features. Actually, I kind of have the second one, but people typically leave me alone.
McDonald's fountain soda tends to be better due to a combination of factors like unique syrup and water mixture, pre-chilled syrup, and the amount of ice being measured to work with the drink.
Montezuma's
That is actually
Revenge.
true. Fun fact, McDonald's has like first dibs on Coke's best shit.
Yeah.
Because of like a long-standing deal they've had with them for years.
This is very
That's
true.
cool.
Very, very true. Very, very true.
It's weird to learn like all this backdoor stuff with companies that you don't really think about. Like there's an actual reason the fucking ice cream machine never works.
Oh yeah,
Because
that was
have,
really
like, an
crazy.
exclusive deal with one company, and that one company doesn't give a shit.
That was really crazy to learn. So, yeah, and it's really sad because it really just hurts the local people that bought their McDonald's machine and they can't do a thing about it. Right to repair, chat. You should be for it.
Oh, always. Apple's always trying to ruin that, but so is John Deere, which is one I think a lot of people wouldn't expect.
Yeah, they don't. Well, when you learn about it, it makes a lot of sense that why they would want to. But you shouldn't be for it, regardless.
Yeah, always side with right to repair, chat.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, was there anything else on the Niji stuff that we wanted to talk about? Because, a lot of stuff has happened. Like, the CEO came out and made a video.
Which was funny.
Which was very funny.
What was the reason that they gave?
For her termination?
No, for the video.
Oh, right, Mizu, you were gonna get to that. I think you want to explain that.
Well, they mentioned at the start of it that it was specifically for the investors. So, for those of you who don't know, there's like I forgot to look up the name of it, but there's like a investment thing where like Wall Street and stuff talks about what companies are good or bad or what are safe bets to invest in. And Nijisanji actually came up in one of those, and they said, yeah, it's volatile as fuck, don't put any money into it. Which is what convinced the Niji head, like, I have to come out and say something. Because we are about to just get royally fucked.
We back to
no,
Niji just
I meant
because
the reasoning they gave for why they didn't want to put out Doki's video. Or, sorry,
her song.
Video. Her song.
Oh, so there's a ton of favoritism in Niji, and part of that comes from the fact that they don't have anybody in their American branch anymore that, like, actually speaks American and Japanese. This kind of came out partially in the lawsuit and partially in some of the information people have pieced together, but they actually communicate with their American talent using a few of the Japanese talent that happen to be somewhat bilingual.
That is...
They don't have any actual communication between them.
That is so retarded.
That's fucking wild.
What
so
the
Celine
fuck?
and all the American talent are required to do all their stuff by themselves because they physically cannot communicate with management. They have to communicate through certain members of talent, many of which do not like them.
Okay. And so...
This is why they're a black company.
And so, like, but, like, why didn't they let her put out the video, then? That she had all the permission that she needed?
Because they're very cliquey. They don't like her. Even though she's the most popular, since she doesn't speak Japanese, she is persona non grata as far as they're concerned.
She's pretty much the Gura
see.
of Ninji.
Yeah.
I see.
She was like their
Okay.
biggest one, but because she doesn't speak Japanese like they do, they look down on her.
I see.
Which is
Okay.
weird. Like, why are you making
so-
an EN branch if you
and
have that
so-
feeling about it?
So because of this, they just weren't gonna allow her to put out the thing that she put effort and time into.
Yeah, they just don't like her. It's bizarre.
Out. Yeah, checks out.
It's the reason they kicked out
Also-
Zion, because she speaks Japanese and they panicked. Really? I did not know that. It would not surprise me, though.
Yeah. They had certain people like Zion who were kind of on the side of the English ones, and they were slowly just fucking with them.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Okay. Well, knock on my door. BRB.
I don't think Gura... Well, no, obviously Gura did try to do that, but she is basically on the same level as Gura in terms of popularity for them.
Oka means like comparatively.
Yes. Like, if you want to
So
say...
Gura is the biggest talent in Hololive. Celine is kind of the biggest talent for Niji. Except Hololive treats Gura like a golden child, while Niji treats Celine like a redheaded stepchild that somehow
Exactly.
ended up as a neuroscientist, astronomer.
So Celine is to fucking Niji what I was to him and X.
Yeah, I guess you could say it like that.
You're the perfect child, but you're a redhead, so fuck you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Nobody
you're the
likes
stepchild.
redheads.
I was doing so well, but I was constantly arguing with the CEO. Like
Yeah,
to the
so-
point where he would. So normally the meetings would be with like him and like other members of management.
Mm-hmm.
He stopped including the rest of management in the meetings with me specifically to instead of do like one-on-one. Because every time that we had a meeting, I would make him look bad because he'd suggest a dumb idea. I'd explain why it's dumb and then give a better idea. and then all of management will be like, "Oh yeah, Rosa, yeah." And so he got
Oh,
sick
I
of
actually
it,
like
so
her idea more.
Yeah, he got sick of it, and so we don't only have like one-on-one meetings up until eventually I was like, fuck this.
That's funny. Oh goodness.
I just can't imagine ever being in like some of these positions where all these people just hate you for no reason.
Yeah, it's just like really bizarre. And
I mean, I'm kind of in that position, but
you're in it in a
You're
different
taking over
way.
the company. It could have happened.
nobody likes gingers, not even gingers.
Man, but
Fair, Hollywood is trying to get rid of them.
get rid of
That's
who?
not why I graduated, Hades. But it's part of the reason why I graduated from Haven X.
He was a contributor.
It's a pretty good reason.
Yeah.
Man.
Oy.
But hopefully, this is the last we have to see of it. Obviously, Ninji's not going to stop having issues. We're
definitely gonna see more.
We've all
I
got.
predict Niji's gonna explode.
We've all got
Yeah, I
like
think
different
so, too.
predictions. My belief is that at the very least, eventually the EN branch is going to close down because of all of this. Because the
Please let you keep your challenge. Did he? No, they didn't.
oh.
Wait, what?
No, they didn't. Haven X? They didn't let me keep my channel. I
Oh.
fully graduated as Rosa. What I did was, I changed the locks before I left so they couldn't delete anything. And
That's
then,
funny.
like, a month and change later, Lucid picked me up, and they had to buy the IP from, the old CEO.
That's funny.
No,
Yeah,
I would
no,
do
they-
some shit like that on my way out the door.
No, but just like.
Lucid let me keep my IP. I still love Lucid. They're great.
Mm-hmm. They seem like good
Pretty
people for the
cool.
most
Like, I
part.
don't think I'd ever sign up for an organization that wanted me to sign away my rights to something, unless it was like super huge and I couldn't resist it, like HoloLive.
Or it was a brand new model.
So in my case scenario, right? Like, I wasn't into VTubing. I wasn't into streaming or into content creation or anything like that. So basically, they were offering me like, hey, all you have to do is just voice act this character live. We'll pay you a percentage to do it, and we're paying for everything. Like, none of it was mine.
Fair.
Yeah, that makes
So
sense.
I didn't have any cards to play here. I didn't have like another persona. I could be like, no, I'm just gonna stay indie. It's like I didn't have anything.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, yeah, sure, why not? This all sounds fine to me. And then the months passed, and things happened, and I was like, hey, so June, so since I'm leaving, how much to get Rosa's IP? And he was like, 6K. No, I think at first he said like 4K or something like that, because the actual model cost 3K, and then like a little extra, and I was like, okay. I'll see if I can get that done in a few months. And then he was like, no, actually it's 6K. And I was like, that's a bit excessive. And then I argued with him and he bumped it up to like 13K.
Wow.
Just slowly increasing it.
But luckily Lucid CEO is very convincing. Got it down to I think 8K.
Oh, that's good.
How can a function like that don't have any English manager speak on the inside? So yeah, I think what's going to happen with Ninji is they're going to close at the very least the EN branch. With that much dysfunction that they have, there is absolutely no way I see it continuing down the line. I think all of the talent, like, because here's the part of the problem: regardless of whether or not all of the talents like were an issue, the brand of Ninji in the American culture is so badly tainted that they will never recover. Like, if you look at like how some YouTubers like have been horribly taken off the internet for less, and this is what's happening. So I don't imagine a scenario where they can recover, because so many people in the VTubing sphere are just like, we do not respect you. So many people are, so many companies are like, we will not work with Ninji anymore. They will have to take a look and say, okay, what works? the Japanese side works better than the American side. We're going to gut the American side because there is more salvageable on the Japanese side than there is on the American side. And then they're just going to get rid of all the other talents.
I can definitely see them doing that.
Yeah, and because I don't know how they recover exactly. Like, I don't think they can, to be honest. I think it's just kind of fucked.
I think the Japanese side, again, the only reason why I think the Japanese side will be okay is because I don't feel like this drama has specifically gotten to that end. Like, I feel like it's more contained in the English side, but I feel like the Japanese side will be fine because of that. Like, if it included Japanese talents to an extent, then I'd say they're definitely fucked. But...
yeah. But it is kind of rough, like, they've cut themselves out of an entire market by doing this, and
yes,
it's like, it kind of sucks for y'all.
It does.
My only question at this point is what happens to the rest of the talent, really?
They will probably be very upset. If I was them, I'd definitely be upset. You know who I'd be more upset with? All of the people that were bullying Selene, because if they just like got this all taken care of, none of this would have happened. None of this would have happened. At all.
I still like the fact that I predicted Niji blowing up.
How long ago did you predict it again?
So, I forget what it was, but one night I was driving home from work, and I just randomly tweeted, bad juju in the air tonight, something bad is gonna
That's
happen
right, I remember
in the next couple
that.
days.
I
And
remember
2 days later, Celine's graduation
Oh
announcement
man.
happened.
I remember when you messaged that to me. You're just like, Akko, I feel really bad about something. I'm like, please don't say that. Please don't say that. I don't want to feel like weird about something. And then that happens, like, oh, thank God, it has nothing to do with us.
Sometimes it happens, you know? Yeah, like that happens sometimes. You just get like the omens, you know?
I'm just impressed with myself because that is the only time in my entire life I've tweeted out I have a bad feeling about something.
And you have been right 100% of the time.
Boy.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Means that
still
a
batting 100.
premonition? Yeah. A deadly premonition. I need to play that game again.
This is why they ban you off of Twitter, because you're so right.
Just like Final Destination, less death, though. Isn't there like a new Final Destination coming out? I know there's a new Saw that happened.
I don't know. Oh, excuse me.
God, I could never watch Final Destination. I'm not like one of the gore flick people.
I haven't watched it yet. I can't find anywhere to watch it. I've been meaning to watch that since I was like a kid. I was like oh, like that movie sounds awesome. I'm gonna watch it. What's it on?
I love how
Final Destination?
Yeah, I just haven't watched it.
There's like 8 of them now.
Holy shit!
You got a lot to catch up on.
I love how
Fuck.
people in the
We're
comments.
on Saw 10.
Like, what the fuck? All these movies are multiplying while I'm not looking. Fucking rabbits.
I love how people in the comments are calling False Purple Keemstar when False is actually the most anti-Keemstar of all of the commentary VTubers, because
You know what? I'm fine calling him that though, because he probably hates it.
I mean, I would call him that too just because he hates it, but he's like the most non-Keemstar VTuber that reports news ever. It's actually kind of funny. Did you know that he blocked all of us?
I heard about this.
He blocked all of us.
Lumi, yeah.
Lumi especially, because she's very vocal about how she doesn't like him, and that's very fair because I don't really like him that much either. But like he blocked all of us. She took his screenshots from the Akio Air stuff, and I don't think he likes that we tell the news, and we're very unabashed of it. We're also very critical of the fact that he sucks Vshoujo's dick a lot. Because he does. Because he does. Sorry.
I mean, yeah, checks out.
Oh gosh.
Is that Adina? Who's Adina?
Adina.
What?
I have no idea. He's just a drama farmer? I mean, we're drama farmers, except we don't start the drama, we just report on it.
I wouldn't say we're drama farmers, because farmers are generally people trying to create it.
Yeah.
Like, that's why
Farmers,
people
they-
call
they
Teen Star
Out
one,
fields and stuff.
because he'll, like, constantly try and start shit with people.
Mm-hmm. He's a clout-chasing fool. Fouls? I could see it.
That's why False will never talk shit about VShojo. He thinks he has a chance. Which, I mean, to be fair, he probably does have a chance with fruit, but everybody has a chance with fruit.
Everybody has a chance with fruit, except our own
Fucking
husband.
whore.
God, that
People
reminds me.
someone I
That,
follow? You should
that
send me who
clip
they
shows
are.
up
so I can
every time
follow
I
them
raid
too.
somebody.
Huh?
Every time I raid somebody, that fucking clip of Oko pops up screaming, "Man,
my
you're
gosh.
a whore!"
I forgot about so whenever he does that clip from the podcast where I screamed, and I can't even remember who it is. I might have been talking about Arya, but I was just calling somebody a whore, and apparently people like that.
That's good.
Yeah, a lot of, because you probably know, a lot of VTubers have that thing where when you raid them, it shows like the raider's top clip or whatever. And mine is still that one of Oka screaming, "Ma'am, you're a whore!" But every time, like, that's popped up, and I've been, like, really afraid that the VTuber is gonna, like, take it super offensively, every single one of them laugh at it, they think it's funny.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. That's good. That's ideal.
Yeah, like,
Oh,
normally I have to
definitely.
wait till they see my Twitter to block me. I don't want them starting early.
Now they can't even do
I
that
always
for a
think
while.
about this sometimes when I interact with new like streamers that I've never met. I'm like, oh, this person's adorable. Oh, look at that, they're following me. Oh no, they're following me. Please don't follow me. Nah.
My favorite one was me and my friend double rated this person playing Terraria. And, like, we sat with them in stream for a solid hour being just, like, super nice to them and everything. As soon as their stream ended, they immediately went to Twitter and blocked me.
That's so funny.
Which is like, come on, I thought we had, like, you know, we had, like, a connection.
Yeah. I thought we made friends. Yeah, it happens to me a lot where like I'll check like a random post that and like I'll look in like the replies and I'll find like a random person who I've never in my life interacted with and they've blocked me and I'm like, oh, okay. Oh, I mean I don't know what I did to you, but yeah. Is what it is.
Controversial VTuber pipeline.
Are those water drop boobies?
What? Oh, yeah.
What? Oh yes,
They're my
they
That
are.
is so fucking smart.
Yeah.
That is so fucking smart.
As soon as VTube Studio went, like, on Steam and they opened up the Steam Workshop, I went through the Steam Workshop to see if I could find, like, some boobs as a meme, because my chat kept saying, "When Mizu boobs." And I found one called Booballoons. Also, you hit this button and they get bigger.
I need to look into there.
They
You're
are
about as big as me
fantastic.
now.
Yeah. I want to get them done as, like, an official toggle when I get another model.
Yeah.
Because one day I do
That's
want to get, like,
fucking
an upgrade.
great. That's fucking awesome. Holy shit. I didn't know that they had like community section already in the VTube Studio
Oh
stuff.
yeah.
Yeah, they have some fun stuff in there.
I need to go take a peek in there.
There is a lot of Nazi memorabilia in it. Or Nazi,
sweet.
I would say Nazi adjacent.
Sweet. Let's
Not
go.
so good to wear.
It'll be stuff like military hat, and it's like very
Yes!
clearly a black and red hat with like an
That's
iron cross
perfect.
on it.
That's fucking perfect.
Oh my goodness. How that gets away with still being on the Steam Workshop is amazing.
Well, Steam doesn't care. That's why I like them.
Yeah.
I
Right.
prefer for Steam not to care.
Oh, I prefer them not to care either. I'm just surprised.
I
that
can't
they-
remember which episode it was that we named the Gabe contingency because we all know that's like
Gabe.
when Gabe dies, it's all fucked.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
it's all fucked.
Because every time like some shit goes down at Steam, you have to wait a couple days until Gabe Newell comes out and he's like, "Hey guys, don't worry, I fixed all of it."
Yeah.
One day
Exactly.
he won't be there to fix it. And he's older than me, which is a scary thought. Gaming will die before I do. And that makes me
God.
sad.
Military uniform art.
I have that. I have.
You
There is
do.
there is art. There is art of me. I love Taco Bell chat. But I made a tweet saying that if I were to if Taco Bell were to start a regime and start executing anyone who didn't think Taco Bell was the best fast food place, I would join them as an officer. And someone drew me in
I remember that.
I'm not the Taco Bell outfit.
Let me hold on. Let me see if I can put it somewhere.
I
Where can I
remember
post
that.
Where can I post this?
That does sound unironically really funny.
Do we get a final meal? Yes, it's only it's a Taco Bell Gordita Crunch.
Where can I post this for you guys to see it?
Taco Nazis. You can just post it in general if you want.
In general?
Yeah, that's fine.
Bad dragon and good dragon. Actually, do we even have it on my computer? I might have to grab it from my phone.
There was a
Or
bunch of
you're
Mexican
me, you save a
food.
bunch of shit on your phone.
Huh?
Just
You
saving
usually
shit on your phone.
Yeah, I usually save stuff on my phone.
Same. I need to get better about saving it to the computer too.
Mm-hmm.
I have so many pieces of fan art where I need to post it, and I'm like, oh wait, I need to go get my phone and search for
Yup, it's
8
on my
billion
phone.
pictures.
Well, what I've started doing is I have a separate Discord account for Oogie Tech because it doesn't work when you have 2 computers. And so what I've done is that one's logged in, and I just text images to that, and that's kind of like my backup saved account. So that's what I do.
Alright. I have my phone.
Why is our chat so degenerate, Oka?
My boy,
You know
Rosita
what?
drew this. It's so good.
It's okay. They're here and they're dedicated. That's all that matters.
It's so good. Alright, posted it.
Does that say Live Moss?
Yes,
behind
it
you?
does.
It does! It's so good. It's so good. But,
I love how the medals are different packets of sauce.
Yeah, yeah. Helmsman, my community, made made the joke of yes, we kill them by forcing them to drink Führer sauce.
Taco supremacy. Here, Chad, I'm gonna show this off
But
for you.
a month or so after this, there was this whole thing where this VTuber who was good friends with people that I'm good friends with started fucking spreading around a list and accusing me and Jazz of being Nazis. And
Well, I
it's
mean,
so
you
funny.
are just about tacos.
Saying that a black man is a
Yeah.
Nazi is a very funny thing to say. That's like...
It's so funny. I said, not just a black man whose adoptive father is a Jew. A white Jew.
A black Jew is a Nazi. That's quite the pairing, internet.
What kind? Ashkenazi or
I don't
Khazar?
fucking know what particular breed of Jew his dad is, but his adoptive dad is a Jew, and he's black, but he is a Nazi, and I am a Nazi too. You know what I find really funny?
Yeah.
That so Mizu, I sent you a bunch of the assets, right, for my set.
Yes.
Among those is the chair. I didn't notice this till much later, but do you want to go look at the chair and just kind of zoom in at the top of it?
I feel like I'm gonna see something scary.
Top right or left of it?
Chat loves the art, by the way.
The Iron Cross on it.
Yeah.
No!
I did not ask for this. I did not ask for this. It's just on there, and I noticed months later.
It's like, oh. Oops.
I saw it and I was like, oh man, this probably isn't good for the
The optics.
Yeah, I was like, oh no.
Well, optics are ruined now.
This is not helping me with my Nazi allegations.
Well,
Okay,
you're already in
good
Florida.
company.
Don't you know
I
that
can
Florida?
already see people like zooming and being like, oh my god, look, Rosa's chair has Nazi signage. She's secretly a Nazi. It's right there all along. It's just like, what?
Well, don't you know
So-
that Florida is where the 10th Reich will rise, so you're already in the right place for it.
It's a good thing I pass off as white.
Happened to the girl that tried to cancel you? Did she try tank her VTubing career?
Which one? You're gonna have to
she
narrow it
literally-
down.
She literally fell off the face of the earth. Assuming she's talking about me.
Mhm.
She nuked everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who was
no
it?
one. I don't want to say names because like they're really close friends, like really close friends of mine. But
Are you sure about that?
well, they were. Emphasis on were. There was like one of my best friends, like straight up best friend, and she basically just threw their friendship in the trash. Over just her not being like willing to like disassociate with not just me, but disassociate with anyone who associates with me. Like there's like a chain to this. And
They
it's just,
created the
like,
doc too, didn't they?
Yeah. There, some. I think it's gone. I'm sure someone's archived it, but somewhere out there is like an hour and a half of this bitch just talking about me, and my ego has never been bigger.
Oh, I cannot wait for that to happen to us. It'll be so good.
How far
So
does the secret blacklist really go? Well, that's the thing. It wasn't a secret. They were just openly talking about it and like arguing with people about it. And basically everyone, even people that hated me, were like, "This is ridiculous."
Mhm.
So that's
Like, what are you doing?
probably a joke of like one of the news that was going on this week. Is there was supposedly a blacklist of certain VTubers that were supposed to be persona non grata, but nobody's shown the list yet.
No.
It came up because somebody was complaining that they were informed that they were on it. I want to see the list.
I wanna
and
see
wanna
it too.
know, like, who all has seen it before.
I want to see it.
I really
'cause
want to be on it.
I think that's one of the threads that we
Yeah.
have on that we have in the suggestions. Because one of the things that was really funny is all the people that started talking about it are all the people that you would think put people
have a
on that
list.
list.
Like, Simrai tweeted about it, Aurora tweeted about it, and I'm like, both of you probably have a list.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Aurora was
checks
one of
out.
the. Aurora's just like, these kinds of lists are childish, and it's just like, woman, the amount of stuff you talk about, you have no room to talk right now.
Exactly. And then Simrai, of course, on her alternate account talking about it. Which I had to explain to people that Bo Sheep is Simrai. Apparently not a lot of people knew that.
Uh huh.
I don't know who
Apparently she
either of
doesn't-
those are.
So Simrai, you actually probably do know. You just don't know the name. Because she was the girl that is like the demon mommy with the whip that got that extremely expensive VTuber animation done to advertise her debut.
Nope, doesn't ring a bell.
I'll have to send it to you later.
Yeah,
'cause-
you'll have to. Maybe I have seen it, but yeah, this does not ring a bell. It's like VTuber mommy whip.
Mm-hmm.
She's like a
I need to go
purple
back in the
demon. She has
catalog right
a-
now.
She's weird because she has like a demon like voice changer on, but
Oh
she's
my
a
fucking
generic
God.
but she's a generic British woman, and she talks with the most like deadpan tone you've ever heard of
That
in
makes
your
it
entire
funnier.
life. But then has like this demon overlay on her voice.
Lumi sent me a Supreme Leader hat asset in the Steam community.
Yeah, that's how they get away with it.
Thank
on
you,
Steam.
Luby.
They never like call it anything sus. They have like different little
I'm
names. for it.
absolutely putting that on.
That's
I've
awesome.
been like hardcore like playing into like the Nazi thing. It's just like, you know what, that's fine. At least I'm gonna call me.
This is gonna make it funnier. Pippa's
I
probably
know.
on it. If you're referring to the VTuber blacklist, if it exists, which I do believe it exists, yeah, I bet you Pippa's on it. Pippa's probably number
yeah.
one on that
100%.
list.
People call her a Nazi all the time.
Oh yeah, especially Vouch.
Yeah, I know people that have blacklisted like Pippa or stuff with Pippa. I know that I myself have been on like corporate blacklists. multiple
Really?
times. Yeah.
Which ones?
There was multiple corporations that wouldn't interact with me or any of the Lucid members simply because I was in Lucid.
Mm-hmm.
One of them even basically canceled like a major like deal. Like they didn't go through with it. That was like planned before I even got there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna say any names because I don't want to like
Fair enough.
start shit and then have people be like, oh my god, Rose is slandering us. I'm gonna sue, motherfucker. I'm broke.
Come and take it.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Dog, I'm about to fucking tell the IRS to come and fucking take it if they really want my money. My fucking 2 cents. But
You can come take my debt for me.
But yeah, there was a corporation that like had a pretty like major deal going, and it's funny to me because this is the same corporation that originally suggested to Lucid to nab me.
Really?
Mm-hmm. So it's very, very amusing. But also, if memory serves, after the like retard gate thing happened, I think Realcore also like was like, yeah, none of your talents can like interact with anyone from Lucid. Like that was a thing.
Mm-hmm. Retard gate.
But yeah, like I've been blacklisted by quite a few companies over the years.
That's so.
I kind of feel like I'm probably on some blacklists.
You might be, but
Probably.
I hope I am.
it just makes you hotter to some people.
Exactly.
God, I remember when that list was going around recently, like a bunch of the people in the community were like, "How come I'm not on it?" and started like reposting the list, but like with their name scribbled on it.
Wait, was there actually a written list?
Yes, there was a physical list. It was shown on stream. It was like it was made very public. Like they might even have screenshots. Ow, my fucking
Yeah, I'm curious. I didn't see
Finger.
this one go around.
None of us
But,
have a list, but I want to see
I know
it.
Lumi knew about it, but out of respect for like not really myself necessarily, but for like my friend, we kind of agreed to not talk about it. Like I didn't talk about it on our podcast either.
Mm.
Which is why I'm like avoiding like details, right? But it did happen, and yeah, there was a solid like hour and 40 minutes where someone went through like random tweets of mine.
Oh,
It was,
this
like,
isn't like the VTuber blacklist. This is just the other blacklist.
No, yeah. This
Okay,
isn't
fair
related.
enough.
This is just a blacklist that was made specifically for me, Jazz, and anyone that associates with us.
I see. Fair enough.
They called Rika my husband. It was very funny.
So I do think this is the one Lumi had mentioned to us and said that she had agreed not to talk about it. So I will tell you, in like full transparency, that if nothing else happened that week, I was going to talk about it because I genuinely don't believe we should be doing like a friends thing.
That's valid. That's super valid.
It's only because, I do believe that there is a downplaying that you can do for some people. The only reason why it was kind of like some people would get the idea that we can censor for people, and so there would obviously be a lot of cadence what we would give, but yeah.
Yeah, I just didn't want it to come off like, oh, well, we like Gina, so we decided to, you know, hide the story that was about them this week.
Yeah,
I mean, it wasn't like it was about me. But it was like I didn't care. But to me, like I wouldn't really care.
It was
like I didn't want to talk about it out of respect for the other person who was honestly the person most hurt by it.
Well, I think the reason why we didn't really even talk about it is because it was so bland what they were trying to do.
That
It was
too.
just like, are you starved for are you touch starved right now that you're gonna do this? You're not gonna get the attention you want.
Yeah, like
Excuse me.
pretty much nobody stuck with them, except for a few people that I was really close with that had already left for other reasons.
I'm touch starved.
Those people are fucking stupid. Fuck them.
I'm definitely touch starved, but I have no problem admitting that.
I'm gonna remain silent because I do have a problem admitting it.
It's okay, it's Singles Awareness Day. You're in a safe space here.
This is not my day, unfortunately, anymore. I used to claim this day. I can't no more.
But yeah, that was pretty much that. That's the only blacklist I think I've ever like publicly seen,
Mm-hmm.
aside from the ones that I like knew about like behind the scenes. Like for example, fucking Dave, what's his name? Fishman. Fishman doesn't like me.
I'll be honest, I
Fishman.
don't know who that is.
Sakana?
Not ringing a bell.
It's Face Connexia.
Oh, really?
Really?
Yep.
He...
So Okay, I did hear that he thinks I apologized and accepted it, to which my response is, I'm not apologizing. Fuck you, asshole.
Wait, what happened?
But the TLDR is I basically criticized the decision to delete all of what's her name? Was it Yuria? Yuri? The fucking cat girl that then turned into a bunny. I criticized. I was like, oh, like, you know, I'm sure there's valid reason for why she got suspended. I didn't question that. But I just said, like, it's really fucking shit. Like, when, you know, you fucking delete all of their fucking content. Like, this is a rare Niji L. Not Niji, a rare Phase L.
Phase L.
I think I called it. And he was pretty bummed about that. He was bummed enough to talk to my boss about it.
That's crazy.
So that was funny. And then, like, following that day, like, Pippa removed me as a friend on Discord. And
Really?
Also unfollowed me on Twitter.
Damn.
Which I thought was just like, well, okay. I mean, this is fine. I'll live.
I will definitely probably get in trouble
yeah.
one day if Pippa ever sees how much I mentioned that me and her talked on stream. Granted, we didn't even talk that much, but I feel like I'd probably get in trouble for bringing it up.
Yeah,
Pippa's an anomaly to me.
A whole lot either. She's always so busy, you know. She has cool people, but and I definitely get the vibe that wasn't like her. Like that was definitely like a fishman thing.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's the trouble I would get in because I've mentioned that she's told me before that she's on a leash with management.
Yeah, no, she is quite the anomaly. With knowing just the amount of shit stirring that she used to do or that she can do, it is quite amazing that like she's as calm as she is. But I have a feeling that if like for some whatever reason that leash gets removed, she's gonna be way more unhinged and it will be funny.
I think she would be way more popular with the leash removed.
Oh, I agree.
Honest.
I 100% think that the leash being on her is stifling the audience that she wants to grow. Because the audience that she wants to grow does not like seeing that leash. And I think that they think that it's actually a detriment to her.
Yeah, I don't understand why they like hired Pippa and then immediately put a leash on her.
Well, I think they didn't realize that it was going to get the way it was. Because, like, I don't think a lot of companies really understand the kind of community that she cultivated. And when they finally understood it, they're like, oh shit, we can't have you do this, I'm sorry.
I think that same thing happened like between like me and Lucid. Like Lucid had their big rule on like freedom of expression and like quote unquote radical freedom of expression.
There's no such thing. Oh my gosh, I hate it when people say that.
But they had that, well, that's the thing, they had a rule saying that was okay. Like, you're allowed to express whatever you want. The views of talent do not necessarily reflect, you know, the other talents or the company. Talents are, you know, allowed to, you know, do whatever they want. And out of respect for their individual identity, like, management will never
we got raided?
anything like that.
I'm so sorry. I noticed, guys. We were kind of in this...
Oh, it's Jazz!
Jazz raided you.
Jazz!
Thank you so much. Is that who Digital Soulspark is? Jazz?
Yes, yes.
Oh, thank you so much, Jazz. We much appreciate the raid.
Welcome, welcome.
On my end.
Ooh.
No, but yeah, I think
He says, not much.
an uncapped Pippa would be very interesting.
Like
I don't think they had much of a
days.
reason. How big was the talent pool for Gen 1? It's a good question. I think they're talking about Lucid.
Oh,
Wait, what?
How big was the
What
talent
question?
pool for Gen 1?
For Gen 1?
Were you in Gen 1?
fucking know. I wasn't even a fucking streamer. I didn't have my own gen. I got fucking like I got roped in. No, I don't want to say roped in. I got picked up like off season, you know.
You were like a hitchhiker.
Yeah, kinda. So I had just graduated from Haven Axe, which was like a straight up proper like full graduation. Like this person is gone. This person does not own their IP. Like gone.
Yeah.
Graduation, right? I watched. I hopped into the fucking the server on like a personal account just to watch my own like my own funeral. It was very surreal. But But yeah, I was going, and then I made Ginny, which is the character that I've been trying to fucking debut for the last like year and change.
Mm-hmm.
It's like year and a half feels like at this point. So Ginny was like the changeling persona that I was planning to eventually get Rosa back, and then have Rosa be like one of her changeling personas. But then Ginny would be like the main character, right? And so I started working on Ginny on my own. And then a friend of mine who was in Lucid basically told me like, hey, just so you know, management kind of wants to talk to you, blah, 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 blah. And the CEO of a different corpo had apparently, who was also close with the Lucid CEO, had apparently told all of them like, yeah, you should grab Rosa. And so I got picked up by them on the off season, just, you know, completely separately.
Right.
And yeah, I got Rosa back much sooner than I expected. Which was really, really cool. They helped, like, their CEO basically paid for it, like, up front, and then I kind of paid, like, my portion that I agreed to pay for,
Right.
after the fact. And, yeah, that was pretty much that. Like, there was no, I didn't audition. I've never once auditioned for a fucking, a VTubing corporation, but I've been in two.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's an anomaly, but still, it's a good one. I'd say they did pretty good. They helped you out.
Hey. I'm glad.
I'm always interested to see how
I
people.
don't think I belong here, but people seem to like the content, so fuck it. I guess people.
Oh,
That's kinda
I
how
think
I feel
myself
sometimes.
exactly the same way.
Oy.
I don't know.
I think we all understand we're controversial.
Oh yeah, I agree. I mean,
Well, I wasn't always controversial, and then like I was talking about jazz. Like I've never really cared about any of this stuff, and then they keep shoving it down my throat. Of course, I'm gonna fucking talk about it.
well, that's the thing that's like really that's basically how it works. Is a lot of people don't give a shit when it comes to politics, when it comes to social issues. A lot of people don't care because all they want to do is they want to get up, they want to live, they want to chill, they want to go to bed, and they want today like yesterday and tomorrow to be like today. What tends to happen is you are pushed into a corner and you're like, all right, if you want a monster, I will give you a monster. And that is what happens. That is
exactly what happens.
that is how people morph. I feel like, you know,
I've always told people like J.K. Rowling.
yeah,
J.K. Rowling wasn't always a fucking, you know, like she wasn't always like anti-trans.
no, she wasn't.
The trans community just fucking asked for too much out of her.
Oh, I agree. I 100%
Like she's
agree.
a feminist. What'd you expect her to do? Just kind of let you guys sit there and talk your fucking misogynistic garbage? Like
Mhm.
fuck off.
No, I agree. It's just one of those things where normal people, because I would consider all of us pretty like you know standard people. The way we live our lives, we do our things. We all have the
Yeah.
stuff that we've got going on, and it's how people have pushed us that have made us become outspoken in the way we are. And I think that is a reaction to just you're not leaving me alone, so I'm just going to complain about how you're not leaving me alone in the hopes that you'd
Yeah.
leave me alone. I don't know. That's just
Like,
how I've always seen it.
You could have lived your life, and then you fucking you just kept poking the dragon. What do you think was gonna happen?
Exactly.
Not everyone's a fucking pushover that's just gonna be like, oh, okay,
Jake-
sure, I'll let you do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Like, no, some people are a little bit harder than that. They're gonna tell you to go fuck yourself.
JK was pretty much
Exactly.
pro-trans. Yeah, she was. I mean, a lot of
Yeah, she
people,
was.
a lot of people tend to forget this. She quote unquote changed a lot in her books before people started railing on her. She made Hermione black, which I don't know if you can. It was pretty funny, but she tried to claim retroactively that she was always black, which there were multiple lines in her book that said that she was pretty fair and white and redheaded. But
Like, JK was extremely on the fucking left. Like, she was very, very lefty.
oh yeah.
We got a hype
She's always,
train.
Oh,
she's
congrats.
Look at
always
us
been
go.
pro. Nice. She's always been like you know, like pro trans, pro this, pro that, pro LGBT, pro black, etc. She's always been very, very on the left. But like, everyone has a fucking snapping point,
Oh yeah. Everybody does.
and you like, at her fucking core, above everything else, is that she was a feminist. The second that she'll respect you, but the second that you passed her boundary, yeah, you pushed her into becoming, you know, an enemy.
Mm-hmm.
and it's just purity spiraling on the left. Like the extreme left just keeps continuously like purity spiraling into a fucking oblivion.
It does.
And so that's why I was left left behind, right? Like by the left. So prevalent. Like we were talking about it on the podcast yesterday with Dev. But it's all just purity spiraling, just constant.
Well, I think I talked about this with my mom because my mom is a first wave feminist. She's pretty, and not like the new age feminist, but she's very old school. And she said it was not until 2019 where she was very far left. She even thought some of what I said was sometimes like crazy. And I have my own story, but like she told me that everything really changed when the world shut down, and she realized just how crazy people were acting. And she's like, I'm not right or left or anything. I just want to see humanity in people, and the left is not giving me humanity at all. And I can't vote that way anymore. That was the first time she told me I have to vote because I'm terrified of what the other side's gonna do. Because she only would vote with her principles, and she told me that she was afraid to vote because she only wanted to vote to get the other guy out because she was afraid of what the other guy would do. That was the first time that ever happened to her. So the way that the left is going right now is driving out people that do actually care for humanity, that do actually care about all these things, and they're just realizing, I can't do this anymore. I can't be on your side because your side is not my side anymore. You left me behind.
Yeah.
So it's very interesting.
It's that constant like purity spiraling into fucking oblivion where they're just like, they constantly want you to be more and more progressive, and everyone has a limit, right?
Yeah.
Which is why I mentioned yesterday on the podcast, like I think we hit the peak of the pendulum last year.
Yes,
and now
I
the
agree.
pendulum's starting to kind of come back around.
I think it was swinging before last year. So my personal belief is the pendulum hit its apex in 2019. And it was very slow, but it started swinging after that. Because in 2019, world shut down, everybody realized, wait a minute, the government can basically shut down my life, and I can't really do a damn thing about it. And people started to just reject that. And as time has moved on, people are rejecting it more and more and more. 2023 was really the biggest leap I've ever seen of it. And even though it still feels, I think a lot of people tell me they're still very, I guess, doomered about how things go. But I think from now on, things are going to be swinging so much harder to the other side that the other side's going to become annoying eventually. But that's going to be a little bit slower, I feel like.
Absolutely. Exactly what I was telling Dev. I was telling Dev in like 10 to 20 years. Where right now I'm being called a Nazi, in 10 to 20 years I'm gonna be called a fucking like extreme lefty communist by the far right.
You probably will,
because that's just the way it is, right?
His life.
His life, exactly. Speaking of the right being stupid,
tis the fate of myself, a enlightened centrist.
Yeah, you can't be in the middle, unfortunately.
That so much.
Huh?
The curse of enlightenment.
I hate the enlightened centrist position. I make fun of people all the time for the enlightened centrist position.
Yeah. Nah, I do agree that we're already kind of seeing that with some of the right, because you have people like Brittany Venti talking about lolicon, and it's just like...
She's done that a lot, though.
No, it's not, it's not been a lot, but it's just like... I feel like...
Brittany Venti's mad that nobody likes her because she's a fucking slob that's disgusting.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Like, y'all know the deep law on that, right?
You don't know who Okay, so Brittany Venti, I think she used to be left-leaning, and then she swung very far to the right. Chat, please correct me if I'm wrong. But she was, like, left-leaning, swung very far to the right, became a quote-unquote tradcath to try and they're all grifters. Like, the thing that people have to understand, when all these people, especially all the ones talking about the lolicon stuff now, all of them are grifters. Every single one of them, that are trying to talk about lolicon, every single one of them are grifting in some way. She's a chameleon. Yeah, she is a chameleon.
Anybody that like changes their fucking like values over and over again to match the fucking flow of the
Oh,
world.
you guys aren't thinking of chameleon. You're thinking of skinwalker.
Skinwalker, that works too.
No, skinwalker is a specific, like, actual term used for girls that change their affiliation based on, like, their boyfriend.
Mm-hmm.
It's what people often call shuanhe.
Quartering's an open grifter. A quartering is a whiny baby, in my opinion. That likes to sell coffee. But
Does he sell
like,
coffee? What?
yeah, quartering
A
sells
whiny
coffee now.
baby that likes to sell coffee?
Yeah.
Sakana, is that you?
No, the quartering started selling coffee. And he likes to talk about it all the time. He's like, I sell coffee because YouTube is unsustainable, and one day it could all be ripped up. So you guys need to buy my coffee so that I could keep, you know, making this stuff for all of you. And it's just like, I understand that, but he is just, he goes too far.
Why is it always coffee? I remember
There's a lot of coffee
fucking-
companies popping up
Yeah.
lately.
Some
No.
like Destiny YouTubers I used to follow like way back in the day, like they also like opened up like a coffee thing.
It's a simple thing to
I can't remember
market.
their names.
It's very
Following
simple.
Destiny. Lol.
Oh, Destiny is another weird one.
Oh, I meant Destiny the game, not
Oh, okay.
not the person. Yeah.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Yeah, Destiny YouTubers, as in like Destiny the game YouTubers. One of them was Broman, the other one's something else. But they started a coffee company called King's Coast Coffee. I
Mhm.
can't forget the name because I still get fucking emails from them. Still.
Don't you love it when, like, the fucking companies continuously email you years later and you're like, please leave me the fuck alone?
YouTube money is garbage.
Yeah,
I disagree.
I tried their coffee for, I can't remember what it was. It was like some like event. I think I tried it for, I just wanted to try it because I was gonna go to Guardian Con that year. And so I was like, oh, like if I beat them, I have to tell them whether or not their coffee sucks. As a Cuban, it is my duty. And so I tried their coffee, and I have been getting emails from fucking King's Coast Coffee since then.
Is coffee like a Cuban thing?
Huh?
I'm behind on my stereotypes.
Cuban coffee is notoriously like cocaine.
Mizu, I think you're missing
Everything,
out.
though.
No, so
You could have been like Cuban cereal, Cuban like play toys, Cuban gum.
No. So Cuban coffee is extremely high concentration. It's made using a mocha pot, the same way that the Italians do. We basically stole the recipe and then used like less water, so it's even more concentrated. And ta-da! Extremely fucking strong coffee.
Interesting. No, but like,
Fuck Destiny in the game. Agreed. Fuck that game.
they've made a lot of
I'm not
changes that
doing it
people
again.
like.
Irish. Nope. Nope.
The recent twab is apparently a lot of people like it.
Nope.
No,
I'm not
people are
convinced.
coping because every
am not
time a new
coming back.
Destiny update comes out, people are like, "Oh, this is so good" for like a day,
Yup.
and then 2
The
days later
ex-wife
they're
cannot
like,
convince me again. I am done. I have bought.
Oh, I will
Here-
not convince you. I promise.
Here goes the rant again. I ranted about this with Occo on
You
their
did.
podcast when I was there for like an hour, but like I've bought every single DLC up until this point. The last one, yeah, I'm good.
You're totally
I'm
fine.
done.
I'll just
I'm
tell you.
completely done.
I'll just tell you how good the final shape is. I'll give you the
Okay.
the tilder.
the Toldar.
Yes.
Spoiler alert, it's terrible, like all of Destiny. Stop playing this game. It was never good.
That's a lie. Vanilla was great.
You all got
Vanilla
debated.
Vanilla and the very first DLC were really good.
I'm telling you, that's like the battered ex-wife and you talking. I promise,
No!
like at the start, he was a good guy, I swear.
She was great when I met her, and then she started doing fucking heroin, you know? She
I'm
kept
telling
saying
you,
that she'd come clean, but she keeps, you know, she just keeps going back.
I'm telling you, the red flags were always there. You just didn't want to see it.
No, that game was fucking great on release. It
I
was
think-
so good.
I think that's a red flag. I don't want to get stabbed.
That game was so fucking good on release.
That's what I hear. Streamers ruin Destiny? I agree. Here's the thing, streamers ruin a lot of
It was
video
great until
games.
she got upset. I didn't want to go to the swingers party.
No, but just like I don't know why.
It was great till she started identifying as non-binary, and then just getting mad because I wouldn't call myself queer.
Oh my gosh.
I've unironically seen that with some people.
Oh my god.
If you guys know what that's a reference to.
I don't know what it's a reference to, but I've seen people like that, and they're so fucking annoying.
Oh, God. It was good though, once upon a time. It's true.
Hoping so hard.
I miss it, and the worst part is I can't, like, and you know what? Like, that's the thing that bothers me the most, right? Like, when you buy a fucking game, and you're just not allowed to play, like, old builds of it. It's like, can I just have my game back, please?
Yeah, I wish you could do that.
Updates, but can I just, like, de-update this? Can I just remove everything and just play it, like, single player offline?
That would be
the
nice.
game's online, I have to be online to play it, but why?
It is going to impact games negatively, and I mean, like, you've already seen it with the Suicide Squad game, where they decided, and this is what bothers me, the Suicide Squad game does not need to be a live service game. Not only does it not need to be live service, it does not need to be another Destiny clone. They made all of the characters into shooters, and it's just like, you're literally going to give the man that has a shark for a head a gun and tell him to go, say, shoot somebody with that. No, I want to see him tear somebody's face
Captain
off.
Boomerang became Captain AK-47.
Like, that's the thing that bothers me. Like, we are going to, like, this is an indication that people will start rejecting it. I hope with all of the game devs that have been losing their jobs, that people start to actually think about what goes into making a good game. Because the game industry is going to shrink until they do. Because I'm so tired of it.
Here's one of like my big things with that, because I hear it a lot, where people are like, well, the game, like, if you ignore like how bad everything around it is, the game itself is fine.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, okay, but like, if it's just an average looter shooter that's not that bad, why do I want it over like the billion other looter shooters I already own?
No, I agree.
Like, I'm just gonna go play Destiny.
People don't understand.
Just play
Like, you're not
Warframe.
entitled to buy every single fucking video game that's even remotely half decent. Like, video game is a competitive market.
Agreed.
People have limited time.
Agreed.
I'm not gonna fucking spend money on your mediocre fucking game. Make it good or fucking die.
Agreed. I agree.
All you're giving me
100% agree.
is Destiny with a Marvel skin or Warframe with a Marvel skin. Why am I buying it from you? Why not just play the ones I have?
No, I agree. I think that if you want to make something enticing these days, you cannot just make a middle of the road game. And I think some people are very angry about that. I mean, like, when they're like, oh, if you won't play our game, you're racist or homophobic. It's like, no, I'm not playing your game because it's shit. It's shit, and you deserve to feel bad for it. You deserve to feel bad. You should be homeless because of how dumb the game is.
Yep.
I'm sorry, but yes.
I've been quoted in saying that the fucking the writers at fucking Sweet Baby Inc. I hope they lose their jobs and starve. Genuinely.
Like, and I don't understand why like, I understand basic human rights. I do. Again, I grew up in a household that was predominantly like left leaning. I understand.
I don't recognize basic human rights.
Yeah, I don't either.
What I'm trying to say is, I understand that for the most part, people should have some level of respect because we're all in this together for the most part. But if you're gonna be stupid, maybe you should suffer. All right, I suffer a lot. I got a lot of things that I don't get help with a lot. Why do you get special treatment just because you make video games and your games suck? Like, the argument I would always use is, if you suck at your job, like if I sucked at my job delivering to people, if a customer called and said that I shat on their delivery, I'm getting fired. If you shit on your game, you don't get fired. You get praised for it. What the fuck?
You fail upwards.
Exactly.
Yeah. Also, I just had to interject because I heard something that sounded even remotely communist. The "we're all in this together" is the reason why I once had to eat a cat. So I disagree.
Well, okay, it's not really like that.
We're not all in this together.
I know.
What I mean is, like,
I had to bring it up.
Okay, let me shrink that down. I believe that I should help my community and just my community. Anybody outside of my community is fluff, which is why I will never also understand the argument of like the moral outrage on an outward scale. Because, and I talked about this with my mom, and maybe there's a greater conversation to have about this. But the moral outrage we see when people try to cancel on Twitter, that is okay on a local level. Because on the local level, everybody does have to work together. You live together, maybe you feed each other, everybody knows everybody's names. But on a world scale, I don't give a fuck what Kanye West is doing. I don't give a fuck about what some random guy in another country is doing. Because I will never meet them. So why should I have moral outrage over that?
You just explained exactly why communism doesn't work. Thank you.
Well, yeah, because it doesn't. I can see it working on a local level where people are helpful. Yeah. It's called a family, and maybe some family units that get together. It cannot work any bigger than that, because the moment that humanity is introduced to something, it breaks down, because humans cannot be trusted.
Yep.
Mizu has assembled a team tonight. No, I can't take credit for the Jenny. That is Oka.
I asked.
Ow.
Also, chat asked it earlier.
What?
Jenny is a regular guest. Definitely not a regular guest because Jenny has her own podcasts and streams and stuff. But we'd definitely have you back at any time.
Oh yeah.
Chat loves the
Very
vibe.
I
good
need to
to vibe
have
with.
you on the I need to like complete my fucking like trifecta. I need to have Mizu on the
Yes.
podcast with Jazz.
I'll go. I don't mind.
Bet.
Imagine no possessions.
I have to see because I think we have the next guest sorted, and then after that I was thinking about asking V, but it'll be either you or V.
The
for the
V?
next guest. V like Romanian TV.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll
That
be
one.
Monroe.
Okay.
I don't know his last name.
Sargon's
Is his-
guy?
The what?
Sargon's capo. V.
Yeah. V. But yeah. So I don't know. I guess I have to ask him. Knowing him, he'll probably say yes.
Mm-hmm.
But he also might be like, no, I'm too busy until blah 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 blah. 'Cause he has stuff going on. So
V is the only person from that group I still like.
yeah.
Yeah, I can't stand most of the rest of them. I mostly like
valid.
V because he still keeps a lot of them honest.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, and I never knew any of these people. Like, the way I met V was V raided me while I was playing fucking Elden Ring. Completely randomly, and I didn't know who V was. Like, that's how I met V, and then V introduced me to Arch, and so he had me on the Arch cast. And then through Arch I met Kibbs from the Bickering Bunch. That's how I got to know them. And then I can't remember if it was through V or through Arch that I met Dev, Short Fat Otaku.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god, I hate SFO so much.
Well, he was the last podcast guest.
Oh, I would have loved to be there to just chew him out. He is such a dickhead.
I was kind of surprised that you got him on the podcast, but that was pretty cool.
Yeah, I remember during one of the previous podcasts, I think we were covering like something he said,
Mm-hmm.
and Jazz was like, "Oh, it'd be really cool to have him." I was like, "Do you want me to ask him?" And Jazz was like, "What? Can you do that?" And I was like, "Yeah." Do you want me to ask him?
Oh, SFO will do anything for a little bit of attention. Ever since he like nuked his
Well.
channel trying to get in a fight with Jim.
That's right. Didn't he get into a fight with Jim?
Yeah, he kept trying to call him a pedophile, along with Sargon.
Why?
And it just
I
like
don't know the lore.
nuked his channel.
Yeah, I have no idea what the like lore is, but he's cool people.
They got mad at Jim one day because Jim said Sargon was being gay for trying to join UKIP.
Well, yeah. Anytime you
I
go
don't
into
know what that
politics,
is.
UKIP is a political party from the
United
UK.
Kingdom Independent Party.
It was basically like a
Has he
reformed
made the
Republican
trucker videos?
party.
He's still stalling. We actually talked about the trucker video. He said he's so what he said was that he was waiting until like all of the like processes that like happened after that went through. And then he got lazy, but then recently there was like an update on that, so he's kind of following it again, waiting until everything's out.
Oh my god.
'Cause, apparently, Trudeau, like what Trudeau did was straight up like unlawful. Like it was
Yes.
deemed unlawful.
Yes, it was.
So they're still like he lost the case on that, so there's still development on that story.
Mm-hmm.
No, sir, no. Jim didn't try to call SFO a pedo. SFO tried to call Jim a pedo. They kept trying to say he was grooming children into being internet trolls.
That's not really pedophilia though.
That's not pedophilia because he doesn't like kids. That's just... I don't know. If you want to make that argument, if you really want to make that kind of reach, I'm sorry. There are so many content creators that were groomed then.
I will have to
Groomer,
see,
excuse me.
chat, if I can dig up some of the old drama for you guys, because it was really hilarious. It really just ended up being Jim constantly BTFOing all of them over and over again, and then like being like, I'm not owned. I was right. You just don't want to admit it.
That's
The
ideological
problem is Jim
grooming.
deletes all his shit.
Oh, it's sexual grooming to ideological grooming. Yeah, that's different. Like I got groomed into liking feet. Like that's sexual grooming.
Your chat did that to you.
They did. Chat straight up
That's
fucking
right.
groomed me into liking feet.
And now you're stuck.
Yep. Now I am stuck here. I've given up trying to use like furry stuff to like kind of take me away from feet because I realized it wasn't working.
Hmm.
You were trying to
And
use furry
so
stuff to get you away from more degenerate things?
That is-
What
that
were
is-
you
Yeah.
saying?
I was trying to like replace it. Oh god, where's my model gone? I can't hear anybody. Hello?
Hello?
Hi.
Did
Oh,
I
you
die? What's
disappeared.
going on? Yeah, my model's gone. What the fuck happened?
VTube Studio. You should still be in here, right?
That's
Your
odd.
chat. I'm gonna... What
Wrong
happened?
button. Our guest
The
died.
got snapped, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
The furry overlords were like, no. How dare you try to leave?
The Niji Ninjas come for another one.
You entered.
Who's next? Oh no. Well, we have been going for 3 hours.
Yeah. Well, I
How
don't
long
have
is your
work tomorrow,
podcast
so I don't
usually?
care.
Oh yeah, we can continue going. I am fine going for as long as we want.
Grooming a grown adult is quite a feat. Jenny's chat is dangerous. Yeah, they are. They are. They got me into feet.
I feel
And
like after
so
you turn 18, grooming shouldn't be the word anymore. It should just be peer pressure.
well, no, because peer pressure is temporary. Grooming is like eternal, right? Like you're like this is a problem I just have now, right?
What
Mhm.
Like
means like when you're an adult and you haven't been groomed as a child and somebody says you are grooming another adult, I think a lot of times it doesn't come off as the right word for me.
I guess, yeah.
'Cause I see it a lot of times, like you'll say, oh, they groomed this person into sex. I was like, that person was 25. Isn't that just convincing them to do
Yeah.
it?
Yeah.
But yeah, that's just convincing. But again, well, in that case scenario, it's not grooming either. That in that case, that is peer pressure. The reason why I say grooming instead of peer pressure is because peer pressure is typically for like an individual, like an isolated incident, where grooming is typically like, oh, like you've
Extended.
turned this person. Yeah, it's extended, right? Like no one is peer pressuring me to like look at fucking like part of feet of my off time, but it's happening. You know, I've been indoctrinated. That's a much better word. Yeah.
Let me get a
I have-
picture
Well,
of
under,
you.
yeah, correct.
I have typically taken the approach that an adult can't be groomed. And there's probably some psychologist out there that would be like, you are completely wrong. But that's just the position I've always taken. Because I can't think of a situation where I would say, yeah, you totally groomed that adult.
Yeah.
Welcome to the club, fellow footbag.
Yeah.
It's uncomfortable how many people are seriously saying 21 isn't an adult now. Yeah, that's really
That
disgusting.
is very weird.
My favorite one is the age gap makes you a pedophile, and the age gap is like 5 years and you're both in your 50s.
Okay, so
Yeah, that shit's fucking wild.
this is an interesting conversation, and I have wanted to have this conversation on the podcast, but I've noticed that a lot of children growing up in the next generation are becoming very, very wildly, like, I don't know if anti-adult things is the right word, because, like, you know, children should obviously grow up with their innocence and stuff, but I'm seeing a lot of them, you know, get on the internet
I have
and...
a word for you.
Yes.
They have been... Wow, I forgot the
Retarded.
word. Never mind. Keep talking. Retarded. No, it wasn't retarded, the word I was thinking of. They've been infantilized.
Well,
is what
But it
is.
works.
it's...
In the West, we like infantilize young adults, whereas, for example, like where I come from, you're expected to like fucking like at 15, you're expected to start like figuring out adulthood.
Mhm.
So that by the time you're 18, you can get married and shit. Like you're supposed to have that shit figured out by the time you are an adult.
Mhm.
That's just like the way it is, right? Like where I come from. Like we don't like infantilize our kids. We don't oh, like, you know, like we teach kids about fucking, like, fuck. My parents joked with me about, like, jerking off and stuff, right? When I was, like, 10.
I don't want to joke with my mom about jerking off.
Yeah, that's one of the. As somebody who was homeschooled and took health classes from my mother, that's not something I really want to talk about because she made it very awkward. You
Well,
ever want to
the
talk
thing
about
is-
sex with your mom and how she likes to talk about how her partner is or everything? Yeah, it gets pretty weird.
Okay, yeah, that is pretty awkward. Like when they start going into like personal experience rather than like, here's the like information you need to know. Yeah.
Mhm.
But yeah, and it's just like where I, with the people that I grew up and the culture that I grew up around, like there's a reason why we have quinceañeras and like we basically like celebrate like a girl's transitioning into woman. It starts there at 15,
Yes.
right? And so that's the idea. And so like at that point you start getting treated like a lady and not like a child. And by the time you're 18, you should be a functioning adult.
I can
And if
see
you're
that.
not, we'll just marry you off to some random guy in India.
But the West just doesn't like the US doesn't function like that. It's very, very strange. They have
It
this
is.
constant like infantilization. Like I remember I first noticed this when I, as a fucking teenager, heard about Louis C.K. Getting canned because he showed like 3 consenting women
His
between
penis.
the ages of like 20 and like 30. All of them consenting. Showed them his penis and like he like jerked off in front of them in like the privacy. Occo's gone.
Oh,
Oh,
am
no!
I gone?
Everybody's totally dying.
Wait, can you
tonight.
hear me?
Yeah, we
yeah,
can
we
hear
still
you.
hear you.
Why am I gone? What the heck? Oh, look, Mizu's
But,
gone.
But yeah,
Well,
I
obviously, because
remember
the thing broke.
Okay, let me
Yeah.
chat. I'm gonna have to hold on.
Mizu's the only one who's still there. But
Hold on.
I remember like when that happened, like I was laying there in my bed like hearing about this story, and like the first thing that came to mind to me, a young like teenager, was so how old does a woman have to be to truly be able to consent? Like at
I will
what
say in
point
defense of my people-
is a woman able to consent without, you know, the man being accused of taking advantage or like a power thing? Like at what point is a woman old enough that she can consent despite fangirling?
I
Yeah.
will say, in defense of my people, that belief is not necessarily common, and it wasn't always as common as it is now.
Yeah, like it's fucking, I don't know, it's wild to me. Uh-oh, Akko's been split between 2 screens.
She's got to be moved back to her normal position.
No, but like, I noticed this, and I'm gonna be very careful about talking about it because I noticed it with a family member. I have and I don't tell very many family members about my identity. The people that know about it are my close family and a couple other people and my grandmother. My grandmother doesn't understand it, but she also really likes it, and she likes to watch all of my streams, or at least a lot of them. I've told her that if she watches them, she is under no circumstances allowed to say anything in the chat. And she asks why, and I told her, Grandma, your name is so conspicuous that people can figure out that you are a family member just because of it. So you cannot talk in my chat. And she's like, okay, I understand. But like, I have a family member that finds what, and I've been very careful to be, for the most part, say so on the internet, because a lot of my family members do enjoy my content, and I don't make my content necessarily to be lewd in any way, because it's not my thing, and it's not what I've been doing.
Mhm. Oh,
But
it's happened to me.
well, yeah, and I know it's something. Oh gosh, your
Yeah, I
model
gotta-
just showed up. I'll fix that here in just a moment.
Oh, we're doing the black one now?
Oh yeah, yep, I got some golf now.
Well, that's not what I was going for, but whatever you want to call it.
I loaded in the golf one now. Yeah. I'm black now. I've hold on, let me go to the hammer.
Yeah, let me-
I've racially transitioned. I am transracial, and I am now black.
There we go.
People, naysayers will be like, but Rosa, only your hair is black. And my response to that is, yes.
There we go. No,
Well,
so
look at my tail.
oh my gosh, it
Clearly I'm
disconnected
black.
again.
It's clearly the black model.
I think it's
That's
just.
how I got canceled.
I'm gonna be honest.
Yep, I also got removed.
Is Discord shitting the bed? No, I don't think it's Discord. I just think that
Why would it be Discord?
it's Steam. It is Steam that's having this issue. I think
it's Steam.
Yes, I think it's Steam. That's fine. We'll just continue without them for now.
Chad, did you know that zebras are actually black?
Here,
You can tell by
chat.
the color of their nose.
Here, chat. I'll just. I was doing stuff in the background, so I'll just put that up for entertainment while we're talking here.
Same thing with snakes. My tail is black, so therefore I am now black.
No, but like the thing is like my family members like I hate what you do. I think it's sex shit, and I think that's gross and disgusting. And I'm like, bro, I haven't even shown any lewd art on the internet. I was like, I probably could have if I wanted to, because that would get me more followers, and it definitely would. But that's not my thing, and it really made me think. I talked about this with my mother. I was like, I realized that a lot of people in the generation right below us are becoming so anti, like, I don't want to say just sex, because they're not even really supposed to be like about sex anything until they're an adult anyway, but like it's more just like they're anti-adult things, and they're like campaigning against adult things, and I'm just wanting to understand like how it got to that point. I want to understand like how it got to the point where the generation below us is such anti like anything that has to do with adulthood and being part of it, because like once you're an adult, yeah,
They don't like responsibility, and it's the result of the economy, which seems just like it's so difficult to keep up with.
Do you think that's
So
part of
feeling
it?
like feeling like the pressure of having to keep up with the economy that you just physically can't keep up with anymore.
Well, I don't think that that's necessarily what they're against. I just feel like they're.
Well, no, I'm saying like that's where I think it comes from.
You think
right?
so?
Like the yeah, like they don't want to feel pressured to like take responsibility for stuff that they feel is out of their control.
Well,
That's just my guess.
I do think that's part of it, but from doing some digging and again talking to this family member, it also has to do with the identity politics that he's grown up with. Like he had a friend he was close with, and he kind of liked her, and oh, I hear myself in the background. I don't know if that's me or not, but he told me that she changed. Basically, she decided to transition, and it really hurt him because of, you know, obviously, and he doesn't believe in that, and it's fine, it's whatever,
No.
it's for him. But like, it really hurt him, and it really made him more
He's just
resentful.
playing fucking Genshin.
It
Well,
made
you're both dead, so.
it made him more
Fucking
resentful
guy.
to those kinds of things, and so he just looks at anything that's like a deviation of the norm, and the norm is just man, woman, get married, and they only do things that are sex related together. And so he looks at anything that's against that as degenerate shit that needs to be stomped out. And I realized that he's not the only one. A lot of
No, he's not.
a lot of teenagers and young adults I've noticed are expressing that. And I'm not necessarily saying they're right or wrong. I do think that it depends on the person to person, but I'm trying to figure out what started that and where the hell did it come from? Where did it come from?
I think it just comes down to the fact that children, as I mentioned, like in like one of my like tweets before, the children are just the most honest among us, and they just don't really care
Mm-hmm.
about like all of the logistical shit of things.
Right.
If something smells like shit, they're gonna tell you.
Well, fair enough.
And
Fair enough.
like that's just kind of all it comes down to. And I
think kids are just
it's just one of those
contrarians.
things where like that's part of it. But I genuinely think it's just one of those things where it's like the younger generation is kind of coming to like the conclusion of like, oh, all this stuff they keep feeding us is fucking trash.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to see their mom on OnlyFans.
No.
That
Oh
as
yeah.
well.
Like
when it gets to the
I
point where it's
agree.
like, oh no.
I 100%
Did you
agree.
see that news article?
I
About the
did.
kid being bullied for his mom having.
So
No,
sad.
sorry, it was the mom got banned from the school because she had her OnlyFans advertised in big bold letters on the back of her fucking car.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Well,
I
see
did also see a news article of some kid was bullied to like near suicide.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
his mom was the OnlyFans for.
Yeah, it's really depressing. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah, that's what the post that I made was about. Because I think it was like in reference to something like that. And someone was like, oh, we should like, you know, clearly we just need to teach kids that sex work is real work, and you know it's okay, and you shouldn't bully kids because of it. It's normal. We should like It's like, are you telling me that we should desensitize children to the idea of nudity? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
No,
If that's the
absolutely
case, speaking
not.
to this mic, please. like, that's the only way you're gonna get that sort of result, right? Like, children don't fucking care. Like, children will be like, oh, blah, 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 quit yapping. Your mom's a fucking whore. We all saw her fucking whore ass. And that's it. No amount of copium is gonna change that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've always had the opinion that, like, anything is, like, real work if you're making money out of it, but I don't have to respect every job just because it's
Exactly,
real
yeah.
work. I don't
It's
respect
real
government
work.
agents, but it's real
She's
work.
making, yeah, like, it's real work. She's making money, absolutely. But, like, that doesn't make it, like, not, I need to swap off of Mizu's. This is distracting me.
Here,
But, like, that doesn't make it, any less,
There we
what's I'm
go.
looking for? Like,
Did somebody return?
shameful, right? Like, it's very shameful work. And that it doesn't make it any less so, the fact that it's like, oh, it's legitimate work. It's like, yes, she pays taxes with her fucking porn money.
Mhm.
But, like, you know, it's still fucking shameful. I still think your mom's a fucking hoe.
Exactly. And, like, I'm not required to respect you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it is just like
Like, I don't respect React content streamers either.
and that's very fair because a lot of them are
I
don't
horrible
respect
people.
I don't respect e-girls.
politicians.
That's great.
I don't respect ATF agents. I don't respect any three-letter agent.
Valid, extremely so.
It's a big
It's
hit at Shoujo.
Shoujo.
I mean, here's the thing. I don't think a lot of people here respect Shoujo to begin with, so it's not a big deal.
No.
Like, you know.
See, I was fine with Mousy until, like, the Silver Veil thing came out, and people
Yep.
were, and she was like, actually, Mouse is kind of a dick and doesn't talk to anybody. And I was like, huh. I'm not sure how I feel about that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, what do y'all think that's true?
Hmm. I think
I
she's
don't know,
definitely sick enough.
Not talking to people isn't really how cause like I don't fucking talk to anybody unless they talk to me first. You know? That's
Yeah.
just cause I'm extremely like
Tiny
I
social
don't know.
battery.
yeah. Well not even that. Like I just like I'm really bad at the reaching out part because I never want to assume that someone else wants to talk to me. If that makes any sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I get that.
And so that's why I just kind of don't. Are you both playing video games? What is happening right now?
I mean, like, if you guys aren't going to be there, I'm just doing this so that chat
This
has...
is for chat entertainment.
Yeah, this is chat entertainment.
What the
We're-
heckers?
Providing the people with what they need.
If you guys
Is
want to
your
join
chat a
in...
bunch of fucking zoomers?
Yes, they need the dopamine.
Do they need to have the fucking the fucking what's the one fucking game? Oh my god, I can't.
We need
I
a fidget
can't.
spinner on screen.
I don't know zoomer games. The
I
one
just
with the
don't.
the one with
Fortnite?
like the trains. No, the one where, like, the dude's
Trains?
running and there's trains.
It's called
Subway
Subway
Surfer.
Surfer.
That one.
Oh my gosh. Fuck
How,
that
like, on
game.
YouTube Shorts, you have the split screen. It's like a fucking Family Guy clip, and then it's some guy playing Subway Surfer. What always makes me laugh is they're always playing Subway Surfer on, like, 20 times speed to make it look like they're doing really good. It's just funny that, like, even after that, they're obsessed with, like, people thinking they're good at the game. And it's like, no, you just sped it up.
Here, chat. Turn up that little very quiet.
Also, chat, do you want me to do rolls tonight so I can actually spend some of my shit? I promised chat we would only do rolls on stream when I did this.
Mo.
Rosa, you should get Helldivers. I think you'd like
Rosa-
it.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it.
I don't know
You can
how
come
it would
play
do
with
with
Rosa, you're a zoomer, bro. I am a zoomer, like by the fact that like I am baby. I am 23.
Oh god,
but-
we got a minor
yeah.
in here.
Yeah. I'm also only 5'2", so I'm like especially minor coded.
Oh,
Yes. Oh my
She's missing the
gosh.
height of consent.
Yeah, yeah.
The height of consent
might-
always bothered me with people. They're just like, oh.
Unironically,
I-
I love the height of
I've
consent.
been-
It is my
I've
favorite
been
meme.
called. I've been called an IRL lolly before, but
No.
I was raised by fucking boomers to have like a very like Gen X kind of mentality. So Yeah. That's why like all of my like most of the people I like hang out with are like Gen X.
Here,
like-
chat, if
or
you
like-
want the
like
rolls,
later
you
end
have to wait till
millennials.
Genie's done.
Alright, I'm done. Go ahead and roll your shit.
No, I mean like until like the stream is over. It'd be the last thing
Oh.
I do. They have to sit here until you are ready to leave. All
Well,
of them have to just wait.
The joke's on you, chat. I'm a fucking like every day's a fucking marathon stream. I could be here for another 12 hours.
Yeah, you do stream quite a few hours.
I am gone when they kick me out.
See, I need to be more like that. I'm really bad about streaming. I know I need to do it more.
Yeah, I usually stream for like my last few streams have been really short. I've been feeling really like nauseous constantly. But like
You getting
typically
sick?
speaking, like I don't know. I don't know what it is. I think I need to like increase the strength of my anxiety medication. But whatchamacallit, you just got fucking murked by that thing.
Yeah.
Fuck, what was I saying? God, you guys are taking
You
advantage
have
of my
anxiety
Zoomer-
medication.
You guys are taking advantage of my Zoomerisms. No, before that, I was gonna say something. Oh yeah, but usually my streams are like in the ballpark of like 6+ hours, like at the shortest.
Man, I wish I could do that.
Every like other week, we do D&D streams, and those are like 9 to 12 hours.
I need to play D&D with you one time.
D&D, but just I feel like I'd be bad at it.
I mean, how good are you at role-playing?
Let me know.
Not good. I mean, I might be if I can like channel my inner Second Life again.
Yeah.
Oy.
I don't know. How do you think we solve that?
Solve what?
The problem with the kids stuff? Because, like, I think the
Put
solving
them in
it...
camps.
Unironically, I think kids
It
just need to be...
solves it.
Unironically, I think kids just need to be banned off the internet.
Well,
I don't like
I have
that
a-
because the only way
I
to
have
do
a-
that is mandatory ID.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
that's the problem, is, like, there really isn't a good way of doing
I
it.
have a really harsh solution.
Okay.
The solution is you just fucking let them do whatever they're gonna do. Just let them continue to fucking like bully each other and like kill themselves until
Oh.
parents wisen up and start actually fucking parenting.
Well, we know that parents are going to start parenting. That's absolutely never going to happen.
Because that's the only real solution.
No, I agree.
The only solution I can think of is requiring a fucking license to bear kids. And if you are found to have a child illegally, they just kill it in front of you.
Alright, calm down, China.
I'm just saying, there's ways to fix these things.
There are. I definitely agree. The problem is that nobody's willing to do the extreme option in order to fix it.
Here's the thing. I don't think people are targeting the right thing necessarily. Because the issue isn't the kids being like super conservative weirdos that just hate sex and everything like that. It's the companies constantly kowtowing to them to try and protect the children. Now all you have to do is just say fuck the kids. Your parents watch you or you get exposed to like weird kinky shit online. That's not our job to protect you.
No, I agree. I definitely think that we are giving way too much credit to parents, or not enough. We're not giving enough anger to parents not parenting. I mean, like, one of my favorite things I always say is whenever Mother's Day comes, I say Happy Mother's Day to all of the iPads that end up raising your children for you, because parents don't parent anymore. They just let the internet do it, and that's how you end up with weird degenerate freaks that end up breaking down and losing themselves. Because like when I listen to all those stories and I learn how all of these people become the way they are, it's because the parents wouldn't parent, or at least they wouldn't do it a good proper way. Because there's a right and a wrong way to lead children into healthy habits, and the way I see people do it is not it.
Rosa, there are ways to fix things. Also, Rosa, genocide.
Yep. I'm just saying, man.
It fixes it.
I could be quoted in saying that I think murder should be legal, and it's true. By the way, my one problem with this game, Akko, the one that you're playing, is that it's all about the like bringing democracy to to the stars, and I don't like democracy.
I agree. I think that the whole democracy thing is a piece of shit, but I think it's just funny that like everybody is. It's like America on steroids, but America took over the world. It's just like you must bring America to everybody, and it's kind of great. It's kind of funny.
Funny.
It's kind of funny, but also kind of like edgy as hell, and I don't like it. But I do like the combat.
No, like I said that mostly jokingly.
Mm-hmm.
Just because I don't really care.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the idea of democracy is one I've never liked.
No, yeah.
Just in general.
I'm an unironic American exceptionalist.
What does that mean?
It means I think America is the best country in the world, and I think we have a legal right and obligation to bomb everyone into the Stone Age.
Oh my gosh.
You know what? Hold on. I don't agree with the first statement, but I'm all down for the second one. There's that one I was talking about with Jazz. I've mentioned it multiple times now, but there's that one fucking island with like the fucking like cave people that like are in like the fucking Stone Age still. And like everyone's like, oh, just leave them alone. Fucking why? They have useful land. Take that shit over. They're not
Exactly, it's
using
my land now.
Yeah, I want to live there.
I feel
looks
like
pretty.
I'm legally allowed to take it because I'm the best.
Yeah.
The Sentinel Island? I have no idea.
It's these fucking islands that are like with it's just people that are just like fucking like in the Stone Age, and like they'll shoot arrows at like helicopters and like fucking drones and shit that like try to like look into it.
That's
They-
funny.
they-
People insist
killed-
we just leave them alone.
I'm trying to remember which country it was that sent someone to go talk to them, and they fucking killed him. And it's just like, I don't know, man. If I as a much larger country sent someone to go talk to these fucking zoo animals, right, and they fucking killed them, I'd be like, well, time to die. You could have chosen, you know,
You wanted the
you
Rockefellers.
chose war. Now your land is mine. Yeah, fuck them.
Look, like everybody through all of history has known you don't shoot the messenger.
Yeah, exactly. These guys didn't know. So
Like
now they're
Native
gonna die
American
for it.
people that have like evolved completely separately from everybody else knows you don't shoot the messenger. The Native Americans knew it. The different African tribes knew it. Everyone knew it. And then the people we send a messenger to this little island, and they just immediately kill the guy. And it's like, come on, bro.
Yeah, exactly. This fucking island of retards. Yeah, kill them. Fuck them. Just take that shit.
America
They
surf
don't deserve
first.
to live.
Finland
What if it
second.
was Sparta? Fun fact: some like kingdom sent a messenger to Sparta, and they ended up killing the messenger. And the Spartans freaked out because they realized they did a huge bad. So they sent 2 Spartan warriors as sacrifices to say, "We're sorry, we killed your messenger."
That's so based.
According to the story, the Spartans had to fight for who got sent. Because originally they were only going to send one guy, but all the men were like so adamant that they were the guy that got sacrificed that they ended up saying, fine, 2 of you can go, alright? Now shut up.
That's so fucking based.
Spartans were the best.
Indeed.
If we can just
That's
get rid of the whole like
fucking
gay
wild.
thing, we're solid.
You
Nah,
can't
keep
get rid of
it.
the gay thing. Gay thing is here for life. There's always going to be that kind of weird degenerate. Well, don't go quiet now.
I don't know anything else to say. I don't know what other topic I could talk about.
They've made their position clear. We just bomb everybody.
Yeah.
Simple thing.
Yeah. I am all for the right of conquest.
Exactly. We were the best at imperialism, so I don't see why we have to stop.
Indeed, we have the most innovations out of every country, too.
Yeah. If our government, if our military still, like, you know, did the whole conquest stuff, like, I'd be down. But I'm not down for, like, whatever the fuck the military is right now.
No, the military is a joke right now. Using
Yeah,
illegal
like-
immigrants to fill our military because none of the people in our country are proud enough to be in
Yeah.
it.
I don't want to fucking go join the fucking military just to go fucking, like, trade guns with some fucking muzzies. Like, fuck them.
No, I
No.
unironic. I don't understand that. Like, why we're just so into going over to other people's stuff to fuck other people's shit up. It's just like, bro, let them kill
Yeah,
each
like-
other.
If instead of, hey, go help these people, it was, hey, go take over these people's land, I'd be down.
Yeah.
But, you know,
I don't know. I'm not for, like, I will only serve my country in protection of the country. That's it. Not to go anywhere else.
Yeah, but I can
Oh,
do that
I'm-
without the military. That's what I have my
I'm-
guns for.
Although the problem is I'm probably too sick to
opposite.
go.
I would only serve my country and for the sake of conquest.
Well, if it was a good idea, but right now we're not
Conquest
going
and
to.
expansion.
We're not going
Rosa just
anywhere
wants
to
end up in
expand.
Valhalla.
We're going other
what was that?
places to fight other people's wars. That's the
I said
problem.
you just
Yeah,
want to end
we
up
said we
in
did-
Valhalla.
No, it's not even that. I just want to fucking take over someone else's fucking land, kill everyone there, build a house, and make it mine.
Mm.
Do you know how fucking cheap housing would be if we had more land?
Yeah.
You know, she's not wrong. She's out of
There's
line, but
lots of
she's
land
right.
out there that's not being used.
Yeah, like it's my inner Spaniard. I don't want to do colonization. I just want to do conquest.
Nobody likes the Spanish though.
I like the Spanish.
The only thing they gave us was the
Spanish
meme
Inquisition.
Inquisition.
Hey! They
Rosa's
also ended
Spanish
fucking human
Inquisition.
sacrifice in the
Rosa's
fucking.
MacArthur Reborn.
Oh my gosh.
Are you gonna ask a watery tart to give you a sword?
A who?
A watery tart?
A water retard?
Tart. T-A-R-T. Have you never
Who?
seen Monty Python?
No. I tried
Ooh.
watching Monty Python, like one of the movies, and I fell asleep midway through.
I mean, that's
I
Oh,
don't
fair.
know.
Chad's
because I
not gonna
watched-
like you.
I don't know if it's because I watched it really late, or because I found it boring. I genuinely don't know. The last thing I remember is the part where the whores are trying to flirt with this one soldier, and he's just not getting it.
I think that was Holy Grail.
Yeah, and the one I'm talking about is in Holy Grail when they have. He's like, I'm Arthur, King of the Britons. And like, who made you king? And he's like, the Lady of the Lake bestowed upon me the sword. And the guy goes, oh, so just because some watery tart threw a sword at you, now you're the king.
That's
It's
great.
very accurate, though. It's like, well, duh.
Obviously. How many ladies of the lake do you know?
Just one.
And she gave me a sword. Please come and take over Brazil. Take out our crime lords while at it, please.
Dude, absolutely. Like, again, and there's all these countries that I'm like, why don't we just fucking just go in there, just take them over?
Chad, I don't know if you saw that, but I just killed my teammate and then I died.
I saw a lot of clips of Helldivers of people doming their teammates in the back of the head.
Yeah, I just did
saw that
that.
now.
I just
It
did
was slightly
that.
delayed.
And then I exploded, so I was totally deserved.
That's fucking great.
Can you help my coup d'etat? I mean, depends what country, because certain countries I don't want anything to do with.
I want all of them.
Fair.
Even North Korea?
Especially North Korea. What the fuck are they doing with their fucking land? Nothing.
Here's my position. I don't want North Korea because I think they're really funny, and I want to keep them as like my jester.
Just keep King Jong-un. He's the
Yeah.
jester.
He can run like that little section of the world as long as I get to take the land whenever I want. Just because I would find it really funny.
Achieve the same results with a nuke. Yeah, but a nuke makes the land unfertile for a while. You gotta
yes,
wait.
Exactly. That's why.
That's why
no
nobody
nuke, you
uses
can-
nukes.
Yeah, you instead of nukes, you just gotta send in a bunch of dudes with guns and just take it over.
Think you're wasting too much money with your idea? Oh. Yeah, no, chat. We have to keep the land. It's very important.
Yeah.
Nobody uses nukes
That's the
yet.
whole point.
I mean,
Oh.
from what I understand, the military actually does use like somewhat small scale nuclear devices. Like really tiny shit. Then again, we've also just made bombs that are kind of ridiculous
my
these
God,
days.
I'm learning that Mizu is literally me watching him play fucking Genshin.
That's it.
just jumping around on ledges and just following them around. Around the map.
Well, that's how I roll sometimes.
I'm sorry that I killed you, Temp. Thankfully, we did not lose all of our lives.
God.
I genuinely,
Uh,
because I know like even me and Rosa have actually had like a fight in DMs once, and even in that
Yeah.
fight, I was like, I feel like we're the same person.
yeah. The real reason I don't like Mizu's just literally me. I hate myself.
It's just like that scene in Guardians 2. He's like, I know why you're like this. You're me.
I would drop another little boy and big boy on that small island of retards just because.
Wait, which one?
It's called a fat man, good sir. You gotta get your terminology right. I'm saying Brazil will be a walk in the park. Half the country will join you right away. The other half won't leave their houses.
Damn.
If you come on a holiday, well, yeah, it's true. I'm also very white, so they'd be like, oh, please have my children.
Hiroshima's fine, so it's effective.
I learned about that yesterday. Apparently, like, Brazil has a culture of like trying to like whitewash their people.
Really?
To, like save their genetics or something like that. Like they have an entire culture built around like black people trying desperately to like make sure their children end up white.
That's interesting.
That is bizarre but hilarious.
Yeah, it is very, very interesting.
Whitewashing their culture.
This was very, very like news to me, and I was like, oh my god. Like, what the fuck?
I would find that super funny.
But yeah, you know what? That you're right. I just have to show up like to Brazil with like a bunch of like I don't even like need to like bring like soldiers. I just gotta bring like white women, and like win.
Depends though, chat. Does Brazil have like that nice middle ground of like tanned woman? If so, I may be moving to Brazil.
Yeah, they do. Mexico would be a bigger problem since the three-letter agencies keep arming cartels. Fucking assholes. Yeah, Mexico would be difficult.
Yeah.
But Brazil would be easy. I just have to like be careful that like, you know, the Brazilians don't steal my fucking like tire treads. like my fucking like, you know, like.
Or kidnap
Mizu
you.
says he's not Spanish. Remember this? Yeah, I actually know like my full genetic history. I am German, Scotch, Irish, French, Native American, Atlantean.
Holy shit, that's a long fucking list. Was this like passed down, or did you do one of them like 23andMe bullshits?
Oh, this is stuff I know like from my family. We have like an actual book
Oh,
of all our previous family members back to like 1700s Germany.
Nice.
That's pretty cool.
So,
My
Fun
family
fact,
was
I
nothing
mentioned
like
this on a
that.
previous stream. My real last name, which I will never give the exact definition of it because it would be too easy for somebody to figure it out, is basically ye old drug dealer.
that's funny.
That's fucking great.
And it will never not make me laugh.
Yeah, all I know about my like family history is that there's a lot of Spanish, and I'm extremely white. My grandmother has some like native blood, and also some Spanish blood.
Mm-hmm.
And my very, very odd, very, very specifically, my grandmother's great grandma was Chinese.
I mean-
Interesting.
Chinese and Mexicans can fall in love, I feel like. They both love family tightness, so that works.
I had something I was gonna
Chinese
say,
and
but then I
Mexicans.
remembered
Have you
we're
ever noticed that
streaming.
like tons of the folks from like fucking tons of the folks from like South America like have like squinty eyes, like they're also very Chinese looking. Like they're very Asian looking.
What parts?
Just South America in general. A lot of them.
I have not noticed that,
It
no.
makes it seem like a VTuber's real name is Words of Power. Yeah.
What's funny is about my family, so the way that, because my family's Scandinavian on my dad's side, the Scandinavians, when they lived, before they came to America, their last name would just be taken off of their father's name. So when my family came over on my dad's side, my adopted dad, they had to choose because like since they would always change their name based off of their parents, America was like, well, we gotta keep track of you, so you actually have to just choose a permanent last name that passes down. And so they just chose they just chose the last name of their dad, and it just passed down, and that's it.
That's neat.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, I know a lot about family history. My family history on one end, I think, goes up to 900 AD. I think. It's
I
been
know
a
a lot
while.
about the history of slurs, but that's about it.
Base.
It's important information to know. You never know when you're gonna need it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Have to keep those other people in their place.
I don't know Slur specifically, but I am a professional asshole. I'm pretty good at like pissing people off.
I don't know. You seem very nice. You gotta step up your game.
Earlier today before stream, I told someone I had no sexual interest in their Chinese knockoff vagina.
That's funny.
Chinese knockoff vagina.
Yeah, I find that really funny. Although
Wanna
I'd probably get
open
in
lobby
trouble
to
for it. That's why I
chat?
have red eyes on Twitter.
Yeah, the lobby can chat, just no voice chat.
Red eyes?
The Shinigami eyes thing.
I don't know what that means.
There's an app called Shinigami Eyes, which marks people and websites as transphobic. And on Twitter, it'll make your name red. And I've been told multiple times by many different people that I am marked red by Shinigami Eyes as a transphobic person.
Wait, now I'm curious if I'm marked red.
I've tried to download the app so I could see what of my friends, like, got red names, but it only works on, like, regular Google Chrome, and I'm not downloading that shit.
That's so... Actually, I think I still have Google Chrome downloaded. I don't think
For some reason, it doesn't work on Opera or Brave or Internet Explorer. Which, granted, I know why it doesn't work on Internet Explorer. Nothing works on Internet Explorer.
I wonder how does it determine if someone is,
People
like...
submit your name.
It's user submitted.
Oh.
They'll submit
yeah,
your
they-
name to the system and say this person is transphobic, and then it
But mine's
supposedly goes through a review
probably in-
process.
Quote unquote, supposedly.
Yeah, I don't think it
Probably
does.
definitely in there. I'm not actually transphobic, but anyone that thinks I am, I will gladly admit to it. Just for funsies.
Just to make them squirm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think people understand. It's like, I'm not, but even if I was, why would I feel bad about it? Like, think about that. Like, if someone is genuinely transphobic, right? Like,
Well, yeah,
they
no,
don't
that's-
fucking care what you think.
Yeah, like that comes up a lot. Like people bring it up with racism too. And it's like,
oh my god,
do
you
you
can't
really
do that,
think?
you're racist. It's like, if you really thought I was racist, you wouldn't be trying a moral argument on me, would you?
No, yeah.
Yeah. It's like, do you really think a racist person cares if you call them racist?
Yeah, some
The only
people
person
celebrate
that
it.
cares is somebody who isn't racist.
Yeah. Like, fucking, God, I can't remember who it was I was talking, about, about this with, but we were talking about how, like, white supremacists, like, they...
All have black girlfriends.
Well,
That is funny,
no.
actually.
But we were talking about how, like, white supremacists, like, they're very proud of it. Like, you'll see they have, like, the tattoos and stuff. Like, they're very openly white supremacists, right? Like, they don't... Because they genuinely think they're right.
Yeah.
And so it's just one of those things where it's like, they think these people are, like, hiding it and then using it to, like, you know, it's like, oh, these are secret Nazis. It's like, no. The people that are Nazis are very genuinely open about it. They're proud of it. They
Oh,
want
yeah.
everyone to know.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Wallander, calm down. We're still on Twitch.
Yeah, Twitch
Let's avoid
don't...
the keywords.
Wait, what happened?
Just my
Oh!
chat. Let's avoid some keywords, please. Not walking around in black ski masks and khakis.
No.
No, they're not. Contrary to there's that one fucking, like, oh, I remember why we were talking about it now. Some fucking pictures came up of, like, this, like, one, like, group of people that, like, pretends to be fucking, like, white supremacists that were, like, wearing all these, like, patches and logos and stuff on, like, a bus in New York or some shit.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone was like, oh my god, like, these people are just allowed to go around, and, like, oh my god. And it's just like, I'm pretty sure that group of people is fucking run by the US government. I have, like, no doubt in my fucking mind.
Oh, yeah.
Those people are not
1000%.
actual black supremacists. Like, that is...
They're all gay ops.
Yeah, absolutely.
Remember, chat, it is always a government psyop.
Nope. I guess Temp needs to get some real quick.
One of these days, we're gonna get shut down by the feds.
Probably.
I mean, they kept the US government anarcho-tyranny. I don't want to
Racism
say it.
community is one of the most inclusive. Nobody cares what race you are as long as you're racist.
Yeah, it's true. But I don't know if I'd say like anarcho-tyranny. It's just one of those things where it's like it's in their best interest to keep people like fighting each other.
Exactly.
So they're just constantly, you know, it's just one. It's just basic divide and conquer.
Mm-hmm.
So don't trust anything the government tells you. Always assume it's wrong.
Always.
We have inadvertently started conspiracy.
Well, conspiracy will be fun. I think it will be.
That is amazing. I love that name so much.
You can always have it as like a little segment too. This is our conspiracy segment. I really fucked that up.
Always assume the news are lying to you. The only news I fucking trust are the one that comes from like the like super local like Cuban news sources. Because they will just straight up tell you everything. They'll be like, hey, local gangs are fucking like chopping up people and throwing them in trash cans. It's like, what the fuck? Like, yep, that happened.
Local
don't
news
trust
tends to
Why
be
not?
more. Local news tends to be more honest.
Yeah. Wait a minute. It
Yeah,
turned out to be true, by the way. That particular bit of news did in fact turn out to be true.
which one?
I had family live in the area. They absolutely found someone in like the one of like the community like neighbors. They found him inside of his own trash bin, chopped into bits.
That is wild.
Wow.
How do you
Yeah.
even deal with that?
What? Like, what do you mean?
You find a body chopped up in a trash bin? Like, what is your step two?
You call the police? I guess.
I don't know, I feel like it'd be kind of fucked up.
I mean, like what do you mean? Like it'd be fucked up to call the police?
No. I feel like you as like a
I did
person
not
would
know
be
this
like
either.
fucked up after seeing it.
Oh, dog, I've seen a lot. I've seen too much. I'm
Fair.
fine.
What if you didn't like them? I don't know, maybe you're going to their house now and stealing their shit?
Well, no, because then like you get a
You'd have your fingerprints everywhere.
yeah.
So
Fair. Do you wait till
You'd-
after the police have swept the place?
No, you just pretend like you really like them, and then hope that you can convince people that you were friends and that you deserve to have some of their stuff.
I mean, fair.
When in doubt, always go for the like never go for like the brute force route. You have to go for like the like manipulation route, you know?
They don't know what WhatsApp is? I know what WhatsApp is, but I don't use it. It's Zoomer
Wow.
technology, chat.
WhatsApp is Zoomer technology?
It
I've
is
only ever
Zoomer
used it for
technology.
work.
shiny Zoomer technology.
Exactly. Rosie uses Chinese spyware confirmed.
It's true. You're fucking playing Genshin! What the fuck are you talking about? Fucking...
I saw a
got a
guy who
point.
got shot. You just drove around the corpse? Come on now.
Saw a guy who got shot, whose corpse we drove around. Yeah, just kind of avoid that shit. You want nothing to do with that, dude. You want nothing to do with that. I've had a gun pointed at me multiple times in my life.
Ow.
You got a rough go of it.
It's fun. You used to it.
Audibly heard the click in Rose's head as she realized.
What?
Chat says they heard the click in your head as you realized I was playing Genshin.
Yeah.
I'm not a necromancer? Fair. Well, how do you know? Have you tried? How many times have you tried to resurrect a dead body in your life? What if almost everyone is a necromancer, like half the population, but so few people come in contact with dead bodies that we just don't know.
I don't know. I feel like the odds of like I feel like quite more people than you think actually come in contact.
Animals
with
when
dead
I was
bodies.
young. Okay, you're revealing a little too much now.
I used to fucking taxidermize turtles when I was young
Why the turtles?
because I kept getting new ones and they kept dying, but I also didn't want to let them go. So instead of burying them, I would taxidermy them and I would keep them on like a shelf. That's what I would do.
Damn.
Would you like to inform the chat how many turtles you had taxidermied?
I think I taxidermied like 4 before I was like, okay, fine, I'll bury them. But yeah, I had like 4 taxidermy turtles like on my shelf for a good while.
That's rough.
That's pretty cool though.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wasn't ready to let go, so my mom taught me how to fucking taxidermy them.
Hmm.
None of her victims found. I don't know, that'd be kind of like that's a weird family bonding thing.
Taxidermying turtles?
Yeah.
I guess. I mean, it's actually, now that I think about it, it's probably like the most actual family bonding I've ever had with that woman, so.
Fair.
Paperweight turtles. I have a taxidermied alligator head still. But like, that's just because I'm Floridian. Everyone
Yeah,
has one.
everybody in Florida has one. You're legally required to have something alligator in your home as a Floridian.
Yeah.
Half the time it's alive.
Strange
Did
way
you
to
ever-
given the death talk. No, actually, I had sorted out the death talk. Actually, I think before that, no, I think it was like right after the turtle thing. At some point, I realized that my grandma was gonna die. At the time, this was like 20 years ago, almost 20 years ago. I didn't know that my grandma was borderline immortal and would not die despite being hospitalized and doctors telling me that like it's her last day, like more than 4 times at this point. Like she's been hospitalized for something like life threatening, like she is going to die, about 8 times in the last 20 years. And like I've had doctors tell me 4 times that she's not gonna make it. Tomorrow's her last day.
Yeah.
She's still alive. But as a kid, like that freaked me out. I fucking love my grandma.
Oh, I
my
would
mother
believe
figure.
that.
And like the first time it happened, like I was 5, and I spent like a week, right? Because my mom was like, "Oh, don't worry, she's gonna go to heaven." Blah blah. I'm raised Catholic, and the way that she described heaven to me was, "Don't worry, when she dies, she'll go to heaven. I'll go there too when I die, and then when you die, you can meet up with us again, and we'll all be together." Which, you know, in my head, people die when they're old, so now heaven just sounds like a really, really big old folks' home. And kid me was like, well, is grandma's mom there? And her grandma? And her grandma?
It's a world of
And
grandmas.
her grandma? How far does it go? How about grandpa? How about my dad and like my grandma on that side of the family? And all of their parents? And it very quickly became overwhelming, and the idea of heaven sounded like this cosmic old folks home that just like the worst family reunion with people I don't know. And I was just like, that sounds scary, I don't like that. And so I spent a week basically debunking Christianity in my own brain and then jumping through different religions without knowing about them, just on my own, coming up with different religions that I found out later already existed, and then being like, no, I don't like that one either for so and so reason. And then after like a week or so, I eventually cut down to the philosophy that I have now.
You went window shopping afterlives?
Yeah, I window shopped Afterlives when I was 5, and I eventually I found the right one, and we got married. And I've had that one since forever.
What is that one?
It's basically like an offshoot of existentialism that I kind of like created for myself, which is basically the idea. So like existentialism is typically the idea that like, oh, like what's the fucking line? It's the like I'm here therefore I exist or whatever, something like that. It's basically the idea
therefore
that
I am.
there you go, yeah, that. And so it's basically the idea that as long as anything in the universe exists, including the very concept of non-existence, everything in the universe exists.
Fair.
And that's basically the idea of it. Like, the way I explain to people, it's like, okay, like, imagine, like, you know, just imagine this, like, imaginary, like, scenario in your head, right? There's, like these two people in, like, a bar. A younger guy just got married, or whatever, blah, 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 blah. And it's, like, an older guy, like, you know, gone through life and stuff. They're just kind of talking about stuff. And the older guy's giving, like, the younger guy advice. Those people don't exist, but they don't know that. So do they exist? They exist in my head.
Here's a fun one to like get off on a tangent with. How many people do you think are gonna adopt like certain depictions of heaven and hell from TV shows? And just adopt it permanently? And yes, I do have a specific one in mind that is recent.
I love a boss.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can definitely see people like having that idea. I feel like most people, like because like naturally, right? Like whenever you think about the scenario of like heaven and hell, you like whatever first comes to mind is what you kind of go with, right?
Yeah.
And you definitely don't really think about it too much because most people don't think about that. But like I don't know, I feel like most people, if they like took the time to like really sit down and like think about like philosophically, they would probably come down to like a very similar like mentality to like what I have.
I think a lot of people, if they sat down and really thought about it, I think the average person would probably come up with something that was most beneficial to them.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
But I don't think a lot of people really think too terribly critically about everything. They think more about like, how does this look better for me? Especially when you're talking about like their immortal soul. They're probably gonna try and come up with an afterlife that like, this is the afterlife I'd want to live in, so I'm gonna like convince myself that this is the one I'm gonna end up in.
Yeah, I mean that's the whole point of religion, right? Like the whole point of religion is basically to help the average person cope with the idea of death.
Yeah.
That's all it really serves for.
I feel like I'm comfortable with the idea I might die and just disappear like dust in the wind.
Yeah.
'Cause I mean, like, if I'm dead and I'm really just dust in the wind, do I really care?
My mom believes
I'm
that.
dust in the wind.
My mom has started to believe
exactly.
in rebirth and reincarnation now, which I thought was kind of
That's
interesting because most
that's
Christians.
That's one that I went through. You want to know yeah. Do you want to know how I shrugged myself off of the idea of reincarnation?
Sure.
So the way I shrugged myself off of it was, what happens if you reincarnate into like another creature or person that is close to the person that you were, right? So like for example, let's say like I don't know, let's say that like I die, right now, and then I reincarnate as I don't know, like a family friend's kid, and then I meet like my mom through that family friend, right? Like that'd be sad, that'd be terrible, because my mom didn't know that, like, oh, that used to be, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so that then led into the idea of, well, it can't be reincarnation because every fucking year we have more goddamn fucking people. So at what point are you no longer like recycling souls, right? Like
And you're making new ones.
Yeah, exactly.
Have you heard of how it works in Jewish religion?
No.
So
I've never looked into religions.
So in Jewish religion, NPCs are an actual thing. Like certain human beings are actual NPCs, because there is a tree of souls, and
I might be onto something.
Even at the time, way back then, like 2,000 years ago, when the books were being written, it was said that the tree of souls could not keep up with the human population. So certain humans were like puppets of God sent to test people, and did not actually possess souls. They were just like flesh automatons doing what God told them to do in order to test the actual people with souls around them.
We call those people politicians.
I've always thought it was like funny that they canonized NPCs.
You know what? I might be a Jew now. I spent enough time in retail to tell you for a fucking fact there's
All those people were testing you.
AOC is an NPC?
No.
Ooh, don't be that mean.
I have met the same person, the same. So for context, I worked at a GameStop in one of the largest tourist malls in my area, right? And I would see thousands of people. Thousands. And most of them were from like South American countries or other like tourist locations, etc. But mostly South American countries. And I only worked at this mall for 6 months. In those 6 months, I met I swear to God, I had this interaction multiple times where I would be like, "Oh hey, I remember you. Welcome back." It's like, what? I haven't come to America in like 8 years. Like, huh? Never mind. And like I'll be like trying to help them with their purchase, and they'll call out to their kid. It's like, I don't know, this person is a different person because their kid's named the same. Every person in South America has a kid named Santi. Prove me fucking wrong. And then I get their ID and make them an account because I'm good at selling shit to people who are never gonna come back, even though they're never gonna come back. Fucking like I'd be like, yeah, that this is a different person. Wow, that's crazy. I just met the same guy with a different name, but like God just got lazy and just copy pasted his kid, I guess.
A couple dozen times.
So
the only ones I don't like is there's two particular afterlives that like, if they were real, it would horrify me. Both of them actually refer sort of to the same thing, which is the collective conscious. The first one is that reincarnation is real, but there's only one soul. We're all sharing it, and you have to be reincarnated as every individual person.
the fuck?
What?
I would hate that.
Yeah, so you are constantly randomly being reincarnated into a different person at any point throughout history. But it is only one soul, and you are required to experience every possible life.
So
I really don't want to experience AOC's
what's the
life.
deity that decided that our collective soul needed to be punished in such a way? Because whoever that is needs to die.
The other one I really don't like is that the entire world itself is a collective consciousness, and we are all fragments of that consciousness. And when we die, we slowly fuse back into that collective consciousness and start feeling every single feeling everything within the consciousness feels all at the same time.
This just sounds like an excuse to look forward to some sort of ecstasy that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
No, that's not an ecstasy. It's typically described as like a horrific pain because you feel the entire consciousness slowly decaying all at once.
That's interesting.
That's terrible. Who the fuck came up with these and was like, yeah, I like this. This is how I cope with
Person is a
living.
sadist or masochist.
Yeah. Like, what the fuck?
I think both of them come from like some sort of like thought of the world being a singular like organism. Because I know some people legitimately believe that, but they don't really consider like what that would mean if it was true. And I think this is where that comes from, somebody going, well, if that was true, this is probably what would happen to you.
So
Also, here, chat, I'm going to do some rolls for you guys, because why not?
after
No,
that,
do it.
would you like to wind things down? We've been going for 4 hours and I'm getting tired.
Oh, yeah, Oka's a big baby.
It is also 3 a.m. for me.
Oh, we're all the
So-
same time? Oh, yeah, you are Florida.
Once you're done,
Yeah.
I'm gonna prep the outro now. But hey, we had a good night tonight.
Oh, we did great. People
I
love
wish-
Rosa.
I
Let's
wish
bring Rosa back.
we didn't lose Lumi, but
Same.
I wanted her to be unhinged with us.
You sent me a funny hat. I'm gonna wear it.
I got one of the cute and funnies chat.
Did you get Nahida?
No, I got
Ooh,
Dory.
Akko is a baby? Ugh, shut up. I have autism. You can't say that to me.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Well.
get some sleep anyway, so we can all play, whatchamacallit tomorrow.
Helldivers.
Helldivers, yeah. Oh, no, Nahida, we just got another purple.
Rip.
Life is tragic, chat.
It was entertaining to watch. I love watching people gamble. Like, I have a gambling problem. That's why I don't play games typically.
You're the
I
other
just take
side of
hard
the gambling streamer. You just like to watch the gambling streamer and live through them. Do
I'm
not.
gaming again.
I do that for like a lot of games. Like I like to like hang out with someone while they're playing something that I like. Is his fucking name gaming?
Yes.
His name is Gaming. Somebody in chat corrected us and said it's supposed
It's
to be
Gaming.
pronounced. Yeah, Gaming.
Yeah,
But it looks like gaming.
it's spelled the same as gaming.
You know
Go
it's
fuck
not gonna be
yourself.
pronounced
This
right.
is America.
And everyone is
Eat
gonna
my
say it
fucking dick.
gaming.
You know it's not being
But,
pronounced right.
That's funny.
Yeah, there's not a single person that's gonna pronounce it gaming. They're gonna say gaming.
God, it's fucking wild. I was saying something. I forgot what the fuck it was.
Sorry.
It's okay. I'm also tired. I'm also
I'm not.
big eep. I had a nap before we I hopped on here. Like I like literally like I woke up and I saw the message from Mizu. I was like oh yeah, I have a thing to do. But I slept for like an hour. I fell asleep to the sound of a grinder because I was watching fucking blacksmithing videos.
To be fair, sometimes those can be really interesting.
Yeah, like they're just really relaxing sometimes. Like the dude's not talking, he's just kind of doing his process, and you're just kind of there like yeah, this is pretty cool.
I just like
sound of
watching
a
big
grinder.
burly men make strong metal material.
Facts, absolutely facts.
Am I actually gonna have to go all the way out to Sumeru
For what?
to get upgrade material for Dory?
Yes.
She's so cute and funny though.
Rhythmic hammering can put me to sleep. Yeah, I've learned that I can sleep to like pretty much anything, as long as I convince myself that I'm safe, that's the hard part. But like I've fallen asleep to like rock music. I've fallen asleep to like literal static.
Falling asleep to rhythmic hammering, which means something different depending on the person.
I've fallen asleep to grinding. I'm a super light sleeper and I have really bad insomnia.
Yeah.
But I can as long as like the sound is like relatively consistent or something that like I recognize and my brain doesn't have to analyze it constantly. Like I can't sleep if people are talking, people are yelling. Like that's hard for me. But like if I know what the thing is that I'm listening to, I'm like okay, I can like slap that into the safe bank and not worry about it. But yeah, like for context of how light of a sleeper I am, chat. My mom tried to sneak into my room the other day to check in, like to check in on me. Like I've been kind of sick, and like she took like a step in my direction, and my eyes just popped open like instantaneously. Like it's just like the second there's even a remote sound, like I am awake. I am awake, and not like oh I'm EP awake. I'm like oh I'm still waking up. Like no, I am like completely awake.
So this is a really weird thing for me, but I can once I'm asleep, I take forever to fall asleep. Once I'm asleep, I can sleep through just about anything, unless somebody enters my space.
Mm-hmm.
And I've tested this with my family and friends before. You can do whatever you want outside of my room, and I won't wake me up. As soon as your foot steps through my doorway, I am instantly awake. It's like my body just knows you have entered my personal space and you should not be in there. I will never understand
the alarm
it.
Spell. You just casted the alarm spell permanently on your room. You casted it.
Apparently.
You casted it every day for 100 days.
I always wake fully real fast. Oh, I don't.
Yeah, I wake up like, unless I like wake up on my own, which is like rare. In those cases I'm like sleepy and I'm like I don't want to go back up to bed. I don't want to wake up, so like I'm just gonna go back to bed now. Then I'm like sleepy, and like I'll like, you know, I don't want to deal with anything. But if I'm woken up by something, I'm instantaneously in action.
Adorable. She sits on the little slime.
That's
And the slime's
cute.
smiling.
But I think this happened to me because like when I was younger, one time my grandfather woke me up. My grandfather he likes to collect clocks, and so he took one of these really old like wind up clocks, the ones that has like the bells on them, the like the little metal hammer that like, hits them both for like the alarm. And he just started winding the alarm in front of my face to like wake me up for school. And like since then, I have just like the second that I hear like my doorknob, I am up.
Somebody on Twitter made a remark that we need to ban AI right now because of how good AI videos are getting. That's not gonna happen.
Wait, because what?
Because of how good they're looking. Have you seen how good AI videos are getting?
I retweeted. No, I liked a video of I don't remember if I might have retweeted it, but it was an AI video of like some anime girl dancing. And I was like, this is pretty good. I didn't realize it was AI, and like I was like, is it AI? Like, looks kind of like it looks a little weird, but like it looks pretty good.
Here,
And then I realized the words AI video were stamped on the top of the video, and I was like, oh, yep.
So
I did not know because my Twitter is suspended.
I'm streaming a video right now of a cat that's trying to wake up its owner. This is 100% AI, and you can kind of tell the bits where it definitely is AI. But it's getting so good that people are terrified of it. This random person is like, we need to ban AI, and it's not going to happen. AI is not going to be banned. That cat has 5 legs.
Yeah.
Where is it? Did you send it? Where'd you send it?
And it's streaming right now on the screen. On my stream.
Oh, hold on.
It doesn't have any sound, so.
Did you guys watch the AI
Holy
video
shit.
of Riku Tazumi singing?
You can see where you can definitely see the issues.
Rabbit says, Rosa, those videos are an actual girl dancing, but it has an AI overlay to make it anime.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah.
That didn't look like an actual girl dance, the one that I saw.
There are ones that there are like a lot of very heavy filters that are utilizing AI now.
Okay.
Don't
That is
be-
so cute. Also, yeah, you can't see the issue. That cat's like paws are fucked.
Yeah,
It's
and
the hands issue, but
Chat-
one paw.
AI is not going to be regulated.
It manifested like a new leg to
It did. I mean,
extra pat. The
Cats
boy.
are demons, so that makes sense.
I'm more of a dog person.
Is the person also AI?
All of it is AI.
Yeah. I was gonna say like the way that they like move to cover themselves, like they have an arm and then they lose it. That's very weird to look at. That's so weird to look at. They're like gonna go cover themselves and it's like, oh, there's no arm. They like drop
Yeah,
their
the arm
onto
just
the
like
fucking-
poofs into nothing.
No, it doesn't poof into nothing. Well, the arm poofs into nothing, but the hand. Look at the hand. It just drops.
Yeah.
It's
No.
let go.
The chat, there's
That's so weird.
the government's not going to regulate this. Do you want to know why? Because every country right now is competing to get the best AI, and whichever country gets the best AI is going to be the leader of the world for the next long time. So there is going to be no regulation until that battle is won, because all countries are going to be fighting for that. I mean, this is just an American AI. We have no idea what other countries' AIs are about. And so,
I mean, I believe the American one was kind of made with like a joint effort with the Japanese.
yeah.
I can't wait to never trust anything ever again.
Well, you should listen. The
You should
moment
have already not been trusting anything.
that Jordan Peterson started talking about how much he loved fucking people in the ass, I stopped listening to things and saying that they were real. That is actually something that I heard somebody do a deep fake of.
It's fucking funny.
So I just think that it's going to evolve things, but I don't know. I think people are a little too worried. Eagle Eye warned us. Again,
Yeah.
I don't think there's going to be regulation.
But
Anyway.
chat, we will bring Jenny back some other day.
We'll have to.
And I guess I'll have to go visit Jenny one day.
We will have to.
Yeah.
You've got my Discord. You've got our Discord.
I do.
So
I do. You're all reachable.
you did
You're all
have
in my
my
grasp.
Twitter.
I did, and then you got booped again.
I'm still salty about that. I'm going to be salty about that.
It'll
Someone
get
drop Ginny
unbanned.
stuff? So chat, you can use the guest command, and it boop. There's Ginny's stuff.
Ta-da! There's my Twitch. I'm also on YouTube under the name Rosacoodle because I haven't bothered to change it to Ginny yet until I get the new stuff, and then I can like soft rebrand.
One day.
One day.
One day, I'm considering just not doing that, just because Rose is so like much more marketable than Ginny,
Which is fair.
and just having like a separate Ginny channel for like other types of content. I've been thinking about doing that. We'll see what happens.
Mm-hmm. Alright,
Also,
chat.
don't forget our co-host, although most of you should probably already know them at this point. Even though Lumi wasn't here tonight. Because the Niji Ninjas got her chat.
No.
They did.
That's a joke, by the way, not fact.
The rest of us were spared, but
Is Lumi
Not
okay?
really.
Yeah, her internet just died. Alright, chat. Thank you so much, everybody.
Night all.
You
she said
guys.
her power died.
I'm sending. Yeah, she said there was a storm coming over, and it was just fucking with her stuff.
Alright. Chat, I do have outro songs, so I would recommend staying here so that you can listen to them. Alright.
And
Bye.
I'm sending you guys to my friend Ren. Please.
Have you ever seen a rainbow so black and white? It's not what it seems when they say everything's alright. Just sign all the papers, you'll have your career. Debut, it's your time to shine, now watch me disappear. May I do the streets, wait a month and I still higher ups. Meanwhile here's a leash, put it on and let me take you up the stairs of the ship, where I put on my big buttons while we drink champagne. We will life like there's no other, while you get the 2% of what I have the 4 of you go back to stream. When all the super chicks divide the breed, it's all for you, it's especially for me. It feels like a lot war right now. Sadly, we're not surprised. The year just started yet somehow. Expectations were set. I've never seen a rainbow so black and white in the tech about this sinking yacht. Papers showed in timelines every other week. Some may pick up their diploma, so to speak. Cause if you're not in my top earners of the month, I'm sorry, it'll take time to give you barras of the minimum. Yes, there's a problem, it's not our fault, it's theirs. It's not suspension, it's a break from your affairs. So, let's make a better little document of what your pain is unjustified. And may you reap out the right you've spent, I won't let you see the bite. Cause it feels like an all-out war. Sadly, we're not surprised. The year just started yet somehow. Expectations were set. I've never seen a rainbow so black and white in the tech about the sinking yacht. In the tech about the sinking yacht. In the tech about the sinking yacht.
Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand?